Namaste. This Sunday on a free global online episode.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us to from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 115th episode. Yes, you heard it right. 115th episode. And what a wonderful lineup we have for you all today. But before we begin, I'd like to request you all to all come together and let's say a small prayer or affirmation. But before that, India has just lost one of its iconic legends, Lata Mangeshkar, a very, very beautiful singer. May she rest in eternal peace. Let's just hold 3 seconds of silence so that she may pass over peacefully. And may we hold a lot of gratitude for all that she's done for the nation. In silence. Wonderful. Now let's begin our session, our 115th session. We'll start with a small prayer. I will be saying the Gayatri mantra and 3 Loka Samastas. You may use whichever affirmation or prayer you wish to use in your heart. Let's collectively hold this intention for our planet to heal from this pandemic. So let's all center ourselves and close our eyes. Let's all take a deep, long breath in and breathe out long. Another transition breath in. And just let everything go. Holding that strong intention collectively in our hearts with affirmations or prayers. Let's begin. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. When you feel centered, whole, and complete, you may very slowly and very gradually, you may open your eyes. Wonderful. And for those of you who have just hopped on, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. We have a wonderful lineup for you today with our vegan vegetarian kitchen. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to a very charismatic, dynamic, wonderful lady who is actually from my own Hong Kong. I must share that. She wears many hats and she's an author of a fantastic book known as Seva. But let's begin by introducing her. Kiran Robinson. Kiran was born in India. She has 30 years in the hospitality industry, spanning over 3 continents. And she started her journey in my own Hong Kong. She had a high-end catering business and launched a brand known as Taza, which translates to fresh, geared towards the expat community. Consulting is her primary forte, and she established Nouveau Food Cuisine with many, many, many establishments. She's a food stylist and a food consultant. Kiran was offered to manage an executive role to manage the top hospital in the Bay Area in California. And soon, before she knew it, she was managing their catering department, their cafe, and all their event services. And this institution and this establishment that Kiran was working with served over 10,000 employees. 10,000 employees. Yes, you heard it right, over a span of 17 years. What a talented lady she is. She was instrumental in opening the state-of-the-art hospital in the Palo Alto area of California. Kiran's focus is community building. She works with chefs and women, and her mission is to impart the experience of hospitality to others through writing, speaking, and advising. She has recently authored a wonderful book known as Seva, the Art of Hospitality. And as you know, with Healing Our Earth, we travel the globe virtually online every Sunday, bringing events to you. And today we're going to be traveling to several countries. So do stay with us. We're going to Luxembourg. A very warm global namaste to you, Kiran.
Global namaste to you, Seema. What a beautiful introduction. Thank you very much. You're very kind. It's such a pleasure to be here with you.
We feel very honored to have you here in Luxembourg. What a journey.
I know.
India,
Amazing.
Hong Kong, California, Luxembourg. It's amazing.
That's why you have to write about it, right? How can you not share an experience like that, right?
Well, I need to share a little secret with you. I dived into Amazon the other day and I picked up your book.
Look at that.
Seva, The Art of Hospitality. What a wonderful read and what a beautiful journey you have. I'm gobbling up the pages right now. And your son, who I actually know personally, Roshan, he did a lovely Instagram post for you, and he was in a bookstore and he said, "This is my mom's book and I need you all to see this, and it's amazing." And of course, as Roshan always is, the vibrant, bubbly self that he said, "I'm sure I'm a part of this book because I am her son."
I know. He says, predominantly it's written about me. That was hilarious. So that just happened this morning. I woke up to that and it took me by surprise, because of the time zone difference. But he was actually at Bookazine in Hong Kong. And this just happened a couple of weeks ago. We were brainstorming and we thought, wouldn't it be great if we could actually showcase the book in Hong Kong? So, of course, our very, very kind friends at Bookazine were able to accommodate that so that it would just be fun and easy for our friends and family to be able to go to the actual location and buy the book, which has many, many stories about all of them,
It's amazing. It's amazing. I feel so excited when I hear your story. You started your journey in Hong Kong. You were working. Oh, there he is.
Written by my mum. Can you believe that? And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
Bless him.
He's very confident, isn't he? He exudes confidence, naturally.
I do follow him on Instagram. And he has
Oh,
all these amazing little blurbs and videos about his business, with what he
yeah.
does with the clothing business. And he's so dynamic and he's so confident and so eloquent. And he's a natural, Kiran.
He is.
He's
But, yeah.
absolutely
Thank you. That was a lovely surprise. Thank you guys for doing that.
Oh, bless. We have such a wonderful lineup today, Kiran. We are going to Mauritius. We're going to be in the UK, We're probably going to travel to America and South America. What a journey we have today with this vegan vegetarian kitchen.
Beautiful. It's going to be colorful and I mean, personally for me, I'll be meeting a couple of new people today as well, right?
That's very exciting. And we'll also be going to India because our own Alicia is currently in India, So it's going to be a very exciting vegan vegetarian kitchen. And Kiran and I would like to bring on board, now we're traveling all the way to Mauritius, Kiran and we're going to be bringing on board Anil and Shevani Shambho, a dynamic duo, wonderful, the cutest dynamic duo of Papa, and daughter. Oh, but Mama's there. I just saw a peek of her. And they are so passionate. They just love to cook and prep meals for family and friends. Anil is a senior flight purser and he loves Kiran. Seva, oh, there's the mama as well. I can see her. And he's a great chef. He loves preparing cuisines from all over the world. And believe you me, viewers, when you see him, his passion just shines through. And the family, his belief is when the family cooks together, eats together, and plays together, it stays together. How beautiful is that? And then we have Saivani. She's a child psychologist and a counselor. She's a singer and performer, and she's inherited her fantastic cooking skills from both her dad and her mom. The dad-daughter dynamic duo is so cute. I've seen them before. And the dad normally does the starters and the main courses, and Saivani does the desserts. And she loves, like her dad, getting her chef cap on and exploring magical dishes and recipes all around the globe. A very warm global namaste to you, Saivani and Anil. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. What do you have lined up for us today?
Global namaste to you, Seemaji and Kiranji. Thank you for this beautiful introduction. Thank you very much. And very truly said, Kiranji, Seemaji is so soft and so loving. Very sweet lady.
She did indeed, but it's so wonderful to meet the both of you. How exciting, a daddy-daughter duo. I mean, how many people can say that, this is like, oh, we've seen this before. No, I mean, this is amazing. Can you share a little bit about this concept? How did you come to, let's do a daddy-daughter thing, because we're both so passionate about this.
Absolutely. Well, I let my daddy do this.
Warm welcome. Though I know it's a bit freezing there in UK, but here it's warm, and thanks, we brought a little warmth there to UK, so thanks for the very warm welcome. So since the children were early age, so we've developed a lot of Mauritian cuisine and world cuisine, and especially specialized in the vegetarian cuisine, being a vegetarian. So we have developed and created many things, so that the children won't miss anything with the wide variety of choices that we made available to them, since a very early age. So it's the whole concept of it. And each and then, every year we develop the varieties and choices. And the choices are infinite. You can create anything.
And since very early age, we got involved in the kitchen. Each one of us, my dad would start the ceremony, you have to do the salad. And my little sister, you will take care of the tables. At the table, you will start frying things, and we'll get, so the family that cooks together, as in the introduction mentioned, that yes, we got, I think it's at the early age that we learn those cooking skills. Then it carries on. Yeah.
But that's how it should be, right? That's part of seva and hospitality, right? Opening up your homes, opening up your hearts, you know, whether it's for family or friends, doing it right there and then with love, you know, with your family. Love the concept. Thank you so much for the story. Don't be surprised if I call on you to do a feature on you both. You know, this is awesome. We need to celebrate that.
Absolutely. Yes.
I think that's a great idea, Kiran. And I have been reading your columns on www.kiranrobinson.com. And what a great writer you are. Amazingly talented.
No, but this would be an awesome story, wouldn't it? Like, let's bring that light back out there, you know, daddy-daughter duo, and celebrate that. I love it.
I love it too.
Without further ado.
Thank you. All right. So today is our sweet potato special, and I'd like to share a beautiful PowerPoint that we prepared. Sorry, let me just try and so.
I love sweet potato. I'm so excited for this recipe, aren't you, Kiran?
I am. I mean, sweet potato, it's a humble fare, a humble food, but yet there's so many exciting things we can do with it. And I can't wait to see what they're going to do.
Okay, so sweet potato, usually we think that, you know, what dish can we make out of it except from boiling it and presenting it? Well, we prepared it in a dessert way, and I am very fond of desserts, usually because sometimes when we are full with the first course and the main course, and then we go to the dessert, there's no space. So my philosophy is dessert first, and then we go to the main course, so we don't miss this sweet dish. So now, yes, our sweet potato, as you can see, we boiled it. The gandaka is a half-moon shaped cake, a traditional delicacy. A delicacy from the island of Mauritius. So you might take it for a salty cake, but in the end, all that you will discover is a sweet indulgence as a small sweet potato should.
Okay.
So stuffed with coconut and the fragrance with vanilla, essence, and cardamom. So the traditional cake is also one cake that is very popular among the Hindu population in Mauritius, since it remains one of the main sweets cakes that is shared during Diwali. And especially when we think about Diwali, of course, we think of Diwali in London, and we think of our lineage. So where all the houses in Mauritius are illuminated, and the sweet cakes are shared to the family, with friends and neighbors, and a manifestation of brotherhood and unity in our multicultural fabric of society. So, well, if you've tasted the gatadima, and want to try, please do so. I leave you with Saivani and her father.
Thank you, Gayatri ji.
So here you can see the ingredients. So we have 500 grams of sweet potatoes and 200 grams of flour, 80 grams of grated coconut, freshly grated with preference. Then we got 2 tablespoons of milk, 100 grams of white sugar, 5 tablespoons of cold water, 3 tablespoons of cardamom powder, and good quality frying oil. So instead of white sugar, you can also try brown sugar. That also, it will be a healthy touch. So the sweet potato, so as you can see here, yeah. Right, so if you can see on the second camera.
So this is the sweet potato. As you can see, this is the sweet potato. Well, in fact, potatoes, you know, are one of the vegetables that liked and fond by most, even babies. We used to boil potatoes and make puree and give them, as the soup. So it's being liked from babies to old age. In curries, in chips, frying, all sorts. Now, just imagine potatoes is being liked that much. Now, what about sweet potato? Oh, that will be more than doubly liked and fond and cherished things. So this is the sweet potato, how it's look like. And you see this size, at times we have it even bigger, because like that. This is the small one, like a baby one, right? And medium one and big one, and we have bigger also. So now to start with, you just have to wash it because it comes from underground. So wash it clean and then boil it. And then boil it till that the fork, and now make sure that you use a fork coming from surgical steel fork. So you push it inside. When it goes in lightly, then it's ready. It's ready. It's ready. Right? Then you peel it off. It will come easily. You just peel it off. You peel the skin. It will become like that. You peel it on very easily. Being done, right? You peel it, and then after, see, wow,
Yeah.
how it looks very nice inside. A light creamy color. You see, it come out very easily. You see. That's it. And then after peeling, then you have next thing. Then you have it like that. Then again with your. Now this time you have to use two, and make sure again it's surgical steel fork. You just crush it like that. Same like you would do mashed potatoes. Same, but this one is mashed sweet potatoes. That's it. That's it. Like this. Voila. That's it. Done. Once this is done, then you add the flour.
Yes.
Then you add the flour. The milk.
Yes. Milk powder.
2 spoonfuls of milk powder, and then you prepare it till it becomes the dough. And the dough should not be too soft or too hard, so that it is easily malleable with your rolling pin. And like the puri, for example, and then that's it. So
Prepare. Now we are going to prepare the little galette. So you take one piece of it, and so that it doesn't stick, you can use flour. So then you will roll it, and you make a nice, flatten the dough. So it shouldn't be too thin, because then it won't. I mean to say, if you fry it, then it's going to break. So a good thickness, and then so as you can see, right? Okay. So as you can see, it's of a good thickness. It's just like when you make puri. So then we take a katori or a bowl, because we need a nice one. I have 2 sizes. So these are the 2 sizes. You can make either big one or you use the smaller one. So for the
and why we use 2 sizes? Normally this one is gent size. The gent will eat this size, and this one for the ladies or the
baby ones.
but nowadays it has been reversed. Now we see men eating this side and ladies eating this side.
Thank you. I'm going to take that. So all right. You made a nice round shape. Now, this is the mixture. So we have in there cardamom powder, desiccated coconut or grated coconut, brown sugar or white sugar, it's up to you. Then we have also the dry fruits, so the dry fruit raisins. So then we are going to add it here. And then I'll dip a little bit of water here so that it's going to stick together when I'm going to fold it. So very carefully you have to fold it and ensure that the mixture inside does not fall out, does not go out. And then just for decoration, we're going to have these nice decorations, either with a fork or with a spoon, it's up to you. And here you go. We have those beautiful galettes here, as you can see on the plate. And you can preheat your oven 1 minute before so that it gets heated. And by the time my father is doing that, I'm going to prepare another one. So as you can see, it's very healthy, and sweet potato, maybe children, you know, you can try this out and get your kids also to feel inspired by this sweet potato dish. So they can also get a different taste of a dessert. Now, we have added the coconut and we added the raisins. You can try different mixtures in your preparation. So we have here crushed nuts mixed with honey, crushed nuts mixed with honey and brown sugar. Yes, or you can also, for kids, you know, you can add Nutella, chocolates. So then you can add those, then it gives it a different turning point, and the taste is really yummy because I tried that during Diwali. And also what you can do, you can also mix both of them. You know, you put some coconut and some nuts. And here again, I'm going to do this, to stick it and very carefully fold it. There we go. Right.
I think the Nutella idea is perfect for Valentine's.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I love chocolate, and that's true. Like when we do crepes, you know, we add Nutella. So I thought that the pancakes, when we do pancakes, we add Nutella. In French, we say crêpe. So maybe all the French-speaking people would relate to me. Alors, on a des crêpes. It's called pancakes. We add Nutella. So in the sweet potato dish as well, you can add chocolates. Now, if you want to make it more interesting, you can try something different, maybe from your style, something Hawaiian or Mexican or British. This is Mauritian style. And this is, I think the oil is ready.
Yeah.
Almost. So by the time...
Is the sweet potato a typical staple food of Mauritius?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Is the sweet potato typically a staple food here in Mauritius?
Oh, yes, it was. It was.
Okay.
And it still is. Because when our ancestors came from India, they brought this tradition with them, sweet potatoes. And here, because it was a healthy food at that time, because whole day they had to work, and a dish of this sweet potato was keeping them for the whole day. It's a bit like, you know, when we eat oats in the morning, or we eat cereals. So that's very long lasting. We we don't feel hungry in between. So the sweet potato acts similarly. And now when there was Deepavali at that time, well, there was not so much of a variety at that time, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So they used this sweet potato to share among their friends and families, among their surroundings, to celebrate Diwali. And this tradition came down till this generation. So I am the 4th generation, and we cherish this beautiful moment. And this is called the Aprabasi from our ancestors that came from India.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a lovely story.
It's a lovely way to celebrate your ancestors, you know, being passed down from grandmother to granddaughter. I'm very big on that.
Exactly.
when you speak of the sweet potato, I grew up in Africa, Kiran, as you know. And traditionally in Kenya, what they do is they take the sweet potato and they roast it on charcoal. And
Love
we call it guachi.
Love it.
Roast it
Yeah.
on charcoal and then open up. My mom would roast it up on charcoal till it was a melting tender. And then
Yeah.
she'd just add a blob of butter into it, some salt and pepper, and give it to us. And it is really very filling because it's very high in fiber.
Exactly, it
It
is.
fills you up.
Look,
It's very
he's holding up.
Just to add up what Saivani just said, you know, when you peel it, it's like that. Boil,
Right.
you know, it's very healthy because there's no oil involved, and you just boil or steam, and it can be eaten straight away without anything added. No sugar, of course, because it's already sweet. It's sweet potato, so it can be eaten like that. And moreover, you know, as I said, our ancestors when they came, you know, so they used to have this one meal, you know, the breakfast. They used to have this as the breakfast, and which is very healthy and consistent, and they can stay with that easily till noon.
But it
Right.
would sustain you.
And especially very healthy for babies. You know, for babies
Right.
also very healthy. Lot of fiber, roughage, and it's filling also. So it's very
Yes.
nice. So now by this time,
I looked up.
the oil is almost ready. So we'll just make on medium flame, flame, and we just that's it.
Kiran, doesn't this remind you of the dim sum or the yum chas, the
Yeah,
cakes that we get in?
the Chinese. I was just doing a recipe with some of my friends. This is also the Chinese dessert for Chinese New Year. Which the article that I posted last week. So I would fill up with peanuts, fresh peanuts, and a little bit of sugar, and then fry it like that. You know. And I was thinking earlier, I mean, the Chinese have dumplings, the Italians have their, their pasta pockets and things. It's like you have so many different countries, nationalities celebrating the same item, just in a different way. Don't you think? Don't you agree?
Absolutely. Like in India, they make gujias.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so we
Not
call them
familiar with
gujias in
that.
Punjab, and they are crescent shaped, and they're filled with coconut, dry fruit, all different kinds of fillings. And funnily enough, my mom would make, because it was easier, crescent samosas.
Oh, lovely! What a lovely idea. That's like different, right? New.
Different, right? And she would tell us
like
that. She would urge us on to have them, and we'd come back home from school, and she'd say, "Look, I've made samosas that are shaped like the moon."
Now frying. Now you fry the flame, medium flame, so that it gets cooked from the inside. So in medium flame, and you just fry it very nicely till it become light golden brown. That's it. So one is almost ready.
And you were mentioning Chinese yum chas and all that. Very true. And we just celebrated the Chinese New Year I think on Tuesday. Yeah. So this is a bit in relation. They will add, I think, red beans inside. There's a paste of red beans, right? Which is also very healthy. And you can mix and match, as we say. You can try your own recipe and you make it personalized to your own taste.
Absolutely right. And that was one of my favorites as well. The red beans, absolutely delicious, the whole texture and everything. You know, I'm not surprised that you wanted to keep this recipe a surprise, because when I was asking about it, when I first learned about it, I was like, what is it exactly? And I was told, it's a surprise. Wait and see. I was like, okay, that's a good one. I love it. I love it. I can't wait to see the finished product, how you're going to plate it and serve it for us.
Right. We are just
Very
preparing
nice.
that.
Nicely fried. Yeah, very good. Lovely.
So we wait to it till it becomes a slightly golden brown color when it's fried. And then by the time we remove it and we damp it with the napkins, so we take the extra oil. Voila. Great, ready. Almost ready.
That pastry looks lovely.
Yeah.
I,
Not only
I
looks,
don't.
it tastes it wonderful.
I feel
How
like I
can we
can smell it. You know.
how can we send some?
Yes. If you can hold it up a little bit towards the camera so we can have a better vision for the viewers, that is gorgeous. Really, I feel like I can smell it and almost taste it. Maybe when you're ready to plate, if you can crack it open in the center so we can have a look, a tiny peek inside.
So I say this is very famous for during Diwali in Mauritius. Here, this is being prepared by almost all Hindu in Mauritius. Even non-Hindu also they're very fond of that. So apart from the barfi, the laddu, the gulab jamun, the jalebis, and all these Indian delicacies, and all these, the gato patat is being because you know why? Because why? It's homemade. It's homemade, healthy, and very easily prepared. Easily, you don't need much ingredients, much preparation. It's very easily. In half an hour, you can prepare. It's
That's
very.
great. That's what we want, easy recipes.
That's
You can
But-
also like this. It's up to
Beautiful.
you. And now give you one
so
for
that's it.
tasting.
So how can we give you one for tasting?
Well, if you just crack it open for me, crack it open so I can see what it looks like in the center.
You read, in fact, you read
Let's-
my mind. I was about to do that. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's beautiful. That's perfect. Good job. I love that. So you can see that raisin. Is that the raisin that's popping out?
Yes, that's the raisin, exactly.
So basically the texture is going to be a little crunchy with the help of the toasted coconut. Am I right?
Absolutely correct.
Correct.
Yes.
It's a bit
Okay.
crunchy.
And maybe chewy, a little chewy with the texture of the
Correct.
potato against the coconut.
Flour. And yeah, chewy.
There you go.
I'm confirming the taste for you. Very good, right? The outside.
I love it. Yeah.
Mm.
So what's your favorite part? What's your favorite part? The center or the crust?
And a little, the middle part a bit chewy,
Yes.
and it's a blend of taste and make sure that the visual melts in the mouth and adding to it wonderful dessert like this.
Thank you.
And
So
as our diabetic population is growing worldwide, so we have put sugar come. So less sugar.
right.
Less sugar in that. So according to taste. So it promotes healthy eating also.
Perfect.
That's it.
I was just wondering, could we add some cinnamon into this or some cardamom just to give it the different spice elements,
Absolutely. You can add cinnamon, you can add cardamom, which enhances the taste. In fact, in this mixture, we added we added cardamom powder. So then the taste, it gives another flavor to it. And yeah, cinnamon is the best. I love the flavor of cinnamon. You can add that as well, definitely. And I'm going to, yes.
How about vanilla? Because I know Mauritius has fantastic, Madagascar and Mauritius has wonderful vanilla. Could you add, just open the vanilla pot and just scrape the vanilla through and add it in? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Great idea.
But
I would love to.
Yeah, correct. Actually, in fact, we forgot to mention, we put, vanilla essence. Few drops of vanilla essence because it's very strong, and also it adds to the flavor. It enhances the flavor and the taste of obviously.
Takes it up to another level, right?
Correct. Yeah.
That's great. I can't wait to hear more about some of the popular foods of Mauritius.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Well, we have lots, and just to share today, this is a sweet dish. And before, I'm just going to have a recap of it. So the method, we showed you in the beginning how we boil the sweet potato, how we peel it off, and how we smash it just as mashed potatoes. And now the method is, yes, for 20 minutes, you let them to boil, then we drain them and mash them, and in a bowl, we make the stuffing by mixing the grated coconut, milk, vanilla essence or vanilla scrapings, sugar, it can be white sugar or brown sugar. You can add cardamom powder as well, or cinnamon powder. Then water, a little bit of water, crushed cardamom powder, yes, nuts and almonds, that's optional. So then we make the dough by adding the flour little by little to the sweet potato, crushed by kneading with the hands until the mixture forms a smooth and soft dough. So we knead it for at least 5 minutes so we can feel that it's holding and we can make some balls as I showed you earlier. And then we divide them into 20 small loaves or as per your quantity that you wanted. And then with a floured surface, we flatten the dough using a roller, or as we say, the belna, this one. And then we make some circles using a round piece or a ball, as I showed you. Then we fill the center of each dough circle with a teaspoon of stuffing. It can be either crushed nuts, Nutella, the mixture that we prepared, and then we moisten the periphery of the dough with your finger dipped with cold water. We fold each circle very carefully of the dough into a half circle. We pinch the edges to make them adhere to each other, and we can also, using a fork, we make the beautiful decoration with it. Then we reinforce the welding by pressing the teeth of the fork on both sides of the line, right? And then in a deep frying utensil or a pan or a frying pan, we fry the hot cakes in the hot oil until we take a beautiful amber color. Then we remove the potato cakes or as we say, gâteau patate, allow to drain on paper towels. And regarding cardamom, we advise that you grind it yourself, the seeds contained in the capsules, because then the perfume will be much more intense in contrast to the already ground preparation, which generally disappoint the taste buds. So if you have the option, replace the ready grated coconut by freshly grated coconut, and then bon appetit, our cake is ready. Yeah. Our cake is ready, and this is for all of you, to all the viewers who's watching us. Hope you enjoy this and you are ready to try it out, and just send the picture on the website so that we also know how you went about.
What a wonderful recipe. What a wonderful recipe. And I was just wondering, maybe we could add, elements like when you spoke of Nutella, I was thinking about peanut butter and banana, because my children are big on peanut butter and banana toast or sandwiches, or maybe Nutella and banana, just to get that factor, that really gooey, yummy. Yeah. Gooey, yummy.
Yeah.
Now, could you dust
lots of fruits if you want, like jam or anything, you give it a fruity taste, especially for kids, they would definitely love it.
What about apple turnovers? I'm thinking apple turnovers right now,
Too. Yeah.
Apple and cinnamon, that would be great. And, Sevani and, Anil, would you dust these lightly with icing sugar? If, could we dust them lightly with icing sugar? You know how the French love to dust everything very lightly and daintily with icing sugar. Or if you have a Nutella-based one, maybe some, cocoa powder or something.
Absolutely. In fact, we usually dust it with icing sugar, as you mentioned. But since as my father said, the diabetes level, we are all health conscious. But for kids, definitely, yes, this is a very good option. But we are trying to keep it healthy. So it's an option for all the viewers if they want to add the Nutella. And you can also make, one on top of the other and having the Nutella in between. So it becomes like a little mountain thing. and then you can have the maple syrup just flowing down, and then you share it with all the guests or family members.
You know, it's so wonderful. You've got my creative juices flowing here. I love the recipe, Kiran, and I love the way Sevani and Anil have made the pastry with the sweet potato, which is a very healthy element. And I'm thinking of a pina colada one right now.
Wash it down. But you know, you're right. I think what we got here is a multitude of recipes, because so the sweet potato itself is so versatile. So you can do so many things with sweet potatoes: bake it, roast it, fry it, whatever. And now they've given us these beautiful crescents. So essentially, take the sweet potato, change around any ingredient, take the little triangles, crescent shape, whatever, and do different fillings with this. It's like a bonus right here, you know, isn't that?
Absolutely. And I'm thinking, you know, coconut and pineapple, pina colada, bringing
Because
it
of
in.
the pina colada, yeah, absolutely.
And
There's so much you can do with this recipe. Thank you.
cheese and jalapeno.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh gosh, I got to try all these.
But I like the fact that you can take the staple of a place that you're in and do such wonderful things with it, you know, to delight all of your senses. So I appreciate that. Really do. Thank you.
And you know, for the savory versions, you know, we love to focus on health and immunity right now, you know.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, okay, the sweet potato is so healthy. And if we do a savory version, like with just peas and coconut and maybe some turmeric and black pepper.
Absolutely. You know, I did a little search here, and, you know, it gave me tons of things, like it supports the immune system, it has high fiber content, and it's good for the gut, you know, gives you a healthy digestive system, and definitely inexpensive is what I wrote, and love the vibrant colors. You know, that difference between the garnets and the yams and the sweet potatoes, however, they do come in one family, right? And then you've got all of these colors going on, different textures going on, and there's so much to do with it. And of course, what else did I find? Anti-inflammatory, vitamins A, B, and C. And the best part I've saved for the last is good for learning memory, which is what I need right now.
Me too.
That'll boost it, you know. So sweet potatoes, yes. Thank you.
Next on my shopping list, sweet potatoes for sure. And Sefani and Anil, that is such a wonderful recipe. We've enjoyed seeing it so much. I wanted to ask you, what was the inspiration behind this recipe?
To uphold the culture and the tradition that has been brought from India to Mauritius, that has been cascading down. So we, all Hindus in Mauritius, and maybe some other people of other religions as well, they try to make this recipe as a part of our culture. So we have the tradition, religion, aspiration, and culture and knowledge, because this is something that brings us close to our roots. Our roots is from India, and it's a tribute to them when we make this recipe in memoir that they have been using preparing only this for Diwali. And we pay a respect to them by preparing this for Deepavali among all other dishes all other sweetmeats that we prepare. So this is one of the greatest traditions that we hold here in Mauritius.
And what a perfect time of the year to bring this recipe in. And for all our viewers out there who are watching us right now, we've just come into the year of the tiger. So Konge Fat Choi, you know, very happy Chinese New Year to all of you, and such a perfect time to bring this recipe in and celebrate the amalgamation of all the cultures that you have in Mauritius. I have visited your beautiful country, given that it's not so far away from my country of birth, Kenya. You have the Cantonese influence there, that's very strong. You have the Indian influences, you have the French Creole influences. What a beautiful, beautiful place you live in. We are actually here in the UK. It is a sunny day here in Oxford, luckily, but you're sitting and basking in the sunshine, and I have to say we are a tad envious.
I certainly am, because it's gray and dark and cold here.
One final way also of presenting it, like we prepare the gulab jamun, the rasgulla. You can make a syrup, like Saivani said, the maple syrup or syrup, sugar, and you soak it in. You soak it in the syrup, and then you remove one by one, and you stack it on that.
Okay, so the syrup is hot, right? Like when we make gulab jamun. So if you're going to
syrup,
right? So when we soak
that's it. And you dip it in the syrup. That's it. Let's do that. Voila.
So it's a bit like how we do. So I don't know. I don't know the English word. Sakkar pare. Then we have the sakkar pare. We have the triangles, the dough triangles that we fry, and then we dip them into sugar syrup, and it coats it with this, very dense sugar coating, and it gives it a lot of sugary texture. What a great idea! But of course, we don't want much sugar in our system. We want to, what you've done is such a great recipe. You've used all the natural ingredients. You haven't added any sugar, even though I spoke about dusting it with sugar, all these elements, but, we can add so many different fillings to this recipe, which is so great. You could make it savory. Am I right, Anil and Saivani? You could do a savory version of it as well, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely. It's very healthy also, and you don't have so much of sugar as it because the sweet potato is already sweet, and in this mixture of the coconut, we didn't add so much of sugar, as in white sugar or brown sugar, just for the taste of it. And then, you can mix and match, and you can try your own as you want to do. The pina colada that got my mind, working. And yes, the taste is out of the world.
I love the way we celebrate diversity through the medium of food. It's just amazing how food brings everyone together and all these different cultural influences. Just as we're here on Healing Our Earth, we globetrot the world, and we visit all different cultures and cuisines, and we go all over the place. It's such a wonderful journey. Sevani and Anil, what a fabulous recipe you have presented to Kiran and I today. Can you give us one more little peek before we get our bubbling, energetic Alicia on board from India?
Right,
Let's see that. What a wonderful recipe. I want to dive into the, Kiran, don't you feel like diving into the screen?
I do. Absolutely. And with a cup of coffee, it's perfect,
Wonderful. Tea also. Tea or coffee.
Or tea.
Thank you, and do stay on board
very
with us. We're not going to let you go, because we will have you back again, Sevani and Anil, and we'd like to show off your recipe again. Wonderful.
Saying goodbye with this. So this was the gâteau patate. It's a French word, gâteau patate. So gâteau means cake, and patate, sweet potato. So that's the cake. That the Diwali in Mauritius. Now hopefully next year it will be this year it will be Diwali in London, Diwali in Trafalgar Square. We'll fry it and give it to all the passers-by in London.
Perfect street food, right?
So seeing you all. So our next meeting, next rendezvous, Diwali in Trafalgar Square, Diwali in London.
Thank you so much, Anil.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saivani. And when they speak of Diwali, it takes me to Christmas, and I'm thinking of these sweet potato crescents with mincemeat. There's so much that can be done. What a wonderful recipe. A very warm global namaste to both of you. Thank you so much for being part of Healing Our Earth today. And do stay on board with us. We don't want to let you go so easily. And what a wonderful recipe the dynamic father-daughter duo has given us today, and so many ideas. Fabulous. Now we're traveling all the way to India with a very, very lovely young lady known as Alicia Jain. And Alicia was born and raised in India. Oh, we have an echo there. Okay. Alicia was born and raised in India. She moved to the UK 16 years ago, but she's currently in India right now. She's passionate about cooking and creating recipes since a very, very young age. At the age of 22, she gained a master's in psychology, and she's very, very passionate about mental health and well-being. She has a vegan social media handle known as Plant Bite, and it's got some beautiful recipes. And she promotes healthy vegan cuisine. Alicia has been a vegan for over a year, and she has delved into her Indian roots, creating recipes and explores plant medicine. She leans towards naturopathy and Ayurveda, very much like myself. And she really, really honors Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide to alkaline eating. Welcome, Alicia. A very warm global namaste to you from Kiran and I.
Hi, Alicia. How are you? Namaste. Global welcome.
We have a bit okay, we have a bit of an echo there.
Good evening to you, Alicia, in India. This is Nil Kumar speaking. Can you disable one of this sound? Not mute it, but just disable it, so then we don't have echo. If you can try now, can you say hello? Okay, we can't hear you because you haven't put that sound on, Alicia. So if you put, yes, Alicia, you have joined the audio on both instrument. So on one of the instrument, can you disable the sound? So if you go to the sound icon on the bottom left, there is an up arrow. If you put that, and then it says, leave the computer audio. If you could do that in one station, then we'll be rock and rolling, and Seema and Kiran will be laughing with you. Okay, Seema, you were mute, so you can speak now. Seema, go ahead.
We can't wait for Alicia's recipe. And you know, with her recipe today, Kiran, she's going to be traveling to our favorite place. Guess.
Okay, I have a couple of favorite places, so you might have to help me.
The one place we both share in common.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, yes, we'll be traveling.
Really?
Well, we'll be traveling to the Far East with it. She's going to be doing a lovely congee, and she's going to be doing some Chinese greens, and in perfect time for our very auspicious time of the year, you know, where we are all going to unleash our inner tigers and tigresses during the year of the tiger.
These are tigers, you know.
Alicia, in case if you can hear us, maybe you can sign back in. When you sign in, please just don't join the audio. Or if you go to the sound icon, which is the speaker on the left, you go to the up arrow and leave the computer audio. Carry on, Seema, carry on, Kiran, while Alicia is sorting that out. Over to you. You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Since we've been speaking about Chinese New Year, Kiran, are there any celebrations, since we talk about food and diversity and celebrating food in other cultures, are there any celebrations or any restaurants in Luxembourg that offer a full Chinese, you know, full banquet like we have in Hong Kong for our Kung Ge Fat Choi Chinese New Year?
Not the banquet. There are a couple of Chinese restaurants, but no banquets as such, you know, like in Hong Kong. And I'm not sure if it's because the place is small, so small capacities, or if it is because of COVID, you know. So many restaurants have been closed, and, you know, when they're opening, they're only opening a few tables at a time. So there have been lots of changes. So
do you do anything special yourself at home for Chinese New Year, since we have got the influence with us, right?
Always. A hot pot is the must, you know.
Oh,
definitely.
wow.
And I think I wrote an article last week on Chinese New Year, Year of the Tiger, and it just brought back memories of our hot pot, family gatherings. We would just, I curated this idea just so that we could get as many people to come in and eat around the table, but our table wasn't big enough to accommodate everyone. So we'd set up the hot pot on the floor with lots of cushions around. We sat around the floor and we just dipped everything in that delicious broth, and the flavors got better and better. The concept took on like crazy, and before you know it, everybody wants a hot pot event. And I remember one night I was catering 2 events simultaneously, going back and forth. It was crazy, but it was fun.
So much fun.
That's the family tradition. Yes.
So last night we went out for a Chinese meal, and there was, of course, a big hot pot over there, and of course my favorite salt and pepper tofu, and we, because it was Chinese New Year, and my girls are they're very Chinese in the food palette, and they said, we have to go out and have a Chinese meal. We haven't gone out this Chinese New Year. And everything. But having said that, the Chinese menu, I'm speaking about the Chinese menu because we're leaning into a Chinese dish with Alicia. She's got.
Yes.
Seema, sorry to cut you off. Alicia is back again. We will try. Alicia, just to inform you, once again, you have joined the audio. If you join 2 audios, we will have a feedback. Can you try now? Say hello.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, this is better.
Yes.
Go ahead, all the ladies, and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Alicia, a very warm global namaste. And as we're speaking about your Chinese recipes, I want to wish you a very happy New Year, Kung Gai Fat Choi. And tell us, what do you have in store for us today? We're excited about your recipe.
Global namaste to everybody watching, and all of you, thank you so much for introducing me so wonderfully, and Happy New Year. Yes, I'm going to be creating a Chinese congee for you today. And it's going to be very wholesome. It's a dish that a lot of the Chinese eat when they are unwell or sick, or just something to get them back on track. It's almost like the Indian khichdi, but a Chinese version. So it's their version of a khichdi, I suppose. So it's a congee. It's very flavorful, and I'm going to be making a mushroom congee today. And anybody that knows me knows that I'm obsessed with mushrooms. I just think they are so versatile and wonderful, and they have so much flavor and umami flavor. I'm going to be working with a lot of different types of mushrooms today. And I'm going to also create an Asian greens recipe for you as well, just to go on the side.
Lovely. We're excited.
I'm going to start with saucepan. So I'm just going to turn this on.
Can we put the picture?
And so I'm going to add in some already washed rice. Now this is a short grain rice. Feel free to use any rice that you want. But I'm using a short grain rice because it's a little bit more starchy. Now this dish is not alkaline, as you know, it's got starch in it, but sometimes we do need a little bit of starch and stuff in our body. But the main thing about this dish is that the rice has been washed out like 7 or 8 times. So I've really got rid of that excess starch from this dish. So all you're left with is the nutrients of the rice, hopefully. So that's one way of eliminating a lot of the like the arsenic and things like that you often find in rice. So I'm just going to add the water in along with the rice. I'm also going to add a few aromatics to this dish, just to season it and to give it a little bit of a lift. So the main thing with this dish is that you want to add a good amount of water. And now I'm going to prep a few things. So hopefully you can see this, this chopping board. Oh, the other thing I'm going to add is some mushroom stock. Now, I have had 2 different types of mushrooms soaking in some hot water over here. So as you can see, there's some white oyster mushrooms, or also known as pearl oyster mushrooms, and some shiitake mushrooms. Now, if you can't get these fresh, the best thing to do with this is soak this in hot liquid and allow it to steep for about at least half an hour. This one's been soaking for about 3 hours. And actually, you can use the liquid that it's been soaking in. That's the mushroom broth that I'm going to be using today. And the main reason I'm using mushrooms is because A, it's vegetarian and vegan, and B, mushrooms are very, very good for our health. They're very medicinal in a lot of ways. And I'm going to be kind of sharing with you some of those medicinal properties in a little while. So depending on what mushrooms you have, the medicinal properties are going to be different. Now, I could only find a few different varieties in the market, dried and fresh. So what I do is I'm going to be using a mushroom powder, which I actually buy as a mushroom supplement because it helps with like hormone regulation, immunity building. It's good for so many different things. It's good for anti-inflammatory properties. So I have just opened up one of those capsules and I've taken the mushroom powder from it, and it's got things like cordyceps and chaga mushrooms and reishi mushrooms, and these are all very medicinal mushrooms. So I'm just going to add that to the broth, and it also adds a really, really beautiful flavor to the congee as well. Now, typically congee is made with like chicken usually, and that's how it's mainly eaten, a chicken congee, but I am obviously substituting the chicken with mushrooms today.
Alicia, congee, or chuk, as we call it in China, is essentially a comforting porridge with many, many faces. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely. It's very, very comforting, and it is like a porridge, you're right.
Yeah.
It's like, so the reason I've added so much water to this is because I actually want to dry out the rice. I actually want there to be some liquid left at the end of this, like you would find in a porridge, like you would find in like an oat porridge or a wheat porridge, you know, dalia as we call it in India. So same concept here, we're leaving a lot of that water in, and we want to almost overcook this rice. You know, we want the rice to break down, we want the starches to break down and release into the water. So that's exactly what we're doing. We're making a porridge. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think in Indian, we call it khichdi. Is that what you would say it? Or I mean, in Sindhi, we say khichdi.
Yes. So khichdi is, I would say the Chinese congee and Indian khichdi are very, very similar. But they don't have the same seasonings and flavors of that manner, but they do have a similar like porridge texture. And the other thing with khichdi is that you have lentils along with rice, so that's the only difference. With the juk or the congee, it is it's just the rice along with your protein of choice, so, you know, your chicken, and in this case using mushrooms.
It's more of a clean food, you know.
Yes, absolutely. And khichdi as well. We eat khichdi when we're sick. In India, it's usually a dish that's eaten when, you know, you're feeling a bit under the weather, you know, or something like that. So similar concept. The Chinese usually eat congee when, you know, they are trying to recover or heal from something. And it's got lots of medicinal properties. I'll walk you through those medicinal properties as I'm going along. And as you can see, I'm just chopping up the mushrooms at the moment. So I've got a few different types of mushrooms here, as you can see. So I've got the oyster mushroom, which is one of my favorite mushrooms. Honestly, it's so flavorful. And I think the last time I was on Healing Our Earth, I was doing a mushroom pie, and I spoke about oyster mushrooms and how they taste like chicken almost when you cook them down. So it's a great alternative for vegans and vegetarians, if who transitioned from a non-vegetarian to a vegetarian or vegan diet.
Yes.
Or
That's exactly right. I remember the comparison that you put forth as far as the white mushroom, saying that, because it's essentially bland and the texture is so reminiscent of chicken, so it takes on any flavor you want to add to that,
Yes, and you said it just sort of takes on the flavor of things. So you can really season your oyster mushroom with anything, with your chicken seasoning, even if you want. And
Right.
then you can fry them like you would fry chicken, and then you would have a very, very similar texture, very similar flavor, and it just reminds you of maybe those foods that you once used to eat and that can no longer eat, and you're doing it for you can either be doing it for dietary reasons, or you could be doing it for health benefits. You could be doing it for you can obviously the main reason people go vegan is because of the animal cruelty reasons as well. That's a big reason why I went vegan.
Absolutely.
Enjoy your food, so why not?
I think I really, sorry, Seema. I think I really like the added use of mushroom powder, not just because it enhances much more flavor, but I don't know, there's that texture and the essence of the mushroom powder, and then it tends to take on and just kick up a dish, whatever you're putting it in. What are your thoughts on the usage of mushroom powder here?
So mushroom powder, yeah, I would agree with you. It just brings a whole new element of mushrooms to the dish. Mushrooms, when they're dehydrated, they have a lot more flavor, I feel, rather than fresh mushrooms. I'm just going to turn this heat down now that it's come to a rapid boil. Sorry, back to the mushroom powder. Yes, it's a lot concentrated. It's a lot more umami, if you will. It's got that really pungent umami kick to it, which is what we find with meat a lot of the times. And again, it's something I spoke about last time I was on. About the fact that we're on these plant-based diets, but mushrooms are not plants. They're fungi, and there are a whole other species of microorganisms in themselves. But mushrooms are just, they fascinate me so much. I've started studying a lot about mushrooms and mycology and how they grow, and how they balance our environment, and how they're so good for our environment, because a lot of mushrooms actually tend to grow on byproducts of like agricultural waste and things like that, and how they use the soil or the tree bark to grow from it. So if you can imagine a microorganism, being able to break down a lot of that and form this magical, beautiful cluster of mushrooms or whatever it is, imagine what that's being able to do for your body. It's also going to be able to break down a lot of toxins in your body, and that's primarily what mushrooms do and why they're so medicinal. They're not plants, but I think they're more fascinating than plants in a lot of ways, personally.
Yeah, but just for the purpose of wellness and healing, here we talk about comforting porridge with many faces, and then we combine the assimilation and the harmony of digestion with the infusion of mushrooms and the essence of mushrooms. I mean, what could be a better medicinal purpose than these two elements that you have conjured up here for us?
Yeah.
I mean, for all purposes, whatever it is, whether it's your immune system or inflammation, digestion, what have you. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely. And each mushroom, like I said, provides a different medicinal property. They're all made differently. They all use different substrates that they grow from, and so they all provide different minerals, different health benefits, so on and so forth. And so you really have such. And that's why I used the mushroom powder, because I've taken it from a supplement, which I take sometimes, and it just has like 7 different types of mushrooms that you wouldn't get in a normal grocery store. They're not necessarily gourmet mushrooms, but they are medicinal mushrooms. And even the shiitake mushroom that we so often use in Chinese cooking and Southeast Asian cooking, that's very medicinal too. And so are the oyster mushrooms, and they have great flavors as well. So, you know, a lot of times, often when people tell me, I just don't like mushrooms, I don't like the texture, I don't like the flavor, I don't like this, I don't like that. And I think to myself, well, how many varieties of mushrooms have you tried? You know, have you only tried that one white button mushroom that you get at your supermarket, or have you explored some more from your, you know, your farmer's market or something? And oftentimes people will tell me, oh, I haven't even tried more than maybe 2 or 3 varieties of mushrooms, not even more than 1 usually. So I would say, you know, be a little bit more experimental. It's so, the flavor of mushrooms and what they can bring to your diet and your lifestyle and your culinary experience is something magical. You can make, you know, mock chicken out of it. You can make, you know, portobello steaks out of them. You can make, you know, lion's mane is another one that just has a beautiful texture when you cook it. And they take on this imitation of meat almost, but they're not meat. So I'm obsessed with mushrooms, as you can see.
No, Alicia, I mean, you being the aficionado for mushrooms, I wonder if you have tried a variety of them just to, you know, dehydrate them yourself. And if so, what has your experience been in that area?
Yeah, the ones that I have tried are the ones that I'm showing you today, and the ones that I'm most familiar with. So I have dehydrated. Oh, sorry. I have rehydrated them. Did you ask me if I had dehydrated them myself? Yeah, no, I haven't actually dehydrated any mushrooms myself yet. No.
Okay.
But usually you can find the dehydrated versions in the market or at an Chinese grocery store. So it's worth taking a trip down to your Asian grocery store to finding, you know, things that they have. I even found this dehydrated black fungus as well. And
really? Oh, fun.
I was wondering, I was second guessing.
Can you hold that up to the camera so we can have a peek for the viewers?
That's what we get in Hong Kong.
Yes.
So I'll take some out, and this is what they look like. And it's just
look at them.
Yeah, they're beautiful. And you know, I was wondering whether or not to put them into my congee. They just they add too much. So I was maybe thinking, you know, I've got so many different varieties of mushrooms.
Right.
I might leave this one out, but feel free to experiment. You know.
Yes. Yes.
With things.
I would love your views when you get a chance about the different, you know, the varieties of mushroom powder and what you would suggest for our viewers to think of purchasing if it comes to that, because it's truly an amazing element to Asian cooking, you know, and for medicinal purposes, of course, you know.
Absolutely. I will let you know if I have to dehydrate and, you know, grind up my own mushrooms.
Perfect.
Like I said, I have this supplement which has like 7 different types of mushrooms in it. So as soon as that gets over, I might try some of that for sure. So the next thing I want to actually add is ginger to my broth because again, extremely good for your health, but also it just gives this such a lift and such a body. And I'm going to add the other aromatic I'm going to be adding is the spring onion or your green onion, you know. And I'm just going to take a little bit of this green onion. And these are my 2 aromatics. This is what I'm going to be seasoning or putting into my broth for that extra flavor. So I just want to give this a little bruising with the back of my knife to, you know, release some of those natural oils and things like that. And I'm just going to throw those right in and give that a good mix. Make sure nothing is sticking to the bottom. So as you can see, this congee is you know, it's the rice is pretty much cooked, but I want to let this go for a little bit longer because I want all the rice grains to break down to become like a porridge, if you will, like you said earlier. Now, the other few things I want to add is some salt, of course, to season, and just adjust the salt to your seasoning. I'm using pink Himalayan salt over here. If you know me, you know that I don't ever use table salt in my cooking. I find it's just not natural, and I find that the earth has made you know, salt for us naturally, and so I'm just going to trust nature in that sense and use that. And there's lots of health benefits to using sea salt and rock salt. They provide a lot of minerals as well, so it's very good to use Himalayan rock salt, which is what I'm using. And the last thing I'm going to be putting into my congee is some wakame seaweed. Again, high mineral content. Anything from the sea, any sea vegetable, any sea moss or nori sheets or wakame seaweed, even kombu. Kombu is another one. I couldn't find any kombu. Otherwise, I would have used that in this recipe, but I'm substituting it for some wakame seaweed. And it's going to add a really, really beautiful, another umami taste to the broth. But it's also going to provide you with lots of minerals. It's got a very, very high mineral content. So I'm just going to be adding, and these are dehydrated wakame, and they will just come back to life when I add them into some water. But I'm adding them straight into the broth, so they will cook while everything else is cooking as well.
So you don't have to soak them initially?
No, so these ones, funnily enough, these ones are very, very quick to come back to life. And it literally just says on the packet that you can boil them straight away without soaking them. And 3 minutes later, you've got some wakame, and you can add that to salads. You can add that to like veggies or like side dishes, like your greens. And so these really take no time at all. And I'm just going to cover that up and allow everything to come together.
Right.
Yeah. I've also got I've got a few more types of mushrooms because I feel like this is really, these are enoki mushrooms. They're very, very thin, and they've got some small caps on top. I'm going to use half of this bunch because I've got quite a lot. Now, these are not medicinal mushrooms, but like all mushrooms, they're very good for you. Mushrooms are, in my opinion, the best natural source of vitamin D. So, you know, a lot of us Asians and a lot of Africans as well, a lot of people of color specifically, we have the highest vitamin D deficiencies in the world. And our body is not being able to absorb the vitamin D from the sun effectively because of our diets. And so if you go on a whole food diet, you know, any whole food diet, then your body will be able to absorb vitamin D better, you know, with the help of calcium and zinc, which again is naturally occurring in a lot of plant-based foods. I'm just tearing these up or separating them from their root, and I'm just adding those in. And these mushrooms really take no time at all. They are so delicate, and they will cook very, very quickly.
Yeah, so you know what I do? I typically use them as garnish because, you know, they take literally seconds, and then they have a nice texture, a nice color against the dark mushrooms, shiitake. So they make a good contrast when you're plating, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, for garnish, do you fry them or do you boil them? How do you prepare yours?
Both ways, you know, sometimes a stir fry, sometimes a quick deep fry in and out, really, for that crunch. It just makes a lovely little nest on top of the, like I said, those colors contrast well, dark with the light, you know.
Okay, wonderful. I've heard that these enoki mushrooms can be used as a spaghetti replacement if you don't want to eat carbs. Because they're stringy like spaghetti, but you know they don't break down or they don't go entirely mushy like you know other vegetables. So they can be used as like a spaghetti replacement almost. I've never tried it before, but I've heard about that as well.
Well, they're really great as a yin and yang with raw, zucchini spirals. And you make a nice, lovely marinara sauce, and you add in the gnocchi mushrooms, and you just bring this all together. And it works like a spaghetti, and it's got that perfect, element of raw and cooked. And when speaking about mushrooms, I did want to add something over here, that mushrooms are actually, some forms of mushrooms are adaptogens. For example, ashwagandha, it's known as Indian ginseng, and it has been used in many applications and herbal medicines, and it's native to India, Africa, and of course the Middle East. And many of you will ask me, what is an adaptogen, right? So an adaptogen is something that helps you manage your stress. Now, ashwagandha is great for cognitive health, great for brain support. It's an energy booster. It's great for health and stress management. And it's also very good for those of you out there who have sleeping problems, insomnia. It's great for improved sleep. I just recently completed my Ayurvedic nutrition, and this is something I learned. And the perfect prescription towards, cognitive and brain support and good sleep is actually an adaptogen like ashwagandha, or also, an herb known as Brahmi. But of course, having said that, I wouldn't advise anyone to just go out and purchase a bottle of ashwagandha tablets or powder and Brahmi and just start ingesting it. It's always very advisable to seek specialist advice, before you start any herbal, I would say any kind of medication at all. But yes, if you want to get the natural form of adaptogens as well, I do feel that shiitake mushrooms are great for immune health as well. And you're using those today, aren't you, Alicia?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why I used them. They're great for immune function.
And for all the ladies out there, they have great anti-aging properties. They're good for your heart health, liver health, and it's full of antioxidants. B vitamins as well. Shiitake is known to be very, very, very high in B vitamins, and they're also said to be good for lowering cholesterol. So it's what you've done is you've created this beautiful, delicious dish that has all these meaty flavors. Kiran, wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
Meaty mushroom flavors, but you don't feel guilty having it because it's got so many benefits.
Yes. But Seema, I have started exploring the idea of mushroom tea, just to sip on it at night before going to bed, because I'm just having problems sleeping, So I thought, let me explore that a little bit and see how it works. What do you think, Alicia, about mushroom tea?
I've heard a lot about mushroom tea. And the reason for that is because it helps your circadian rhythm. And so people tend to drink mushroom tea before bed, at nighttime, so that, it can help with the production of your melatonin. Yes, your melatonin. And, our sleep cycles and our circadian rhythm is responsible for regulating so many things in your body. Reishi mushrooms, I've heard, are very, very good for regulating your circadian rhythm, producing and helps your body produce melatonin as well. It's one of the very, very well-known medicinal mushrooms, reishi mushrooms. So a lot of and it's quite woody and hard, so it's not like the reishi is something that you can use as a gourmet mushroom or something that you would enjoy as a culinary experience, but it's one of those mushrooms that you can release all the medicinal properties if you steep it in hot water. And that's how people, and that's how everybody also uses it in their lifestyles and in their diets and things like that. They'll steep it in some hot water and make a tea out of it. So they'll so with a lot of things, I would recommend steeping and brewing and sitting in hot water rather than rapidly boiling all these medicinal things, because it takes the goodness out of them. So if you steep it or brew it in hot it'll release all the goodness rather than kill the nutritional value, which is also why I've kept this dish on a very, very low flame.
Right, right. And then sieving it. What do you think about sieving it? I prefer to like really have clean food. So I would use like a muslin cloth, you know, traditionally. What are your thoughts on that?
Is that with the tea? Would you strain
Yes,
the tea?
with the tea, going back to the mushroom tea.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, I think if you get the little bits of mushroom, they can be quite strong.
Yes,
So,
exactly. Exactly. You just want something soothing and relaxing, not something that you're going to be, you know, picking out your between your teeth or choking on something, you know. You don't want any graininess, just a silky smoothness just before you retire, right?
I would probably do the same thing. I would strain it. Yes.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Another thing I would really, really like to point out, and this is for both women, if you're having problems with hormone regulation, you know, whether you're a teenager, whether you're middle-aged, whether you are, you know, an elderly person, if you're having trouble producing, you know, the right hormone levels and things like that, mushrooms, very specific mushrooms are very, very good hormone regulators. That's why a lot of them are used as supplements as well, to try and regulate progesterone, testosterone, estrogen, and all those things, and even your thyroid hormone as well.
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
And again, the thyroid hormone as well is regulated by, again, your circadian rhythm and your
exactly.
Everything connects in the body.
So many things. I think that's what Seema was referring to, essentially, that it's good for women, you know, the whole thyroid and ageless thing, you know.
It's great for women's health. You know, what I wanted to add here is, we're speaking of the circadian rhythms, and I'm very big on having a cup of chamomile tea at night or using herbs and spices for immunity. So sometimes I'll have a cardamom tea or a star anise tea or a cinnamon tea, especially if I've had a nice big sugary dessert, then I just try to rebalance with a cinnamon tea. But having said that, I've never really tried a mushroom tea. So that's on my to-do list.
Yeah, maybe we can come back to Alicia later on, you know, and send her a little chat and ask her, like, you know, we've seen this, we found this, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that? Rather than going and trying so many different things that's out there in the market, you know.
You know, she's our little healing our earth budding expert. Believe you me, she's got such a wealth of knowledge and information. She's the perfect person to reach out to. And when we spoke about circadian rhythms, there's something I want to add over here. It's not about mushrooms, but yes, it's very important for us to observe, you know, dinacharyas, you know, and circadian rhythms comes under that umbrella. I mean, sleeping at 10:30 at night, not later than 11:30, waking up just before sunrise, you know, practicing meditation, you know, oil pulling, you know, taking in some sesame oil into your mouth and just, you know, swishing it around your mouth for about a minute to start with, and build it up to 5 minutes. It pulls out all the toxins. It is at sunrise, just before sunrise, kapha, which is one of the metabolic types. Kapha is prominent at that time extensively within your body. So what you want to do, you want oil pull to release all that excess kapha. Then we talk about tongue scraping. You know, the prescription is a whole prescription. And I would say the night prescription of a mushroom tea, or perhaps ashwagandha, for example, you know, Indian ginseng, which is also a shroom, is the perfect prescription, you know, for good sleep. Because when you have a good night's sleep, your body resets, you know, your body's had that time to rest. And you need that rest for your immune function. What is our immune function, really, Kiran and Alicia? Our immune system can be viewed as these little warriors, right? Which within our system that are fighting battles with the outside invaders of viruses and bacteria, right? So we really want to nourish that system. We want to keep it strong. It's so important for us to keep our immune system strong, especially during this current time, during this pandemic. It is fundamental that we nourish our immune system. How do we do that? You know, I think this perfect prescription of, mushroom tea and ashwagandha tea, reishi is fantastic. It's such a great idea. Waking up before sunrise, eating healthy. Kiran, I know you're really big on a lot of health elements. You worked with one of a very famous hospital as well in Bay Area.
Right.
And you implemented a lot of healthy eating techniques. What more can you share with us, Alicia and Kiran, during this very trying time that we're going through? How can we fire up that immune system? I say keep your Agni, your digestive fire, strong. Have lots of ginger and turmeric to eliminate ama, which is ama basically, as per Ayurveda, is undigested food that gets stored in your cellular system. So what ginger and turmeric do is that they scrape out the ama, they scrape out all the toxins. I also emphasize on high prana foods. Foods that are very, we speak a lot in Chinese, in the traditional Chinese medicine, about qi, which is life force energy or prana. How to have prana-rich foods. Eat foods that are consumed within 4 hours of being cooked. Have them fresh, number one. Eat high prana foods like green mung beans, or others things. But I can go on and on. I'm so passionate about this, but I can see that Alicia has brought a beautiful congee in front of us.
Let's go back to Alicia, but I want to come back to what you've been saying later on, Seema, but let's look at Alicia for now. Hey, that's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
So, Alicia, do you have black and white sesame seeds there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes, sesame seeds, great for calcium, funnily enough. And they're just delicious. I mean, I think sesame seeds, the little seeds that they are, they can just do so many things. They're responsible for such amazing foods in different cultures. You've got Greek Turkish halwa, you've got you've got gachak in India, you've got so many things. You've got tahini, which is like liquid gold to me. I just love it in my hummus and salads and things. And it's very, very prominent in Chinese cooking. So I've actually added a little bit of toasted sesame oil over the top because I love the toasted sesame flavor in the dish. And then I sprinkle some white and black sesame seeds. And the last thing I'm going to do for garnish is to just finally sprinkle it with some green onions or spring onions over the top. And this is your very, very healthy, very comforting, anti-inflammatory medicinal congee or jug.
And she's taken us back to the Far East, hasn't she?
She has. That's absolutely delicious. We just want to dive in there, Seema, don't we?
Beautiful dish.
That's
Really
gorgeous.
Thank you. I'm glad it looks good, and and I just, it's got so much umami in it, so I wish I could send some over to all of you to give it a try. It's really something magical that I've
Well, Alicia, when you're next in the UK, you're coming over to make this for me, that's for sure.
Absolutely, I would love to.
I think I like the texture of this congee. It's kind of like al dente. It has a little bite to it, I'm not a big fan of mushy things, so this is more appealing to me.
Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen some congees which are like a lot of they're very, very soupy almost. And I have overcooked the rice, so it is mushy. So let's say you've got like a sore throat or something, you can't swallow maybe your typical solid foods, which is why we have khichdi as well. But congee is great. And if you want some, Chinese flavors, you can add some soy sauce in here if you want. It's you can add that as a topping. I wouldn't cook with it, but you can add that as a topping. I've left it out because I just feel like the ginger, the spring onion, the toasted sesame, and the mushroom broth and the seaweed in here, the wakame seaweed. There's just so much going on. I didn't want to. I don't want to overseason, my food, because I believe there is such a thing as overseasoning as well. But then you can't taste individual flavors. So so I've kept it very simple, and really this only took me half an hour to make. You can cook this even more if you want to, but I've left it at this because I'm going to also move on to another recipe, the Asian greens. But I wanted to come back to your conversation, Seemaji. What was your question earlier?
Southeast Asian cuisine. What I wanted to say is that I wanted to add that congee actually is very good for lactating mothers. The Indian tradition, for example, has a lot of lovely sweet things they give you when you've just had your delivery, like they have, and the Sindhi tradition and the Punjabi tradition, and of course every culture in the world has some magical recipe or the other that's just perfect for a mother. So we do something with we call it goond. Now correct me if I'm wrong, is that gum arabica? Goond, it's a sticky gum that you deep fry and it explodes, and we have goond bark. In Gujarat, they have something called katlu. In Punjab, we have something called panjiri. They all have this sticky goond in it that's very, very good for lactating mothers. They had a lot of cumin as well, because cumin's very good for milk production. But the Chinese way, so with one daughter, I went the Indian way. And with the other daughter, I said, okay, now I'm in Hong Kong, and I had made a lot of Chinese friends, and they said, no, la, you have to have congee la, it's very good la. And they really put a lot of ginger in it, so to warm up your system. And I want to share this with all of you. It's a very lovely story. So in Hong Kong, actually, when you've had your delivery, you're not supposed to have a bath until you get discharged from the hospital. They don't let traditionally the ladies have a bath. They say you have to stay without a bath. And I was like, ew, no ways. That's not happening with me. And the nurses would tell me in the hospital, no, Mrs. Patiala, no la, body will get cold la. And I said, no la, I'm going for my bath. But when I came back home, this very good friend of mine came with a mother with this pot full of ginger water. Pots full of ginger water infused with a lot of lemon. She said, you have to have a bath with this.
Right.
Because it warms up your bones and it's got a lot of chi. And again, coming back to Ayurveda, ama, your body's going to absorb it through your skin, which is the largest organ in your body. And they told me, keep drinking ginger tea. And she kept sending me these different congees. Some had red dates in them because they were very good for blood production, and lotus seeds and ginger and mushrooms, funnily enough, and of course, a lot of other different ingredients. But having said that, both directions, I went the Indian one way, the Chinese influence had taken over the second time. Both work. They're magical.
And you have lovely girls, both of them.
They love Chinese food, and they speak Mandarin as well. Do you know what they do? I have to share this. This is quite funny. Whenever they don't want mommy or daddy to understand what they're saying, they take off in Mandarin.
I love it.
We're both lost over there. We just look at each other. We were in Shanghai, and the menu, we went at this restaurant, and sometimes, English can be a problem. And they said, no problem, just give us the menu. And they ordered everything for us. They're very good at Mandarin. That's a blessing in some cases and not so much in others, especially when they're whispering away and they don't want their parents to know what they're saying. Alicia, I can see those greens, those vibrant greens. Is that choy sam over there, or is it mustard greens?
Is it Kailan? Which one is it?
Kailan, you're right.
Kailan.
Kailan is my favorite. That's why I was able to recognize it. So was it easy to get Kailan for you there?
So I had to search for them. I can't lie. I went to a market in Delhi, which pretty much stocks everything that they're looking for. And they have it also depends on the season that you're in. I'm so happy that Gailan is actually in season. This is also known as Chinese broccoli. There's so many different names for it, but it is amazing. It's like, I'll try and pick up one for you, just for you to have a look. It's Chinese broccoli, and it's got that similar stem as the broccoli, but it doesn't have that, broccoli floret. I'm not sure if it produces a floret if it keeps growing, but it comes with these leaves, and the stem of this vegetable is incredibly sweet. And it tastes like broccoli, but it just has like 10 times more flavor. I much prefer this. It's delicious.
Right. But the Kailan stems depends on the thickness, the greenness, the sweetness, wherever it's coming from. Sometimes they can tend to be quite fibrous. So typically, do you remove the fibrous skin, the peel, or do you leave it as is and let it cook down in itself?
So I actually remove these thicker bits at the bottom, because as you can see, they are dried out.
Right.
Typically, and they will have a thick layer of this skin. I don't know if you can see that.
I can.
Going around. And so a lot of people, what they do is they will peel off the skin and they can't use the rest. I just tend to find that they're so fibrous. So I will use the thinner ones, the thinner stems like this, because I believe they're very, very sweet. So
yes, they are.
That's what I try not to waste. I try to use as much of the stem as possible, as well as the leaves. I've not had Gailan very much, but I've been experimenting with it recently, and it's just incredible. I need to add it to my regular diet. It's so good.
It's my absolute favorite Chinese green, Asian green vegetable. I tend to cook the whole thing. We don't typically get the thick stem like broccoli. And the sweetness, you'll see it'll come out when you prepare it on high heat with a little bit of oil, And then I'm going to wait. I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm going to wait and see how you present this and cook it.
I do have a curiosity question for Alicia.
Yes.
Did you go to Sarojini Nagar?
No, I went to INA Market.
Oh yes, you get everything there.
Yeah, everything.
Everything.
But you really have to look around, because it's I think it's quite a big market. Like, I didn't even get to like 1/4 of the market, But I guess in most like big cities, you have a place where you can typically go to.
Right.
You can find your exotic fruit and veg, or your ingredients that you may not usually get in your city, just at the normal grocery store. So that's what I went. I went and picked out some. I was hoping I'd find some Gailan, but really, you know what? If you can't find Gailan, or if you can't find Chinese broccoli, you can use choy sum. You can use bok choy. You can use any Asian green. You can even use Indian mustard greens if you're in India.
Morning glory.
Yes, morning glory is delicious.
It is.
I believe it's a summer vegetable, but if you can find it off season, that's a great one to eat as well. So I've just added. This is a really, really quick recipe. It's like a quick 7-minute recipe. I've just added some sesame oil again. I've added some spring onions and ginger. And those again are my 2 aromatics. I'm going through the same theme over here. And then I'm just going to add a whole bunch of this Chinese broccoli. Actually, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the stems, because they do take a little bit more time to cook. So I'm going to add in the stems first, and then I'm going to add in the leaves right at the end, because they do reduce after a while very, very quickly. And the stems do take a little bit more time. So I'm going to add in the stems first, and I'm going to give them a little fry. And I hope you can still hear me with all of this noise.
Yes, we can. And Alicia, maybe I'll take a moment right now just to let the viewers know that they can always revisit our recording links on our website, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, just to recap on what's being prepared and and then maybe see some recipes as well when we get to that. Yes. Did you have
What an
anything to
amazing
add to that?
recipe.
Mhm.
What an
Sorry?
amazing recipe, Kiran.
Yes, yes, awesome. Absolutely. Mouth-watering, especially in this weather, it'll keep us warm.
Making me crave a congee right now.
Yeah. So these little suckers do need a little bit of time, before I would drop the leaves in. Would you say that, Alicia?
Yes,
Because
yes.
you want some texture on the leaves as well. So
Yeah, the leaves will literally be done in 2 minutes. The
yeah.
stems take an extra maybe 2 minutes. So this has been on for 2 minutes. I don't like cooking them down to the point where they're completely mush. I do like to leave a little bit of bite.
Of course.
And I'm just going to add in the rest of the leaves. And as you will see, it will reduce down quite a bit. So here we go. So I'm just going to give this a little toss. And another thing, not just for flavor, but also to break down and to release the water from your cooking, is salt.
Mhm.
And you're using Himalayan pink salt?
Yes, I'm using Himalayan pink salt again. And so this will help drain out the moisture, add some flavor. And I've just added a good teaspoon of that. So this will help cook down that lovely green vegetable. And the next thing and the final thing that I am going to add, now I was going to use some agave syrup, which is like, it's making the cactus, and it's really good for you, but I'm going to add some gourd. I'm trying to use local ingredients, and so you can add any type of sweetness here. You can add honey, you can add agave syrup, you can add date syrup, you can add coconut sugar, you can add palm sugar. I'm going to use some gourd, which is it's completely it's not refined at all. It's like natural, unrefined, unprocessed sugar. So this is what we get in India, and I'm just going to add 2 teaspoons of gourd.
Alicia, did you get it in the powdered form or did you pound it down?
I'm sorry?
Did you get it in the powdered form or did you pound it down?
Oh, yes. I got it in the powdered form already, so that it's easier to work with and it dissolves a lot quicker. But you can also get it in like big rocks or balls. You can get them in big cubes. And all you really have to do is just shave, with a big knife. You just have to shave off some pieces and throw that into your food. And again, it dissolves very, very quickly. Now I'm just going to turn this down because I don't want it to burn. As you can see, the color of these greens are lovely and vibrant, and they are almost done. So this was such a quick recipe. It's amazing. This will be ready in 5 minutes, so long as you've got your prep done beforehand. And I'm just going to turn this off, and I'm just going to plate this up.
So Alicia, when you added your aromatics like ginger, now of course, the Indian influence in me speaks very loud as well. So could you add in some red chilies, or as we call it, lachiu? Am I right, Kiran, in Chinese? Lachiu. So could we add in some fresh red chilies, just to give it a kick and perk it up and, get all those elements of cayenne, which are heart healthy, as we know,
You absolutely can. I was actually debating whether or not to use chili. I mean, I like my food really, really spicy, but I thought I'd keep it very simple. But yes, please, if you like spice, sprinkle a bit of cayenne pepper over the top. It's very, very good for you. Cayenne pepper is one of those red peppers, which is very medicinal as well in a lot of ways. And it's not too spicy, but it does add a little bit of a kick. So yeah, of course, cayenne pepper would be great. You can add some chili oil, some Asian chili oil over the top. That would be something that I would do. It's my favorite thing in the world to just add some chili garlic and chili oil into everything that I eat these days. It's like my pleasure.
You know, I can smell that choy, as we call it. Choy is green vegetable in, that's what we say in Cantonese. I can smell that choy straight out of my screen, and it makes two Hong Kongers, and I'm sure everybody else who's watching want to just dive in and come and visit you in Delhi and eat out of your plate. Literally. What beautiful recipes. I have one question. Did you toast the sesame seeds before putting them onto the kailan?
I actually did not, but that would have actually been a good idea. But what I did do is I added some toasted sesame oil.
Perfect.
Beautiful. In the dish itself, so it does have that toasted sesame flavor, which I love. But yes, actually, it would probably have been a good idea to roast these beforehand. Just toast them in a dry pan, especially the white ones, because they become beautifully nutty and aromatic, and that flavor just intensifies. Really, I just did it for garnish as well.
But I think still adding the toasted sesame oil just brings the flavors together. You know, what you presented to us is this beautiful, not so easy, in a span of less than an hour, she's created a fantastic congee laced with all these meaty mushrooms, you know, some adaptogenic elements, you know, like she said, where, you know, the Asian cultures and, you know, the darker skins, we do have a low production of vitamin D. So this is something very healthy to have. Super medicinal, won't you say? And super delicious, Karen.
Yes, and we were talking about banquets and feasts earlier. Don't you think this is a whole banquet feast right there?
Boom. It is, in a way, yes.
It is. Like, yeah, I mean, invite your friends and family over. We've got lots to eat.
Ladies, I was just thinking, what about the same dish with asparagus and broccoli?
Yeah, absolutely. Asparagus
for sure, yes, and broccoli, excellent. You know, chili garlic broccoli and chili garlic asparagus with this amazing. We do a lot of asparagus in the Far East anyway.
Yeah,
and broccoli as well.
Dandelion, you know.
Oh, dandelion.
So there you are, people watching us on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and the website. You can use your healthy ingredients and vegetable anytime you like. Over to you, ladies.
What a wonderful presentation. But, you know, Alicia, before you leave us, I would like to say that you have brought in a beautiful Chinese recipe at such a special time of the year, you know, and it is the year of the tiger. And once again, for those of you who are watching us, especially from the Far East, Gunge Fat Choi, we do have a couple of upcoming events which I'd like to announce. On the 13th of February, we're going to celebrate love and share messages of love, and it's Valentine's Day. Then on the 20th of February, we have a COVID special. You know, so there you are, Valentine's Day, Sunday, 13th February, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT. We have a COVID special, Sunday, 20th February, from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT. Everything COVID, miscellaneous COVID matters. And of course, we're going to dance and swing it with our moves. And we're going to heal with joyful and creative music on Sunday, the 27th of February, 2022, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT. Make a note of it, our viewers, and do join us. We have some exciting things coming up for you. What a wonderful presentation from Alicia Jain from the UK and based in Delhi, bringing in such a beautiful recipe that transports Kiran and I back home to our own Hong Kong. Thank you so much, Alicia. If we can just have one more, we have a peek of your beautiful recipe there. Colorful, beautiful, nutritious, medicinal. Boom. She's done it all in just a span of less than an hour. Thank you, Alicia. A very warm global namaste. Thank you for joining Healing Our Earth today. And keep sharing your wisdom and knowledge. What a beautiful recipe, right?
We won't let Alicia go. Oh, I have to go to India. I got to go see family. Nope, you still got to come and do this. You know,
yes. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Karen, we're so, aren't you reminiscing in Hong Kong right now in your time? Me too. A lot.
Very joyful.
Wonderful recipe, Alicia Jain. Thank you so much. Now, look at that. We went to Mauritius. We learned a lovely, potato dish, sweet potato dish. And we traveled all the way to New Delhi, India with Alicia, and she gave us all this lovely Chinese dish. Look at how we celebrate culture in different countries. Healing Art is so awesome because it takes us all over the world and we learn about all these different elements of food and ingredients. And now we're coming back to the UK with a very charismatic, very dynamic lady by the name of Hasmita Solanki. Now, before I bring her on, I'd like to introduce this lovely lady. Hasmita loves good food and healthy food choices. She's very adventurous in the kitchen, and she's always trying out new recipes with fusion flavors from around the globe. Again, we're celebrating diversity with fusion flavors from around the globe. She's a mom of two, and both her children have different palates, just like mine. In my house, one would want Indian and the other one would want Chinese. I totally get what she goes through. One has allergies and is sensitive to spice, and the other totally wants to embrace foods with flavors. She loves baking, and she's a wonderful baker, and she loves desserts. Professionally, this dynamic lady is a risk management specialist here in London. Getting together with friends over the weekends and family, having giggles, cooking up global cuisines is what Hasmita loves the most. What a lovely, lovely, way of celebrating food. We'd love to have Hasmita on board, but I can see that Alicia is still fiddling around in the kitchen. And now we have Hasmita on screen. A very warm global namaste to you, Hasmita.
A very warm global namaste, Seema and everybody. I'm so excited to be here.
And you love, global flavors and flavors from all around the world. And you saw that congee with the lovely, kailan that Alicia presented to us. And I could see that you were very attentively listening to it all.
Wasn't it amazing?
Amazing. And what I love is what you've done is you're bringing, we're telling a story here, Kiran. This is what I like. It's like you tell these wonderful stories, on your website, www.kiranrobinson.com. We're telling a story. Alicia's brought in this beautiful, Chinese.
It's amazing, Asian. Very inspirational.
And now you're doing something very inspirational for us too. That's continuing the story, isn't it?
Yeah, don't forget magical. She used the word magical as well. So I'm like really excited to look at her demo and hear about what she has for us.
She has a magical.
But you're right. Essentially, it is a story, and there's a continuation here of what Hasmita is about to do with her quinoa.
We're celebrating with quinoa, which has all the South American elements. And I'm big on the Mayan food trail, and or the Incan food trail, if you want to say as well. South American food really tickles me. I really love it, especially the yellow chilies.
I was just going to say it's probably the spicy part of the cuisine that you love most.
Ají amarillo, my favorite.
That's going to be the fun part, right?
And now we have Hasmita with this lovely eggplant dish, which has all these Asian elements to it, and we're really excited. So bring it all on, Hasmita. We're looking forward to all your deliciousness today.
Thank you. Thank you. It's lovely to be here, Seema. Right, so I shall start by preparing the aubergine. I've also, the quinoa takes a long, so my dish today is going to be quinoa on a bed of aubergine, spiced aubergine. Now, quinoa takes a bit of time to cook and prepare. So what I normally do is soak the quinoa overnight and then infuse it in lemon and vegetable stock. Then I allow it to boil for a few hours. So what I've done today is I prepared it very, because we've got shorter time, I've actually prepared my quinoa already. So you can see how beautiful it looks. What I've done is I've mixed 3 types of quinoa. So I've got white, I've got red, and I've got black. Now, depending on what you're preparing, quinoa has different flavors. So white is plain, so it's light in flavors. Red is a bit more sweeter, and black has a bit more tang to it. So depending on what kind of dish you're making. So what I've experimented here is all three together. And with that, so it's just finishing off now, so it's nearly ready. So I'm going to let that simmer for a few more minutes while I prepare the aubergine. Now, you can get different types of aubergines. I've chosen a small one, but I've also got here, you can either go for a large one, and you can get a smaller size as well. Now, there are different variations of how you can cut the aubergine. The way I'm going to show you today is cut it in half, and then I'm going to put the spicy sauce on. And normally you would marinate it for a couple of hours. So I'm going to show you how it's done, and then we'll move on to one that I prepared earlier. So the good thing about aubergine is it's full of iron. It's very healthy. What I normally do is I just take off the end and just tidy it up. That goes. And then literally cut the aubergine in half. Now, Sima, do you know how nutritious aubergine is? It's full of iron, high in fiber. It's absolutely amazing.
Amazing.
So what I've done is I've chopped it in half. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to score it.
How do you tell if eggplant is ready to go from the feel, texture, how, weight? Can you share that?
So normally the eggplant starts off slightly pale, in the color in the aubergine, and then as it ripens, it will go dark. You can see the skin go darker, and it's firm, but it's quite soft. You can feel the inside; it's quite soft. But not too soft, otherwise then it's overripe. So it's firm, right, but it's soft. Also the color changes, it's darker, but you can get aubergines. Do you know there are so many types of aubergines? You can get green, you can get pink, you can get pale, depending on where it's from. Also, interesting information. Did you know an aubergine is known as a fruit? Because yes, it grows as an apple and pear would be, but also because it has seeds inside. And I didn't know that. So that's something new for me that I've learned.
Well, what about the shiny skin thing? Some people say, oh, that the eggplant or aubergine needs to have a shiny surface, pick those firm ones. What are your thoughts regarding picking a shiny versus a dull skin,
So my experience is that the larger ones have shiny skins. The smaller ones can be, what's the word? Matte. And textures are also different. So some aubergines are smooth and rounded. You can get smaller ones which are shaped in, it's almost like a quadrant. So depending on, and then you get small round ones also. So it depends on the variances. And so the smaller the aubergine, some small aubergines are quite sweet. And so going back to various, you can do so much with an aubergine. So Asians, Indians, what we do is we stuff tiny aubergines with spices, onion spices, ginger, garlic, chilies. So that's the Indian version. And then we actually put it in a tomato sauce and we stew it. So that's one way of doing it. So depending on the aubergine itself, so those tend to be matte and smaller. The larger ones tend to be shiny and slightly sweeter, depending on where it's from.
Okay.
What do you say, Seema?
Absolutely, I agree.
That's good. That's good to know. So they're
I love the way you said
an aubergine is that you can do so much with it. So you can make Chinese with it, Indian with it. You can put it in lasagnas. You can bake it. So it's a very, very versatile vegetable.
And you're scoring them right now?
So what I'm doing is I'm scoring the aubergine. So what I will do is I've scored it. Now I'm going to make the spicy paste. Now the spicy paste is going to be made of I forgot what this is now. I've gone blank now. See, girls, I've gone absolutely. So miso paste.
Okay.
So 1 tablespoon of miso paste. And so miso is also very healthy. It's made out of soybean. It's blended. It's mushed up, and it's very good in nutrients and very healthy for you. Then I'm going to add a tablespoon of tahini. Tahini is sesame seed blended. Because, again, short of time, I've already blended the sesame seed into a paste, as you can see. So
just for our American viewers, may I just clarify, it's miso paste we're talking about. It's just, I love the British accent, miso.
1 tablespoon. I can't hear you. The volume seems to be
too low.
Below, yeah. So just 1 sec. We're just adjusting the volume.
Okay. Don't worry about what I said. It was not relevant.
Can you hear me now? I think that's better. So 1 tablespoon of miso paste.
Right.
And a tablespoon of tahini.
Perfect.
And to that, I'm going to add garlic, so fresh garlic, and I just really put it into a paste. And then in it goes. And again, the same, what I'm going to do is with ginger. Can you see I'm just grating the ginger? And I don't put too much ginger in because ginger can be quite strong. And not everybody prefers the ginger in large quantities. So really just a ½ teaspoon of that. And then what I'm going to add is some fresh orange. So what I do is I cut the orange in half. And here all I'm doing is just...
Is this to lend some sweetness?
I think it puts a bit of sweetness and also tangy in it as well. You can put lemon, but I prefer to put orange in. It puts a bit of sweetness in it, but it also has the citrus in it as well. And the sweetness of it is the maple syrup. You can either use maple syrup or honey. I'm actually using maple syrup today. Just a teaspoon. I don't like it too sweet. And I'm going to put a bit of sesame oil in. Again, the reason I put the sesame oil in is because an aubergine, when you're actually cooking it, can get a bit dry. So that oil just helps it keep moist and doesn't dry out. And also what I'm putting in here is some chopped red chilies.
Okay. Where's Seema? Seema, your red chilies are on.
I'm very much here.
Your red chilies are on.
She said, Hasita, don't forget the red chilies, right?
I'm just so deep into this recipe and I'm looking at Hasita and it looks so delicious.
So you can use sesame seeds, but I crush them and put them in the paste, but you can crush them slightly so they're broken slightly, but we can mix them in. So it's personal choice. I prefer to mush it up. So the paste is now ready. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. Sorry.
You could have that paste on its own.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
So what I normally do is open it up slightly so the aubergine is split slightly so that the pores are open and you can actually put the filling in. And you can use your own flavors if you want to put more of the miso in, more of the spices in. You can, vary this in all sorts of ways. We can also, I mean, Indian spices. Give this to, you know, as Seema would say, somebody from Africa, and they'll put all the spices in, right, Seema?
Absolutely. We people from Africa, we love our spices and we love our pili pili. I always say that, which is our chilies. You know what I love over here is the way you're just putting everything in, and miso. When you speak of miso, as we say in the Far East, it's a fermented food, right? It's fermented soybean paste, and it's really very high in probiotics. Am I right, Kiran? Very healthy.
Correct.
Very high in probiotics.
Seema, I never used to be very good with miso and things like that, and now I've really got into it, and I really enjoy actually cooking with it. But I love the flavor also. I love, you know, the flavors are just fantastic when you actually fuse them in with other ingredients.
Miso and orange, what a beautiful combination.
Love the combination.
It
But
goes
look
so well.
at the attributes of the eggplant itself. I mean, it's a great source of iron, and it's rich with amino acids. And then now we're adding our exotic miso dressing to it. You know, it's fibrous. You know, a little fibrous the skin can be, but then there are ways to cook the eggplant where it can just melt in your mouth. You know, properly done. You know. Absolutely. It's
So you're right, Kiran. In the texture can be, as you said, in the way it's cooked. But I love aubergine, and I find that there are so many things that you can do with aubergine, and plus the high source of iron. I mean, it's just amazing. You can get more in this than you would doing certain other vegetables, which I think is really important. Can you smell the chilies? Look, Seema, your chilies. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Now I'm a happy bunny. Now I'm a happy bunny. Thank you. I love my chilies. And the thing with aubergine is, you know, it's very quick to cook. It's very quick
That's
to
what I was
cook.
going to say. Absolutely, you're spot on. You know, also this is when you're in a rush and you're working and you want something done quickly. Oops. Then it doesn't take long.
It's the perfect prescription for any busy mom, I'd say, you know.
It is, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And also aubergine doesn't take long to cook. The only part of this is the quinoa that takes long to cook. And the best part of it is that if you soak it overnight, I soak it in lemon, and then the next day, slow cook it for a couple of hours in vegetable stock. And I find that is quite good because it means you've prepared it. And you can also, quinoa, you can actually bake a few days beforehand. So that if you've done a bulk lot, then it means that, you know, you can freeze it, put it in the fridge, have it after a few days, and it's great. So that doesn't take the time away when you're in a rush. And then the aubergine doesn't take long. What I normally do is I leave this for a couple of hours. So I let it soak in a dish, and then what I do is bake it. But there's also another variant. I'm going to put this here. There's also another variant which I have got. Is another way. I've sliced the aubergines, done them earlier so that I can show you. But you can also do the same thing by slicing the aubergines and putting the paste in between. I'm just going to show you on one. Basically, what you do is you can actually paste it, and then put it there, and then paste the other side. And you don't need so much on these because then you wrap them into cling film, like so, and then you can leave them for a while. I'm going to leave that there, and here's one I made earlier. So I've done this one.
Lovely. Look at that. Look at that.
What I've done is I've soaked one already, and I'm going to show you the other option of cooking the aubergine. So the other one will keep for marinate for an hour or so, or even 20 minutes if you're in a rush. And then you can either put it in the oven or you can put it in the grill, whatever your preference is. Whereas this one is going to be actually cooked on the stove. So what I'm going to do, I'll take my quinoa off and I can put this on. Let me just turn it on. And then you can either use sesame oil, or you can use, I love my avocado oil, so I Avocado is always my best friend.
Very healthy avocado oil.
Yes. So I just enjoy cooking with avocado, but you can use, this is the sesame oil you can use, and just heat this up. And basically all I do is, the idea is this, then you get a different charcoal effect. And what it's just a different way of cooking the aubergine. But this just makes it a bit more crispy as an aubergine itself.
And it should cook relatively fast because of the size of the slices.
You're absolutely right, Kieran. You've got it spot on. This is when you're in a rush, then you can actually, quickly put them on, and then within a few minutes, they're ready.
And you've got the perfect prescription for a busy mom, and Hasmita is a risk management specialist, as you know.
There you go.
And she's got a very busy schedule. So you think she's got something healthy, fresh, that's ready, delicious, absolutely delicious, on a bed of quinoa, which is so high in protein, you know, and she's fusing all these different elements of Asia into South America.
I love it. Yeah.
Diversity through cuisine again, as we said. And a delicious, I just love this recipe. This is something I must make.
Awesome. No, I'm going to do the same. So a quick question, just in case our viewers are thinking, how do you prevent the eggplant from oxidizing, you know, when you're pre-prepping?
So the trick behind that is to, I'm going to start just dishing this out so I can show you how I've prepared the other one. So a good trick on that is oil, salt, and if it's an Indian dish, we normally put turmeric on.
Yes.
So if you actually soak it in any of those, then that will prevent it from going brown. Also, lemon will help it also. So lemon, oil, and spices will help that from staying it in its original color.
And then just drain everything out, pat it dry, and ready to go.
Yes. Okay. You'll notice that in this one, I've made the sauce a bit more liquidy because for the pure reason that when you grill these on their own, as opposed to the whole aubergine, what happens is it'll dry quicker. So having that moisture is important so that you have more when you're actually frying them. And when they actually are finished, then they're crispy, but they're also soft, which is quite important. Yeah.
Right.
Reminds me of a Bengali dish that we make. It's called Bengan Bhaja. You know, and they marinate the aubergine discs with turmeric, and then they dip them in a spiced gram flour, and they just pan fry them, and you have them with rice and lentils. It's absolutely yummy. You know, Bengan Bhaja. It's and here you brought in all these Far Eastern flavors, and you brought in miso, which is so great. You know, I'm quite big on miso as well, and miso and orange, that goes so well together.
I wasn't very good on miso, so it's really a learning thing. But here's one that I made earlier, so that to say,
lovely. Look at that, Kieran. Just look at that.
So there you go. So that's when it actually is the whole the aubergine as a whole.
Yeah, that's your vegan platter right there. Vegan platter. You've got your protein. You've got your carbs, starch.
And then with this, I'm going to season it with spring onions. And we all love our coriander.
Or the Kenyan in me loves the coriander.
Yes, me too. I love the coriander. Me too. And then see my chilies, more chilies. So in the quinoa, I did not put chilies because in addition to the sauce that I've made, I'll make it shortly, a sauce that is slightly different for the quinoa itself. And in that, you use the similar ingredients as you did for the paste, but you can put soya sauce in it. So that puts a bit of tang into the quinoa. Quinoa, I find, in terms of flavors, they can be, I'm not saying bland, but they have a unique taste. So sometimes one of the reasons why I never used to admire quinoa is because I found it quite plain. So by spicing it up, I think it's just another adventure.
You know, if you try quinoa khichdi, it's delicious.
Yes.
And a lot of people, what they do is they mix quinoa and brown rice. They have dishes called quinoa brown rice, which go really beautiful. But, you know, like you said, you soak the quinoa spot on. I do that as well, you know, and I wash it really well because I think quinoa has something, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, saponins, which you have to wash up because they have very pungent flavor. And then I, of course, cook them in veggie stock like Hasmitha does, just to give them a flavor base. You know, and I'm just thinking now, my creative juices are going boom all over the place. I'm thinking of a quinoa and a mushroom broth now, you know.
Oh, lovely. I mean,
that's interesting.
This is phenomenal. We get so many ideas, right?
So many ideas. Alicia's opened this whole new window with the mushroom broth, you know, and the mushroom powder that she used. And I'm thinking, how lovely it would be to have, you know, like a lovely, you know, vegan coconut-based quinoa with, you know, mushrooms and, you know, really comforting, warm, perfect for the winter. Lots of green chilies, maybe cilantro or coriander, or perhaps parsley. You know, I'm thinking now this is something new I got to try. I love you, ladies, because you give me all these lovely ideas. You open
it's great. And then for leftover eggplants, you turn it into an eggplant tapenade or something. You know, you can't go wrong with that. You know,
you can't go wrong with that. No, you can't. Eggplant tapenade is fantastic, and of course, then we have all the Middle Eastern dips. You know, the baba ganoush.
Baba ganoush.
You know,
I think you can do so much with eggplant. It's just phenomenal, isn't it? So ladies, I'm just doing exactly the same, but I'm just going to put some rice wine.
Mirin.
Yeah.
So that's the Japanese rice wine that goes perfectly with the miso. Beautiful flavor. Boom, you've got it there.
It's a perfect finish with that sweet taste, you know, married with sesame oil. Perfect finish.
And some soy sauce.
Perfect.
And soy,
So really that is just, oops.
There's your umami flavors right there again.
Love all these recipes.
So that kind of just finishes it off. And this, I won't put it on now. This is when you're actually serving. It's better to put this one as you're serving because again, whilst it will soak in, but then you've got all the other flavors already there. This one, I'll add a bit more soy sauce and actually when I'm serving.
I'm thinking, could you also just do a balsamic glaze on this?
You can do, you know, actually, you know, the interesting part is that you can actually glaze whatever you want. The other option is honey. You can actually use honey instead of the maple syrup, but you can glaze whatever you want on it. You can be adventurous and choose your own flavors, and it depends on individual palate. So I think you can be very adventurous.
Honey would be vegetarian, but not vegan. So those of you who are vegetarian use honey, but for the vegan option, I think agave or maple would work brilliantly.
Yeah, so I've used maple.
So I love agave because of its neutrality. You know, it's really, really very smooth and neutral. It's not like too high in sugar, you know, all of that. It's very light. It's perfect, you know, to as a substitute, so to speak, you know.
Can you mix the two together? If you have what, so for example, yes, it's for vegan, but if you wanted to use, you know, add, or not add, but have two varieties, could you? Is that something you would do or not?
You absolutely, you can do whatever you want, you know, depending on how much. Go ahead, Seema.
So one of our viewers has said that as per Ayurveda, they advise you never to heat honey. Yes, that's correct. We don't really heat up honey because honey can become carcinogenic and toxic if you heat it. So I would say if you're using recipes, you know, maple, what, you know, Asmita's used her intuition here. Maple is brilliant, you know. Honey is great in dressings. It's great when it's not heated. A lot of us make the mistake of adding honey into very hot water. Please don't make that mistake because it's getting toxic. right?
Mm.
So if you really want to add honey into water, you have to reduce the water temperature down to 70 degrees. It's like drinking green tea. When you infuse green tea, I run a tea business, right, in Hong Kong. So when you infuse green tea, you actually, you do it at 80 degrees. Otherwise, beyond 80 degrees, it gets bitter. You get that bitter taste.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with honey. Wait for 75 degrees, 70 degrees, and then you can infuse your honey into hot water and then have it with lemon. Heating honey, cooking with honey at high levels of heat is, as per Ayurveda, to the best of my knowledge, can become toxic.
You're absolutely right. But it's interesting how people say have honey and lemon. And so that was something I was told, that do not put honey in hot water or heat up. So that's interesting, isn't it? That
Very interesting.
I think it depends on the heat level. I mean, it's same with coffee. You're going to burn coffee if you essentially heat it in microwave. I've seen people do that. Likewise with going to a barista. I want my coffee extra, extra hot. So then they're burning your milk for you, essentially, which is toxic. You don't want burned milk as far as temperature goes. So we have to be a little, thoughtful when we do things like that. So
Absolutely. And one of our viewers is talking about the benefits of chilies being very, high in vitamins B, vitamins A, vitamin C. Yes, and cayenne is really good for heart health as well. And they say chilies like pomegranates. Chilies are good for you to a certain extent, and they, different families, different species of chilies are pretty high in antioxidants as well.
yes.
Well,
but it depends on your taste buds and your tolerance to the spices. So
you give me an ají amarillo and I'm a happy bunny, okay? It's not a spicy chili. It's a yellow chili, but it's a fragrant chili. It's so fragrant. The Peruvian yellow pepper is just so fragrant.
Yeah,
It's fruity. It's a fruity chili. It's amazing. I love the ají amarillo.
This one is so cute. It looks nice as well.
Oh, that's so cute.
It is, isn't it?
Is that an habanero?
Yes,
it is.
yes, it
Oh
is.
gosh, it's an habanero. So that's the hottest chili in the world.
Well, one of the hottest chilies.
Because Seema loves her chilies, I thought I had to bring that one on.
Oh, bless you, Hasmita. And it looks so cute and lovely. Just don't make me eat the habanero, because I won't do too well with that. Or a ghost pepper. I won't do the bhut jalotia from Assam. I won't do too well with that. But to look at it, yes, it's beautiful. What a beautiful presentation. What a gorgeous dish. And in less than half an hour, Kiran.
I'm going to ask, I have Shivani here. So I'm going to bring Shivani here now. Shivani is a wonderful part of our team. And she's going to experience tasting my dish. So, can't wait. I know. And interesting. What's your view on aubergine, Shivani? That'll be really interesting to see what you can do.
I love aubergines. I make different curries with it, Gujarati curries, and also like slice them and roll them and grill them.
Oh, right.
So that's another dish, like a quick
that's interesting. I've never rolled an aubergine. That's
like courgettes and aubergines. You slice them in a slicer, and very thin sliced, and then you roll them with some stuffing in. And then you just put the sort of toothpicks and and then you just grill them.
Oh,
yeah, it's really nice. It turns out nice, like feta cheese.
With that, that's interesting.
Different toppings.
We'll have to get Shivani to demonstrate one day.
Oh,
we have to.
You all, you're experts, and today I was invited, which was a lovely opportunity for me to see, and it looks amazing actually, standing there.
So how would you cook quinoa? Do you cook quinoa, Shivani?
I same way, like, cook it, but not anybody else wants to eat quinoa at home.
Yes.
So I sort of do couscous, and that's quicker.
That's
for me
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
so we'll have Shivani doing couscous one day, and her rolled up eggplant.
Yes.
Absolutely.
The thing with rolled up eggplants is you can do an eggplant parmigiano as actually. with the rolled up eggplant. And you don't have to deep fry the eggplant, really. You can just cut it really thin, really thin. Use a mandolin. I cheat. I use a mandolin. Salt it up, and you just spread on your marinara sauce, spread on your cheese, and just roll it up and put it in a dish, swizzle over some oil. I again put on my sauce, and then I add my Parmesan cheese, and I just slow bake it. So really you're skipping the frying. Traditionally eggplant Parmigiano, cut it into thin discs, dip it into breadcrumbs, you fry them, you layer them. So it takes away that richness of the dish, but it's still so healthy and flavorful. And eggplant rolls, you can do so much with them, really. You can add pesto to them. You can do anything. I love the idea of rolling the eggplants. Amazing, right, Kiran?
There's so much you can do, but I've noticed even the chefs in the restaurants are refraining from that old version recipe of Parmigiano Reggiano, eggplant Parmigiano, and they are not doing the whole breadcrumbs and flour and baked and all that. I've seen them refraining.
But it's very rich.
Very rich.
Yeah. But then the good Italian food is always very rich, It's always very good.
I have one more aubergine question, and then I'm going to let you take over. What's your favorite one? The Japanese one, the Indian one, the Asian, meaning Chinese, I'm referring to, or the Italian one?
Oh, I'm
favorite aubergine or eggplant? Because there is a difference in taste. That's why I'm asking this.
Different recipes, isn't it?
It depends on the recipe, actually. So depending on the recipe, I love my Indian, right? We love our Indian aubergine because we love the spices, right? I do like the Italian when it comes to, if I'm doing Italian Parmigiano, I do like that. So it depends on the taste and depends on the sweetness of it as well. So that's my take on it.
Yeah. And then there's the Thai one as well, right? The baby eggplant and the curries,
Yeah, I love that.
They look at Seema. I knew she would go for that one.
Green ones, the baby green ones in the Thai curries.
Yeah. I think
what do you cook with the baby green ones then?
So you know what you do with the baby green ones? You take them and you have to work with them with a lot of love and affection. You give them a good wash, you soak them in vinegar, you give them a good wash, then you cut them gently in the middle, and then you cut them again on the other side, so you have a stuffing. And then what you do is you put the typical Shivani ji Gujarati peanut stuffing in it. Baby tiny green eggplants. Gujarati stuffing, you're marrying Thailand with Gujarat. Quite a nice combination. We travel the world, as you know, with the fusion ingredients, and then you fry them in a little bit of oil. And then we make what is called, my mom would call it tomato vagar, a tomato base. So it's the Indian equivalent of a marinara sauce with, mustard seeds and cumin seeds and asafoetida and curry leaves. And of course we have, we always, when we use tomatoes, we want to balance out the sourness, the tartness of the tomato. So we bring in jaggery, gur.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and if you're diabetic, now this is an idea I learned because my mother-in-law is diabetic, and you're diabetic, and you don't want to use jaggery, and you can balance out those flavors with an artificial sweetener or stevia. Just add in a little bit of stevia; it gives you the same effect. Nobody's going to know. And then you add the aubergines into that, and you cover them. And of course, if you want to add potatoes, you can. You can even stuff your potatoes, baby potatoes. So you're talking baby green aubergines and baby potatoes, which you peel very lovingly, a lot of patience and love, and you simmer it on low heat, and heaps of coriander and hot ghee chapatis. The best.
Wow. Beautiful, love it. Those sound like beautiful bites for entertaining, right? Like a canapé,
They can be, actually, if you think about it. Now, if you're looking at the aubergine and you want to, but the thing is, when you steam aubergine, and the green aubergines are a little bitter, they're not as sweet as the purple ones. So they would have a little bit of bitterness. So you have to play around with the flavors there. But I'm thinking of peanuts. I'm a crazy cook in the kitchen. I'm thinking of peanuts, a peanut pesto maybe, because peanuts are big on Thai cuisine.
I put Weetabix to make a thick gravy for the aubergines. That's my
Yes. Yes.
I put it in the whole base, and then it
Oh, you
becomes
put the peanut into the base as well. Okay, we would stuff the aubergine. Another thing my mom would use to stuff the aubergines is raw peas.
Raw peas.
yeah.
Pound up the raw peas with lots of garlic, green chilies, all the spices, stuff them into the aubergines. Same procedure, lightly stir fry them, take them out with a slot spoon, prepare the tomato vinegar, and then slow simmer the aubergines and of course potatoes as well. You know, she would use medium-sized potatoes and the small purple aubergines that for our viewers in Africa and in Kenya, you know the purple little aubergines that we talk about. We call them bringanya when we go to the market or when the mama boga. So I have to share this story with all of you. In Kenya, my beautiful country of birth that I love so much, and we have so many Kenyan viewers here, we have mama bogas who come home, mother vegetables. Okay. And these ladies, it's amazing. They walk for miles and they carry these baskets on their head and they come door to door and they come and they say, Mama, Mama, iko taka boga mama. So Mama, madam, do you want any vegetables? And those baskets, when they'd open them up, they're so heavy. These ladies walk for miles. They're carrying onions, potatoes, and they'll tell you, iko methi, iko karela, iko bringanya. Now, methi is, of course, fenugreek, again, an Indian vegetable. So they, they cater to the Indian taste. Iko karela, which is bitter gourd. Iko bringanya, which is aubergine. And you think of these elements, this lady there, Kenya has beautiful produce. I'm sorry, I'm very biased. We have a lot of organic produce. We're an agricultural country. We have the world's best coffee and we have the world's best wildlife. Okay. And we have wonderful people who are always welcoming everybody. We're known for our hospitality.
And always smiling.
Always smiling.
Always smiling.
Always smiling. My kids are like,
yes, and a lovely lady, a lovely person has just said on the chat, Seema, the mamas would carry the baskets, the sisal baskets on their heads. They carry them on their heads, just like the Indian ladies carry pails of water. And they walk for miles. But the freshest vegetables. And my mom would be out there, and, the ladies would come in the morning and she'd say, okay, give me a kilo of this and half a kilo of this and 5 kilos of this and this. And I have so many food stories to share. I can go on and on, but we should be focusing more on Hasmita's gorgeous eggplant that I'm really going to make her make for me very soon. Kiran, I wish you were here in the UK. We have a party.
I'm coming over to join you guys.
Please do. And look at those discs.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the discs now around the side.
So I really want to share something with everybody. Shivani ji is a very good cook. She's been exchanging recipes with me on WhatsApp. And so we really need to have her on our vegan vegetarian show very, very soon. We're not going to waste any time with that.
You're welcome, you're welcome. But this was nice to see how Asmita performed, and it was good to see what she was doing. And
she's going to taste it later.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm a tad jealous now.
You have to come down. You have to all come down. There you go. So that's
lovely.
I'm sure our viewers are waiting to taste as well.
Hasmita, you made that look so easy and it's so beautiful. I love those vibrant colors, and I think like I'm salivating now. So.
You have to come over.
Kiran, this is almost like a vegan fish on a bed of quinoa.
It is. It's enticing. It's a whole meal again. A whole meal.
It's a celebration.
Ashmita, this looks so delicious. Can you bring it slightly nearer the camera so we can salivate and enjoy? Wow, that looks other way, please.
Amazing.
Other way, yes, beautiful.
Perfect. Right
Just
there.
simply love it. The bed of aubergine flooded with so many
Amazing.
healthy vegetables.
I want to jump out again out of the screen. I wanted to eat the congee first. Now I want to eat this. I'm already hungry.
I hope you're taking lots of pictures. Put these in your archive.
Yeah, please take lots of pictures. We put them in the archive. This is beautiful, amazing.
Well done.
What a fantastic spread, Hasmita, and what a beautiful story we've had. you know, from the Far East, you know, with the traditional Chinese congee, and very traditional, I must say, Kiran, the way Alicia executed the recipe, and you know, bringing the meaty elements in a non-meaty way with all the mushrooms, you know, and having gone, I know it's an effort and it's a trek to go to IIA Market, Alicia. I've been there. I did an event in Delhi, so I know it's huge, but it's one market where you get everything under one roof. It's so convenient. The effort she put into it to go to and get all those ingredients in that Delhi traffic, amazing. Well done. Kudos to you, Alicia. Beautiful.
And Seema, can we remind with Hasmita and Shivani there, can we remind the recipe with the quinoa and aubergine so the viewers who have just joined in the YouTube, Facebook and website can actually see if they can prepare it. So please go ahead and share the recipe and the ingredients once again.
So the recipe, we started off with quinoa. So I selected a mixture of white, red and black quinoa seeds, and I'd soaked them overnight in lemon juice. Then today I boiled them for 2 hours in vegetable stock. You can also use water. It's up to you what you want to use. And into a soft texture, slightly more moist than you would if you had it with a salad. So keeping it a bit more moist. Then I prepared the aubergine by cutting the aubergine lengthways and then scoring the aubergine. And then I made a paste from miso paste, tahini, maple syrup, orange juice, and ginger, garlic, and chilies. You can change your flavors depending on what you would like to put in. And then the paste I infused into the aubergine, left it to soak for a little while. I would say about an hour or so, but if you don't have time, that's also fine, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. While you're preparing the quinoa, then you can do that alongside. Then there are 2 ways of actually cooking the aubergine. You can either grill it. So I've sliced, you can see that I've sliced some aubergines, and the quick way of doing it is to grill them. The other option is to bake them in the oven or put them on a griddle. So the choice, it depending on how much time you have and what your preference is, that's the way you can actually cook them. And then I've garnished them with, so I've used mixed peppers to go around the side with green spring onions and coriander and chilies. And that's your wonderful dish.
Yeah. Vibrant and colorful.
Very healthy also.
Hasmita, that looks incredible. I love aubergine so much, and that miso orange combination just looks to die for. I wish I could just jump through my screen and eat that. That's amazing.
You have to come over. And the orange, actually, you know, normally if you can put lemon or lime, but I think orange just puts a different flavor to it. You've already got the sweetness from the maple syrup. But by putting the orange in, it kind of it changes the flavor slightly into a tang.
That combination sounds really good with the miso orange.
But so Hasmita, I'm inquisitive as to what was the inspiration behind this dish, because it's so creative, even the whole dressing and everything. Can you tell me a little?
I'm not very good with quinoa, and I like aubergine, but I also like to adventure into you know, the Chinese, Thai, spicy soya, tahini. So it was almost like an experiment as to what can I do that I would enjoy. I know Seema's mentioned peanuts, but my son is allergic to peanuts. So I would put almonds in. So it's what you can do to actually vary your recipe. And sometimes it's experimenting with taste and flavors. And it so happened that once I didn't actually have a lemon, and I had an orange, and I thought, you know what, I need some juice, so I'll just add the orange in it. So sometimes you just experiment sometimes with other dishes, which then inspires you with this. But what I like about this is I don't like it to. So when you put soy in, soy can be quite different tastes. So soy has a bit of salt in it that can change the flavor. So the orange actually complements it, I think, and I prefer it, especially when you put the spices in.
Yeah, a little bit sweeter and fruitier, as you said, you know. that element certainly shines.
Quinoa is quite as you said, you put lots of things in quinoa, but have quinoa on its own, which I've done in this situation, is that, it just brings the quinoa out and you taste the quinoa, but you've got the other flavors to complement it.
Because if you
Absolutely.
buy quinoa, then you have onions, chopped peppers, and all sorts of other vegetables.
Yes.
And make like a rice dish, looks like a rice dish.
So and yes, you can do quinoa with mixed vegetables or whatever, but this just kind of plain, but it's complemented with other ingredients. Yes.
Yeah. But did you use the light soy sauce or?
I use light soy sauce. Yes, organic light soy sauce. Yeah. And
if you were to ask me to, sorry, you want to go ahead, repeat that? What?
I said it's also experimenting with soya. I'm not that good with making Chinese food. Thai food I'm fine with, but Chinese food not. But this actually now kind of it encourages you, and it's kind of nice to select these flavors and just make your own version of it, really.
Yeah. What I like is the sweet Thai sauce.
Yes.
I put that in paneer and Chinese and with the soya sauce and tomato ketchup. And it really turns out to be one of the restaurant dishes.
Shivani's some wonderful recipes, and
I just we
have to get her on this cooking.
Absolutely, and we will.
Definitely.
We will very soon.
If you were to take a bite of it right now, Has, explain to me the taste of the quinoa. Is it going to be crunchy? What's it going to be like? Just tell me.
The quinoa is not going to be as crunchy as you would in a salad. It's a lot more softer. So there's a slight, I suppose, not a crunch, but a bite to it. So it's not as crunchy as you would. It's more like, yes, go on. There you go. I think Shivana's going to give you, Shivana's going to experiment. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Love it.
I'm making you all jealous now. Aren't I?
Absolutely.
I would say it's not crunchy, but it's steamed up and very digestible. So nice, very nice.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I wish we could all take a bite into it.
Come over. You didn't go for the chili. That's
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You like chilies? What do you like with chilies?
Oh, sorry, did you ask me something?
Kieran, we know Seema likes chilies.
I love chilies.
We like chilies. Kieran.
Yes. What was the question? I think we have a little.
I said, how are you with? Do you like chilies?
I love chilies, but I think the chilies don't love me. So that's the sad story of my life. Even when I make homemade pickles, I've got to tone down on the chili because normally pickles are really spicy, aren't they? So I've got to tone those down. Yeah, sad. Love them, but they don't love me back. So
we love them. We do have to tone them down, but we still love them. Not all the time, but we still have to have some.
I mean, that's just our culture, right?
Sorry?
That's our culture, right? I mean, I was born in India, it was my grandmother who taught me to make mango pickles in those, like whiskey-like jars.
Barnies.
And brown barnies, yeah. And then you've got to tie it up, wrap it up with muslin cloth and knot it up, and then put it under the kata, meaning the jute beds. Remember those straw beds, jute beds made with rope and jute? Put it under those beds and let them stay for a couple of weeks. And then when she would open up the burnies and that smell of oil and spices and salt waft straight through your nostrils,
It is pungent, isn't it?
Very pungent, because these the fresh mangoes, which are not completely ripe, and then with tons of oil and everything. So in my book, that's my first story, how my grandmother, Amma, leaves her legacy to me when I'm barely 12 and I trek over to Pune, India, and she teaches me two things. papadums and mango pickles. And at the end of the chapter, you'll see I've added an epilogue of how symbolic her recipe legacy is, what she hands over to me in the epilogue of the book, which I'm not going to say anything about because you guys go get the book and
read the book. Wow.
So just talking about spices brings up those lovely, lovely, delicious memories of my grandma.
I'm in a bookstore and
It's amazing how
written by my mum. Can you believe that? And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
How lovely.
Cheeky, isn't he cheeky?
Oh, good.
Lovely. Kieran, how can we
definitely?
Kieran,
I
where
think
can
he's missing Mama's food, you know, so he's gone and bought the book so he can get the recipes. Sorry,
Kieran, where can we buy your book? Tell us a little bit more about that.
So self-published. So initially we went through Amazon. I mean, it's still available Amazon, both on Kindle digital and the paperback copy as well. It's there. And then, you know, I had this thought that, I mean, I'm from Hong Kong, you know, majority of the story, the middle of the book is, you know, Hong Kong growing up. And so I said, okay, I'm going to reach out to Bookazine in Hong Kong. And they were just so wonderful right away. No questions asked, nothing. Of course, we'd love to carry a book. So ship the books out there and then made this announcement, I think 2 weeks ago, you know, so that my friends, family could go there. And of course, you know, there's the proof, my son running out there first and foremost, and just happy and excited to share the book. And then he sent me pictures with his son, my grandson, and my grandson's holding the book. And that was like, oh, that's so precious. So thanks to Bookazine. And then in Palo Alto, Stanford, the gift shop, they asked me if they could put it in their gift shop. And I said, perfect.
Okay, wonderful.
So that was last week. You know, they started carrying the book at Stanford, just to make it convenient for visitors and patients.
Yeah.
You know.
And we can see here online that we can also purchase it on your website as well. Yes.
Exactly. So
and shipping worldwide, I presume, or
right.
Okay,
correct.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
I'll be ordering my copy.
Thank you, Alicia. I really appreciate it.
And we'll be following.
It's a warming story. Of course, it's about hospitality. It's my memoirs, but it's related to everything that we're doing right here, right now. The food, the stories, you know, the laughter, you know, reflecting back and building legacies for our children. Essentially, that is what we are doing.
Yes,
and then to round it up, don't forget Seva, what we're called to do. This is what we're doing right here at Healing Our Earth. You know, that's Seva.
I'm here in a bookstore, and this is actually a book written by my mum. Can you believe that? And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
I love that. Stepping up to the duties right there.
Right? He's doing his seva too, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
There you go.
Exactly.
It is so awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that surprise and that opportunity.
I have the book.
She has the book.
Hey, and see my book as well.
I have the book. Yes, indeed. I have the book. It's a wonderful read. And you've said some really beautiful, you've got some beautiful recipes too, Kieran.
We'll experiment with them.
Kieran, we have to experiment those recipes. But isn't it amazing how, you know, you've got that from your grandmother, the generation, and following it through. It's so important.
Yes, absolutely. You know, I'm keen on demographics. So I was interested in listening to that 30-something group and what they thought about legacy. And when my daughter said, Mom, this is this is what we girls, my friends, this is what we want. We want the legacy from our parents, you know, we need that. And when you do it, you'll be doing it for my boys as well. It's like, oh, I didn't even think, you know, it's like, okay, I'm going to push that whole legacy thing, you know, so that women, families are aware we've got to do something for our kids and something that we can hand down to them that they can be prideful of, you know.
And we have so many gadgets now that the timing is saved, but all the recipes, the traditional ones that they can use.
Do it quicker. Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Yes. That's
Amazing.
very true. Very
And
true.
I'm telling you, the younger generation as well are so thankful for our parents, our grandparents, and our ancestors, you know, passing down these memories, these stories. It gives you, I mean, when you hear, you know, stories about your ancestors from your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and you know, it makes you feel a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, a sense of community. So it gives you this entire new world, this new perspective that, you know, this is what made me, this is what was passed down to me. And it's so important. We learn so much, and that DNA is instilled within us. So even it's wonderful that you just, you know, put all of that into a book for your children, your grandchildren, and future generations, and all of us to bring with us. You know, it talks about culture, it talks about tradition. It, you know, I'm sure that the most important thing, Seva, you know, giving back. Kiran, I think you're muted, Kiran. I think you've muted yourself.
Alicia, I was just about to say that, isn't it amazing how you've mentioned generations, but you are so inspirational. It's so fantastic. It's fantastic to look at, you know, the younger generation and who inspire us also. I mean, your mushrooms, just phenomenal. I mean, you've taken it to the next level.
Thank you.
You learn so much from you as well.
So 30 years in hospitality, 17 years in the hospital. They were phenomenal. They educated me. They taught me. I learned so much just through experience. When you know so much, what are you going to do with it? Of course, you have to give back. Of course, you have to inspire. Of course, you have to teach. Otherwise, what is the purpose? What is my purpose? So this is my calling, and here I am. Who would think I would be planted in Luxembourg just to come and write this book?
That
Nobody.
just speaks as well to the type of heart that you have to want to be able to give back as well. So it's very, very admirable, and you know, I have to say as well.
It's important to me. Alicia, you're so sweet. Cass, you're so sweet. I love your dishes. Thank you. And where's Seema? I don't see her.
Okay, so everybody,
Seema.
what a wonderful discussion we've had. And you know, whatever's passed down from grandmother to granddaughter or grandmother to grandson, very, very valuable. It's like inheriting a treasure. It's inheriting a treasure box.
Seema, just before we bring you in, Alicia, if you could let the viewers know about our future events, and here they are.
Yes, absolutely. So we have a Valentine's special coming up, and it's on this. It's on the 13th of February, a day before Valentine's Day, Sunday, the 13th, at 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT, which is your British time, your Greenwich time. And so, you know, do join us. We're going to be sharing some songs, poems, messages to your loved ones. And just like this session, it's going to be a free global online session. And then we also have a COVID special coming up as well. You know, so please join that please join us for that on the 20th of February, which is again another Sunday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And we're going to be talking all about COVID and just informing ourselves and educating ourselves about everything. And then we have a celebrating dance event coming up, and this will be on Sunday, the 27th of Feb, again, 2 p.m. till 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. So I hope you all join us there. Oh, and there is an International Women's Day special as well. Do join us for that. 6th of March. So we have all these events coming up, we do something every Sunday, whether that be COVID, a vegan vegetarian cooking session. And just like today, where we have a vegan vegetarian kitchen, we have another one coming up later in March, on the 13th of March, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. So please join us for all these sessions. You can visit the website, Facebook page, YouTube page. Please do subscribe. Follow us on our various different pages. Do interact with us and share how you found these sessions. We would love your feedback, and we would love for you to join us. And now we are moving on to Seema Ji. Take it away.
Hey everybody, so we will have all these lovely events coming up, as you can see. As Alicia said, she's run us through, and don't forget to follow us on our Facebook handles, Twitter, Periscope, and YouTube. Yeah, if you want a rerun of this program, you can watch it on all these channels. And Hasmita and everybody, each and every one of you, Shivani Ji, Hasmita, Alicia, Kiran Ji, the interactive discussion, I mean, it brings back so many fond memories. I do want to share something when you spoke about pickles, Kiran. Alicia's mom has learned directly, grandmother to granddaughter, and she makes the best finger-licking pickles I've ever had. I have to share that with you. So each and every one of you do stay on board with us. Thank you very much for being with us. Kiran, thank you so much for joining us today and being with us. Thank you, Alicia. You're up late at night in New Delhi. I know, wonderful. It must be past 10:30 at night there. Hasmita and Shivani, thank you so much. Now we're going to be moving on to something much simpler. It's a simple recipe. We're going to be doing a warm me up butternut squash soup. And I will be demonstrating this recipe. And I thought as we come towards the end of our session, before we move on to another dimension with Healing Our Earth and more discussions and more magic, of course, because with us, the magic never ends. I will be demonstrating a butternut squash recipe because it's comforting, it's warm, it's winter here in the UK. It has all those elements in it. So before I begin, I would like to walk you through all the ingredients. And the inspiration for this recipe is prana. Pumpkin has a lot of prana. What is prana? Prana is life force energy. Ki in Japanese, Ki in Chinese, okay? So for us to keep our immune system very strong, it's very essential that we eat a lot of high prana foods. So before I begin, let me walk you through all these ingredients, okay? Before you begin any dish, before you begin cooking any dish, it's very important that you have all your ingredients mise en place. That means prepared in advance. So we're going to begin with something that we call a mirepoix. A mirepoix is a flavor base for many sauces, soups, and stews. So what I have here is I've got 1 carrot chopped up, as you can see, pre-chopped up, mise en place. There we are. We have celery again.
Seema, that's looking beautiful. Is it possible that you can turn this camera into landscape so we can get a fuller picture? I love the tray and that. Is it a banana leaf you've got underneath? You need to unmute yourself. Maybe if the instrument is turned into landscape, it will be better. And Seema, you need to unmute yourself onto the main camera.
I'm unmuted. Which instrument are you talking about? Because I'm actually connected to 3. There's one right in front of me and there's one to the right of me. Which one would you like? So
the one which we are looking into the worktop here, not the one which we can see the gooseneck. This one. This one that you are showing.
So it's this one. Sorry about that. I don't know how that happened.
No, so it's a current camera, Seema. The camera that is actually showing us the nicely prepared ingredient.
So it's this one. This is the laptop actually.
Okay. All right, no
So what
worries.
I'm going to do is I'm going to move this off this way. So it's going to create a blank wall. So there's no interference. Does that work?
No, Seema, the one that you are talking, what you moved is the one you were talking to. The one where the plate is watching us.
Okay, I get it. So it's
Or the other one.
the front one here.
Yeah, which is on a portrait. If you just turn it into landscape, then all the people who are smiling
That
and
better?
no, Seema, you're not handling the correct camera. That's a different one. Use the camera that is actually showing us the worktop and your plate.
So that's the one of the next.
Yes, that's the one. You got it right. Beautiful.
I wonder how that happened. Okay,
No
is
worries.
that
You put it on a landscape.
Is that landscape now?
Yes, yes, that is landscape. Wait, is switched off. And if you point it,
Beautiful.
There we go.
that's it. Now, if you just turn the tray into landscape as well.
Okay, let's turn the tray into landscape. I apologize for that.
No worry, because it's looking beautiful. And now Kiran and
There
Alicia
you go.
can see everything clearly. Bring it slightly
yes.
in.
I
Seema,
can
bring
see
it slightly in. Seema, slightly. Yes, perfect. Go,
Perfect.
go, go.
Good job.
So what
Looks
we
great.
have
It's
here-
gorgeous.
So I'm going to start again. And so basically, when you want to cook, this is one rule of thumb that I follow, and I think Kiran will agree with me here, is to have all your ingredients mise en place. Mise en place is the French term for having everything prepped up in advance. We're going to be making a warm me up butternut squash soup. It's vegan, it's perfect for winter. And we're going to start with a flavor base, which is called a mi-pois. What is a mi-pois? A mi-pois is 3 essential ingredients: onion, as you can see, celery, and carrots. Okay, this forms the flavor base for many soups, stews, sauces, etc. And we're going to work in different levels, and we're going to build this soup up into a really beautiful warm me up butternut squash soup. So what we're going to use is we're going to use butternut squash. This is a raw one, and I will be telling you as we go along how we cooked it up to get butternut squash puree. Okay. Many soups would ask you to add a roux, which is a thickening agent with flour to thicken the soup. But we want to keep it simple, and a very easy way to thicken your soup would be to use potato. Now the recipe you would see says use a raw potato, very finely diced up. You can do that, or you can parboil your potato and take it a notch further and just cut it up into 6 chunks like this one here. And of course, because squash is very sweet, I like to add a little tart element to it. So what I've done here is I've roasted a, are you all with me? Oh, did I lose you? Did I lose you there?
You're good. We got you. You're there.
We've roasted some garlic to give those caramelized flavors, and we've roasted the tomato. Now, before I begin cooking, I would like to just clean up my hands over here, just get them a bit clean. And this is a coconut milk-based soup. It's purely vegan. We're going to be using Himalayan pink salt. We're going to be using cinnamon, purely because butternut squash is quite sweet. Now, I was reading with diabetes, and a really good ingredient to add with diabetes is cinnamon because it counteracts the effects of the sugar. Of course, I'm from Africa, so I will use my freshly cracked black pepper. I like to pepper things up with spices. Using Himalayan pink salt because it's, again, Alicia would agree with me here. It's high in minerals and it's very good for the pH value or pH of your body. Truffle oil. We're going to top it up with truffle oil. Truffle oil has some beautiful flavors. We're going to use fresh basil for its anti-inflammatory elements, cilantro or coriander, and of course the Kenyan in me loves my pili pili. or chili. So we have one fresh green chili, just sliced up, and we're going to get this going. So how do we begin with this recipe? Let me take my tray away and start with the 3 key ingredients, like I said earlier, which is the mee pois. Please do not skip out on this step whenever you're making a sauce, a stew, or a soup. It adds a beautiful flavor base to any soup, sauce, or stew. We're going to work on a low heat here now, purely because we don't want our mee pois to burn, and we're going to cook it for a little while. Okay, so I'm going to heat up some light olive oil on a low heat, just enough, about a tablespoon or 2, to be able to saute down these ingredients. Let that heat through. I will add a little bit more, just a dash. There we are. Let this heat through. And I'm telling you, once you bring in, Kiran, won't you agree that a mee pois adds so much flavor to any base of a soup, sauce, or stew?
Absolutely. I mean, I make pots of it and keep it in the refrigerator in airtight containers. You know, you could even freeze it for whatever when you're entertaining or, you know, having family over. Definitely a big help. You don't need meat stocks at all when you've got a nice fresh mee pois made home broth, you know. Absolutely divine. I had a question, Seema, are you using red onions or shallots right there?
I'm using red onions.
Red onions, okay.
Red onions. I use red onions because they have a deeper, denser flavor, which I like.
Right.
Of course, you could use shallots, or you could use Spanish white onion too if you want.
Yeah.
What they traditionally use. This is an Indian household, and we use a lot of red onion. So I do follow that. So I'm going to add that in. I'm going to turn this up a notch a bit, slightly hot. And we're just going to saute this down. Okay, this is going to take a little while because you want to soften it, right?
Mm-hmm. So is the celery cooked already, or?
No, none of this is cooked.
Okay.
We're just doing the flavor base.
Yeah, just from here. Yeah.
Okay, I'll put this down a little bit. I'll put this away. Now, what a lot of people do is they like to add in a little bit of salt to draw out the liquids from the onion, especially. So I'm just going to add a dash of pink salt here, just to draw out the liquid. So you get the flavor base going. Now, this is a recipe, you know, just like your grandmother did everything she does, a lot of love. This is a recipe that requires some patience and a lot of love. And yes, it does require some pre-prep. Okay, so what you can do if you're a working mother, like many of the mothers here in the U.K. we are using butternut squash. Right. As this is sauteing down, what I tell you, what I have here is I've used half a butternut squash and I've shown you the other half here. What you're going to do is you're going to lightly oil it with avocado oil or olive oil or grapeseed oil, which is what Alicia really likes to use. Add a little bit of sea salt and slow bake this to a tender. I go on 180, you can go on 175 too, and go really slow till it's meltingly tender. That will take you about 35 minutes. Okay? And then what you're going to do is you're going to scoop it all out. You're going to scoop it out. And you're going to get this wonderful slow baked caramelized flesh that you could add into the soup. Now, you can do so much with this. Okay, so this is like a pumpkin puree. It's not steamed, it's slow baked. You could add this to yogurt, Greek yogurt or coconut yogurt if you're vegan. Add some cumin, some salt, some pepper, and some roasted garlic. And what you have over there is actually an Afghan dish that is called a pumpkin burani. So buranis are yogurt dishes, very much like the raitas that we have in Indian cuisine, but this one would be using the pumpkin. Do not omit the caramelized garlic if you're making a pumpkin burani. It's very, very important. Speaking about caramelized garlic, what you're going to do, or cooked garlic, you're going to take a garlic bulb. You're going to lightly brush it with oil with a little love. You're going to put some sea salt, and you're going to slow bake this at 180 for about 20 minutes till you get it so meltingly tender that you can just squeeze the cloves out. Do you see that? They're just squeezing out. It's very therapeutic. I love doing this, by the way.
It reminds me of toothpaste, squeezing toothpaste from the bottom, right?
Absolutely. And what you're going to get is the cloves of garlic that are ready here. Same with the tomato. Toss it up in a bit of oil, stick it in with your garlic. It's going to caramelize. It might get some crispy bits on the end. That is flavor. You want to use that, okay? You don't want to eliminate these flavors. So I think...
You know what I call butternut squash? I have a nickname for it. I call it my fall superfood. Would you agree?
Sorry, could you say that again?
I call it a fall superfood.
It is a fall superfood. It is a fall superfood because butternut squash comes in abundance in fall, and it's also abundantly carries on into winter, which is where we are right now, which brings me to the concept of Ritu Charya. It's an Ayurvedic concept which means aligning yourselves with the rhythms of nature. So winter it is, winter produce it should be. That's what you should be eating because you're aligning yourselves with the rhythms of nature. Summer it is, summer produce it is, it should be. Have all those summer berries, you know, and autumn or fall it is, so fall produce it should be. Spring it is, so get in those dandelion greens. They're in season, you know, they're good for you. So align yourselves with the rhythms of nature and eat seasonally. This is another way of firing up your immune system. Aligning yourselves with the rhythms of nature, you know, following Dinacharya, which are the morning rituals we spoke of earlier on, you know, the circadian rhythm, sleeping on time, waking up before sunrise, swishing with oil, tongue scraping, pranayama or nastya, which is an oil treatment where you add oil into your nostrils, you know, to clear up your brain passages.
Sinuses, yeah.
And your sinuses, and it gives you clear thinking. So what we have here is our meat pie sauteing. Excuse me, I'm talking a lot. Excuse me. So this is sauteing down to a tender. And I'm telling you, Kiran, the fragrance that's coming through, it smells a bit like a French kitchen right now.
I love it.
It's like the Holy Trinity, isn't it?
It is. That's the nickname for it, which actually came from the Italians. You know, it's calling it a Holy Trinity from the Catholic Church. Yeah,
It is like a Holy Trinity, just like onions, ginger, and garlic are the Trinity roots of Ayurveda.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I love how you've kept the carrots like long, like julienne length, and you haven't actually diced them up. Is that for texture and maybe a little bit of extra flavor, or?
No, it's just my way of cutting carrots. I cut my carrots and my turmeric like this. It's because I lived in Asia, so it's so embedded in me.
It's nice though. It's nice because you get that different texture rather than chopping them all up fine. So you get, you know, a difference in texture.
So like I said, if you're going to use a potato, you want a potato as a thickening agent. You don't want a very rich roux. You want a lighter soup. You want a healthy soup. What you're going to do here is I parboiled one potato, okay, a medium-sized small potato, not a very large one, and I just cut it up and I'm going to add it in at this stage. A small one that doesn't want to come out.
Seema, you know what I would teach my cooks at work? If they made a mistake with soups and stews and they accidentally oversalted it,
right,
I would tell them to put a potato in, whole potato.
Absolutely, because the potato osmosis, it'll absorb all the excess salt. What a great idea. Fantastic.
Yeah, because we used to use bread before, you know, and then when I learned the potato thing, I was like, no, I think potato is healthier than putting a slice of bread, a loaf of bread in the soup. You know, I'm talking about big stocks, right? In the restaurants, we make huge
Bread
big
would
stews,
absorb the excess salt, you're right, it would.
right? I mean, just put whole potatoes and that's it, you're done, you know?
So we have this going, this is happening here. All this lovely aromas are filling up there. Now, if you wanted to, you could add garlic to the soup, you know, at this stage. But what I like to do is I like to really slow bake my garlic because it releases all the sweetness, you know, and this is a kind of really sweet, comforting soup. It gives it a whole new dimension. And then we're going to add the truffle oil into it. So now at this stage, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with my tomato and my garlic. I'm going to get everything to cook everything up really well with this flavor base.
And just a little bit about the squash that you're using as well. You're using butternut squash.
I am going to be using vegetable stock. You're right. And what I've done is I prepped some vegetable stock here, as you can see, just about half a cup. If you feel it's not enough, we can go in with a little bit of water. We'll go with the flow because we've got coconut milk happening here too. At this stage, we add in our slow baked pumpkin.
So can you share a little bit about the squash itself and, you know, the benefits of
Okay,
this?
so the benefits of squash or pumpkin is it's very high in beta carotene like all the other orange vegetables. And it's very rich in antioxidants. And pumpkin itself is very high on the prana index. So it's very, very high in cheese. So it's a very, very good food to bring into your daily diet. Okay, it's also very rich in potassium.
Oh, wow. Superfood, as you said, Kiran.
It is a superfood. It's a very humble superfood.
Yep.
And it's also a very inexpensive superfood. And one pumpkin can take you a long way. There's so much you can do with pumpkin. You can make pumpkin pie. You can make pumpkin bread. You can make a dip laced with pumpkin. You can make a lot of their regional Indian cuisines have pumpkin in their lentils. You know, they're pumpkin dals, pumpkin-based dals. They have sambar in South India, which is laced with pumpkin. So you can see this all come together to a mush. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with this veggie stock, just a little bit. You know, and I'm just
you're adding lots of healing foods to your soup as well. You're going to be adding basil a little bit later on, isn't it?
We're adding basil into this recipe. I'm going to just go in with a little bit of water here. So just to cover it up. Okay. I'm just going to bring this down to a slow bubble. It's a very quick recipe. Okay. And it's very filling. Okay. You can have this with croutons. You can have it with, you know, some French bread on the side. You know, you can have it with, you can have it as a starter before your main course, depending how hungry you are. I really actually bring this up, a big bowl of this into as my dinner. So this is going to be my dinner tonight, by the way.
Well, it's a great, perfect cold weather soup, isn't it, Seema?
It's very filling, Kiran.
Yeah. I mean, take the bowl in your bed and just enjoy it.
You know, and we're just going to bubble this up. Let's get this to a bubble. And then we're just going to wait it for it to cool down a little bit. And we're going to blitz it with some coconut milk, which again, Adisha is vegan, taking a lot of inspiration from you. And we're going to top it up with the truffle oil. So while this is happening, why don't we start with the truffle oil? Okay, so what I have here, like I said, is I've got a few sprigs of cilantro or coriander, as you can see, just about 4 or 5 sprigs. Wash them really well. I soak them in water so they just don't die off. And I'm going to go with about 5 leaves of basil. I like to keep them as little plants, you know, wash them at night and put them as little plants in the shot glasses so they don't die off and get all shriveled up.
And basil is very medicinal as well. It's a great digestive and detoxifying agent as well.
Not only that, it's got great anti-inflammatory elements as well.
Oh wow! Okay, so
yeah,
so
basil is from the holy basil family, as we call it. Holy basil traditionally is actually tulsi, a sacred plant that we honor in the Hindu tradition. What we're going to do is you're just going to raise your ears, everybody. Give it a blitz, turn it over. Optional ingredient, something I never miss out. The Kenyan Indian in me wants the piri piri. You want some heat in your dish. Let's see how this is happening over here. It's coming to a simmer. At this stage, I'm going to go in with half a teaspoon of cinnamon into the soup. Give it a bit of a stir. Let that keep cooking. Just a few more minutes. We've added in our piri piri or our chilies. It is going. I love my magic bullet. Nothing here. Oh dear. Let's see what's happening. Maybe I'm not. Excellent. And you've got this chili lace, basil, coriander, oil. You can use a pestle and mortar if you want to make this, to have more texture. I am a mom, a busy mom too. So I just go with some modern ingredients. So you've got the oil, which you're going to top your soup up with. You've got the simmering down over here. And I think it's all pretty much pretty tender. As you can see, the carrots are tender, the celery is soft. Of course, the garlic and everything is softened up. So what we're going to do is we're just going to allow this to cool off a little bit before I blitz it. Just put this on the side. Can you see that? This lovely mushy texture. Looks like baby food actually.
Yeah.
This is what
it looks really great. It has a great foundational value. You can tell from the textures and the layering that this is going to be a great foundation for what you are building, you know.
So we're building up a soup pan. What we're going to do is we're going to blitz it with coconut milk. For you, those of you who are vegetarian who wish to use milk, you could do so. But I've been reading a lot about milk and inflammation, and especially if it's not A2 milk. So, and of course, given that I'm Kenyan and I've lived in India, but I've spent an extensive amount of my life in Asia. So I'm bringing actually Thai elements into this soup. As you can see, I brought in the basil. You could use holy basil. I brought in the green chili, and I'm bringing in the coconut milk. You know?
Yes,
so I'm bringing in all these fusion flavors into this soup and taking it to a whole new dimension. It's delicious, trust me. It's a very delicious soup. I'm just going to give this a bit of a stir, switch this off.
And it makes such a difference when you roast your veggies in the oven, doesn't it? So it brings on that caramelized natural sweetness that comes from inside that squash as well.
Basically, if you want to be time effective, right? Let's say you're a busy mom, right? And you're running a kitchen as busy as mine does, which can actually go up to 3 meals a day or even 4. Sometimes it's quite an intense kitchen. So what would you do? Okay. I honestly I try to make everything fresh. Yeah, if as much as I can, but it's not always possible, especially if you're a working mother. So let's say you're baking some potatoes in the oven. Okay, let's do butternut squash tomorrow. Get it baked up, wrap it up, put it in the fridge. Do 3-4 bulbs of garlic at a time. Some may go into your raita, into your dips, into your soups, or you may just want to spread it on some gluten-free toast if you like. It has it when you want it. It's great in guacamole as well. Keep that ready. So you're working against time. For example, if you're making a lentil pie and you're boiling potatoes you're making a lentil pie on Friday. This is a tip I want to give you all. So the lentil pie requires you to have 4 potatoes. You know what? Boil 7, mash them all together, take the amount you need for your pie out. The other ones you can turn into what we call aloo tikki the next day. which is a Sindhi favorite, Kiran, that made me
Yes,
think of you.
I love them. My
You know, and
favorite.
yeah, mine too. Mine too. Yeah. So
Green
you're
chutney,
working
right?
against time and you're being cost effective. But given that you've pre-prepped your food the night before, of course, it's going to be lower on the prana index. So what are you going to do to get that level of prana and balance it out? This is how I think. You know, how am I going to get that prana in for my children? So if I'm making a chutney, for example, with mint and cilantro, and I like to add cashew nuts to it, I'll add in some raw spinach into it, you know, or serve your aloo tikki on the side with a nice raw cucumber salad, which is actually cucumber can translate into a salsa because it's got onions, tomatoes, garlic, cucumber, etc. So it's, you know, it's just how you think and how you take things ahead. I think that this will work in the smoothie blender. We'll be cautious here because we're going against time here. I'm going to add in some coconut milk first, just so it reduces the temperature of the.
That's a good tip.
So it doesn't break. Now, we're going to salt this again at the end. We're going to add pepper to it. We're going to pour everything back into this dish. Okay. So we might have to work in 2 batches here. So let me just take some of this out. You don't overload your blender and have it explode on your face. That's happened to me, by the way.
Oh no.
I've learned the hard way. Okay, don't worry if the oil is here. It's wonderful, it's flavor. There will be a little bit of oil left behind. No worries. Just tighten that up.
Seema, can you share some of the attributes of coconut usage, please?
It's very anti-inflammatory. It's got MCT, fine, medium chain triglycerides. The one thing I'd say, and it's extremely hydrating as well. Okay, so we've got this beautiful baby food puree up here that's happening, as you can see. And we're going to do the second batch.
That looks wonderful and creamy.
It is creamy.
You just want a crusty piece of bread and just dip it in and eat it.
Surprisingly, you know, Alicia, it's a vegan soup and it's creamy. It's got a lot of richness, but yet it's light.
It's light, yeah. It doesn't make you heavy afterwards.
It doesn't make you feel heavy afterward. Like a lot of the soups, when you go to restaurants, you have these creamy, lovely, delicious soups. But halfway through your soup, you say, oh God, you know, I'm so full. I don't think I can go in for a meal.
Yeah.
Because I'm so stuffed, basically.
Yeah, but this is all veggies and water and it's you're basically hydrating yourself when you're drinking a soup like this. You've got all the water from the butternut squash, the veggies.
Well, even the aromatics have high level contents of water, right?
Yeah. Very thick base here. What you're going to do is now the texture of your soup as thick or as thin as you want it. That is a matter of choice. Okay.
See, are you using the water and cream together, or did you just get the cream from the top for the coconut?
I combined the two. I did
combine
the two, to be honest with you. Okay, I'm going to just heat this up because you don't want a cold soup.
Right.
Okay, now it's rich and it's thick. Now, should you feel this is too thick, okay, you may want to add a bit of water into it. That's fine. If you want it thinner, if it's too thick, you may want to add a bit of water or stock into your soup. Okay, I think that's about right for my family and I. You may want to leave a few chunks in it to leave it a little rustic if you like. That's your choice. Now we're going to work with the flavor base. flavors in the sense that we're going to salt it up just a little bit, because we've added salt into the meat pasta. So you want to be cautious with the amount of salt you add to your soup. Black pepper will go on top. Let's just bring this to a gentle simmering bubble. Bring it up and off. Keep stirring. It's a dense soup, as you can see. It's quite dense. If you want it a little thinner, you could even add in more water. But if you want it as a main course and just as a soup on its own, then I would leave it quite thick, so it's very comforting and very filling. And should you want it a bit thinner, don't hesitate. Just go in with a little bit of water, stock, and you have it there. Perfect soup texture. You're going to heat it through and you're going to plate it up. And when you plate it up, you're going to top it up with this lovely truffle-infused oil. You're going to add some black pepper. You're going to, of course, always, we eat with our eyes, we eat with our senses, we eat with our sense of eyes. Whenever we see something, we say, oh, that looks delicious, or we say it smells delicious, you know. We have the textures in our mouth, and you say, oh, it's so comforting, it's so, it's really so wonderful. So always remember, food nourishes you. Food gives you sustenance, right? So whenever you're having your food and you're ingesting your food, always wish good for the person who's eating it with you. Always put your good energy into that food, because I'm telling you, thoughts are things and they flow through.
Or what our grandmothers taught us. You go into the kitchen, take off your shoes, wash your hands, wash your face, cover your head with a scarf, say a little prayer, and then, like a blessing, and then you start your cooking, because essentially you're feeding your family.
Okay, because the food is a board of, in the Hindu tradition, we say Mata Annapurna. It's the board of Mata Annapurna. Annapurna is the giver of food. And another thing I was taught in my spirit, in school of thought that I follow, which is the art of living, is that before you have your food, put your hands over it and say, Annadata Sukhi Baba, may the giver of food be blessed. Because do we think about the farmer? Do we think about the transportation services that brought us the food? Do we think about all the logistics that one plum took to come through to us? It is so important to take so many things into account. Or that Mama Boga who came to my house in Kenya with all her onions and the potatoes and tomatoes. How much she owns a farm, she harvested the vegetables, she separated everything, she got on a bus, she walks miles, she comes home and home just to earn her daily bread. Do we thank her? Okay,
just be grateful and thankful for what we get,
Absolutely. Loving through is wonderful. We have this wonderful.
And I think to be fed as well is one of the greatest blessings, isn't it? To be given fresh food and
yes,
absolutely.
One of the biggest
blessings.
Yes.
It's a huge blessing, and I grew up with that. I grew up with that in Kenya. I was lucky enough to have a mom who was really proactive in the kitchen. Now this is where you're going to make this really pretty. You're going to swirl this around. Be generous. You may have some leftover. Don't worry. Blitz a clove of garlic into this, your pre-roasted garlic, and dip it into your bread. And you're ready to roll. Let's swirl this around.
That looks incredible. What I love is what you've done with the flavor palette of a soup like this. You brought in all these different elements from around the world. Like you said, you've been inspired by Thai cooking with the coconut and the basil and the coriander, but then you've got that French element of the base of the soup. Your onions, your celery, and your carrots. Yeah,
with a bit of basil.
And that truffle oil.
Truffle oil is amazing.
Such a good. That's very interesting. How come you use truffle oil over there instead of?
I love the flavor of truffle in soups. I love truffles as it is, and I love the flavor of truffles in salads and soups. Or just shaved truffle on pasta. Amazing.
Delicious.
So, okay, just put some color if you want. a little bit of paprika, or you could go with cayenne pepper, right?
Very
It's a
nice.
restaurant dish. Love the
Yeah.
A
presentation.
little bit of black pepper.
Great plating, right?
Always.
Now-
Isn't you always so good with her plating?
Yeah.
Even when you're showing us your ingredients, you know, you've got a banana leaf at the bottom and
Yes. Yes.
Now, oh, that's the Southeast Asian in me. Now,
Yeah.
now a lot of us like to use croutons on our soups. You know, we like to have our soups with bread. I find croutons are really heavy, and I'm always, like I said, trying to add a healthier element into my cuisine. So what I have is this store-bought omega mix. Okay, and what I do is I lightly toast it, and then I store it up in these containers. This is great in your soups, it's great in your smoothies, it's great to thicken up your chutneys. We use a lot of cashew nuts and almonds and peanuts in our chutneys. Use this, it will thicken up your chutneys, and you won't feel so guilty because you're giving your family sunflower seeds. You're giving them pumpkin seeds, you're giving them flax seeds, you're giving them sesame seeds. This is all good, very rich for all the women out there. You know, I like to talk about beauty from the inside out and recipes that make you beautiful. Biotin, very good for your hands and nails. All these nuts and seeds, just over. You get a crunch, you get a texture. You've got pumpkin soup and pumpkin seeds, and you just spoon into this, and I'm telling you, it's a complete, very healthy, very prana-rich, very wholesome dish that you're going to enjoy.
that looks beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful, can I say? That looks like something I would be served at a restaurant. Incredible.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, we have a meal in itself here. You know, it's complete. You don't need anything else. You know?
You don't need anything else. If you're really a hungry lion or a hungry tiger or tigress for the year of the tiger, I say you can have it with, you know, a nice slice of. I like to go for the healthier versions of bread, sourdough rye. Alicia, like we spoke earlier in one of our sessions, your sourdough rye is really great. If you if you want to bring some more Indian flavors into the soup, I've added cinnamon just to counteract the sugar effect of the pumpkin. You can add in some roasted cumin powder. You know, now if my mom was going to have this soup, she'd say, "Oh, I need a little bit of masala or something in it." So I'd tell her, "Okay, Mom, I put some roasted cumin powder for you. You could, it's already got green chilies, but you could add red chilies. I've just used paprika because I've already blitzed in a green chili in here. So you don't want
So the cumin is like making dal at home, right? Essentially.
Right.
So that balance of flavors. Perfect. Very good. Good job. That was awesome.
It's a pre-prep recipe, but it works well. And for all the moms out there who want to cook for their children and give them healthy food. Now, what you can do if you're using pumpkin and you want to use less pumpkin and you want to use carrot with it, don't omit the carrot in the maypole. Use it. But what you can do is you can steam some carrots and add them in. You know, you can steam some carrots, or if you want more of a tomato base and less of a pumpkin base. You want a bit of the sweetness of the pumpkin, but you want a more tomato-based soup. Then, you know, add in more slow roasted tomatoes, or use cherry tomatoes and just pound them on some greaseproof paper, olive oil, sea salt, soften them into your soup, you know, and add in more basil, because tomato and basil is a marriage made in heaven. Just as turmeric and black pepper is. Now, if you're more Ayurvedically inclined as I am, and you want to add some more anti-inflammatory elements into this soup, then what you can do is when you're making your maypole, you can grate in a little bit of fresh turmeric root. Again, Asian flavors, basil, chilies, fresh turmeric. We're working with the 3 primary Asian flavors here. But because you're going to add turmeric into this soup, again, a match made in heaven that can never be separated is turmeric and black pepper. I I call turmeric the queen of spices. I've said this in many of my sessions before. And I call black pepper the king of spices, right? Turmeric is very high in curcumin. Curcumin isn't effectively absorbed into the bloodstream. Yeah. But when you add black pepper, when her husband's with her, boom, some magic happens, you know, and the curcumin gets absorbed into the bloodstream. Adding black pepper to turmeric enhances the bioavailability of turmeric to almost 2,000%.
Wow, that's
And
a pretty significant amount. That's amazing.
That is a huge amount, and it's essential for us to have this combination during this turbulent time that we're facing. You know, a lot of people are saying, I have turmeric, but I have turmeric milk. Okay, you're having turmeric milk. Milk is, why did our grandmothers add turmeric to milk? Tell me at night before we slept. Have you ever thought about it? Because turmeric is anti-inflammatory. They were intuitive. They were intuitive. Turmeric is an anti-inflammatory, and milk causes inflammation.
Absolutely.
So what do? You add turmeric to the turmeric to the milk. But now modern sciences has taught us even further that black pepper enhances the bioavailability. So yes, for those of you who are having turmeric milk at night, for many of the Indian countries and the states of India, people still have a hot cup of haldi doodh at night. Some of them add cardamom to it, some of them add the nuts to it, the healthy nuts for healthy fats. Fine. Add your turmeric and do add in a bit of black pepper because you want the turmeric to do its work. You know?
And our grandmothers would also heat up the milk before they would give it to us. They'd have this wisdom without, the confirmation of scientific studies back then. But science has also now proved that if you heat up your turmeric and add the black pepper, just the heat as well releases more curcumin and is easier for our body to absorb as well.
It's easier for our body to absorb
as well.
Exactly. Our grandmothers also would give us honey and turmeric when we had coughs and colds.
Yeah.
I used to love it because it was sweet, right? So she'd have this spoon and she'd put a spoon of honey and she'd put some turmeric and she'd say, Meetha, it's sweet, yummy, yummy. Yeah. And she'd feed us with our finger. And we would say, just give us the whole spoon, it's sweet, when it's candy, it's sweet, anything sweet to do. So ancient wisdom carries such a wealth of, it's a treasure box.
And Hasmita is here with us as well.
Yes, I see her there, Hasmita.
Hasmita, what do you think?
That was just fantastic. And it's interesting what you said about turmeric, Seema, because there are so many health benefits. And I use fresh turmeric, and I find that even having a drink in the morning, hot water with turmeric and using it, the health benefits are phenomenal. And it's part of our diet as well, which I think is and that dish looks absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been such a joy to be here and be able to cook this for you. I love this soup, and I really hope that all the tips that I've given you'll be able to take them back with you. With mummies who are always in a jiffy, this is a very healthy soup. And you can use the same version. Use the melange of mixed vegetables. Don't omit the meatball. That's what I say. That's one effort you have to make. It's a standard rule of thumb. I feel
You also mentioned about the carrots and the kind of, it doesn't, in terms of proportion.
In terms of, you know what you do? Weigh your butternut squash. Weigh your butternut squash. And then substitute the same amount in weight with your vegetables. That would work. You just have to use a little bit of intuitive thinking here. It's not rocket science. It's actually quite easy. And you can make so many soups with this. You can do leek and onion. You can even do a potato soup. You can do a sweet potato soup. You can do a pumpkin soup. You can do zucchini, squash, carrots, a whole melange of spring vegetable soup. and just bring it forward. And you know, the amount you blitz it, you might want to leave it chunky as well and more rustic. You can do that too. And boom,
Maybe it's so colourful. Just
it's colourful. It's colourful and it's brimming with antioxidants.
Seema, that dish looks very delicious. Can you pull it up near the camera so we can all enjoy and savor it a bit more up? Yes. Wow.
Yummy, I want some.
Wow, looks so beautiful.
Reminds me of dal chawal.
And Seema, while we are at it, and Kiran, Asmita, and Alisha, we plan to set up a kitchen forum where lots of ladies can maybe set up their own scenarios on our Facebook and then join our podcast. Kiran, Seema, can you tell us more about it?
So the kitchen forum will be set up over the next week, where we're going to have a lot of people joining us. You know, if you want to join us, just send us a WhatsApp on our, you have a website, www.healingourEarth.com. We have a WhatsApp option over there. If you'd like to be added to it, just let us know what your interests are, what your passions are, what your skill sets are. And we'd love to bring everyone to the table, share a lot of knowledge and wisdom on food as medicine, as our Alisha here always says. Let food
do the healing.
Let food be medicine and medicine be thy food. It'll be very interactive, you know, and we'll have a group of people sharing ideas, and we will go forward from that, you know, and brainstorm and see how we can bring more seva and touch the lives of so many more, bring health, happiness, healing, joy, and wisdom as we do here in Healing Our Earth, which takes me to say that, you know, if you want to re-watch this session, if you've just hopped on late, you can follow us on our YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Periscope handles, also at www.healingourearth.com. We have a number of events coming up. On the 13th of February, we are going to celebrate love and joy with messages to our loved ones. You know, here in the UK time, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Do hop on board and share the love and joy that we share with all here at Healing Our Earth. On the 20th of February, we have everything COVID. It's a COVID specialty event, miscellaneous COVID. It's from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT. On the 27th of February, we're going to celebrate dance, healing, music, and moves, you know, and we're going to celebrate dance. So come along and dance with us on the 27th of February. On Sunday, the 6th of March, a very special event, something that really, really is my, holds very strongly with me, Kiran, Hasmita, and a lot of lovely ladies out there. Is women's empowerment. Empower women, empower everyone, empower humanity. Okay, that is on Sunday, the 6th of March, from 2 p.m. onwards, GMT. And then our last event, and that we're scrolling up over here, is again like this. It's a vegan vegetarian kitchen where we'll be sharing tips on immunity, healthy cooking, recipes, celebrating diversity through the medium of food and stories, and celebrating our ancestors and our grandmothers with our vegan vegetarian kitchen on Sunday, 13th March.
And Seema, you have been a beacon of light.
Just to remind the viewers that it's not our last event on 13th, that's just on this current series. We are going to go on and on and on till the doomsday. But Seema, what I would like to know, and from Kiran, Hasmita, Alisha, Lata, and everybody who is down here, the kitchen, so Kiran, you can extrapolate on that one regarding to the podcast, but also, Seema, you mentioned the women empowerment. Empowering women is to empower humanity. So it's very important, and we are very keen to empower women. So for the viewers who are watching us on the YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and the website, please note that you can connect the website WhatsApp number, and you can join the wider group of women empowerment where there is a steering group at the moment. It will be very nice to know how many women can actually bring their input. So Kiran and Seema, and can you tell us more about that, please?
You want to go ahead, Seema? Start.
For the women's empowerment, we have several different quadrants that we want to address. Women in technology, women in finance, empowering women. Also, at the same time, I'd like to say this to you, that we also we have a team of experts on board. Healing Our Earth is there to heal. And I say this, we are here to heal. So if anybody needs a safe space to speak, if anybody's going through anything, we have a WhatsApp number. Everything is very confidential. It's a very safe space. We have a team of experts. If you need any help, if you need anything, you just need to take out of your system and heal. Please do get in touch with us. There's so much going on right now in our world. At the same time, empowering women, stepping out of your limited space and stepping into a space where you can shine bright like a diamond. What more do you need? We have a risk management specialist with us here, Asmita. Really, she spoke at the Women's Empowerment event very recently. We have Karen, who's mentoring and having women step out of their comfort zones and step into a whole new dimension. And then you know what? We have the younger generation, Alicia, who we can learn from, who have all these new ideas. We learn from our youngers. They have all these new multidimensional ideas that we can bring, that we can actually take from them and bring to the table, because the children have a whole new way of thinking. Well, she's not such a judge, a young lady, but she is a good friend's daughter, so I do call her children. And so please, do get involved with us. We have so much, if you'd like to join our community, if you'd like to be part of our vegan vegetarian kitchen, you want to share your creativity, we have our WhatsApp number over there, and you can see it down below. Please do join us, and it's just so wonderful to be a part of this community and to be able to share and just move together with everyone.
And can we also say, Seema, that you have been such a wonderful host and cook today. Like, you have just been fantastic. So thank you for your wonderful recipe and for empowering us and for sharing your light, your love, your the passion that you have with us. We know that you were born in Nairobi in Kenya, and you had a family food business. That's what kind of inspired you at a young age, along with your travels, to follow your culinary passion and to grow in your knowledge, about food and about medicinal food as well. So thank you so much for sharing all of your wisdom, your knowledge, your wealth of knowledge with us. It's been so wonderful getting to know more about you and to see the wonderful recipes that you have in store. They were just phenomenal. So thank you again
for having me.
Absolutely. I can't say any more than that. Alicia said it all. Seema, you are incredible. You're passionate about everything that you do. You're so knowledgeable. And I believe that you did recognize your true calling. It's completely full of love. And you show that. You embrace your calling and then you demonstrate it. And we see it. We see your love. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. You all inspire me,
No, you inspire us. And I just wanted to add to that and say, I think the girls have summed it up, but you are amazing. And such a good support to us all and inspiring us. And thank you for bringing it all together and making it happen.
You're very kind, but couldn't have done it without all of you. What one person can do is not half as much as what 5 people or 10 people together can do. So I'm grateful to all of you. There's such a great team here. And the women, I just want to say, the women on this Women's Empowerment and this vegan vegetarian kitchen, the way we plan our shows, it's so smooth. Right, Karen? Right, Asmita?
It blew me away the first time I watched it. It just blew me away. I was like, this is so lovely, Everybody's just out there to give of themselves without expecting anything,
Talking about giving, we have a lovely lady who I see here, Lataji. Welcome, Global Namaste.
Global Namaste to all of you, my lovelies. And you, especially, Seema. I mean, we've got so much love for you, you know, for all the work you do behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, and encouraging us, you know, and coming out with these creative ideas and innovations. It's just amazing. Thank you.
You know, that's what happens. My mind gets so busy, and I saw Alicia and I was talking about different ideas. Then I see Hasmita and I'm like, oh my God, I can do this and I can do that. And then what happens at the end of it, I forget about it. And then I have to go back to them and say, what was it I was talking about the other day? Can you remind me?
That sounds just like me. I need a personal assistant all the time. Can you remind me what we were doing? I think we'll make a good team, won't we?
Absolutely. You know, Kiran, you have joined us all the way from Luxembourg and you've given so much time. And I know you have a very, very, very busy schedule. You know,
I do. I don't know. Well,
I really wanted to say thank you so much. And Alicia, you are up so late at night. It's
I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. I choose to be here. I could go to bed right now, but I'm sitting chatting with you ladies.
And I see Julie there, and she's joining us all the way from Malaysia.
Hi.
Okay, but Joy.
Yeah,
And I was just going to mention that it's just wonderful you incorporated the elements of seasonal eating. I think that is so key, and moving towards healthier options. As a health coach myself, I really appreciate bringing in those elements, and it's just about making better choices. I mean, regular white bread versus sourdough bread. I think it's brilliant. And it is a beautiful recipe. I watched it from beginning to end, and it's amazing how you just put it together. And with, you know, like it's like juggling so many things, trying to present a recipe and just thinking about it. It inspired me to go back to the kitchen, and because we have helpers here in Malaysia, we're so fortunate. But you know, I miss cooking. I do miss cooking, and so thank you for inspiring me.
Bless you for saying that, and thank you for your very kind words. You said that, you know, the inspiration to eating healthy. I think our body is the temple of our soul. It is our moral responsibility to look after it, nurture it, yeah, and it is our birthright to eat healthy. And it comes under the umbrella of self-care. The self-care is very important. Yeah, we have to look after ourselves emotionally and physically. This is our responsibility. It is our birthright, you know. So if we want to, you know, nourish and grow and flourish, it starts with us. Just like we say, happiness is our own choice, right?
Yeah.
It's a choice, right? The same way your health is your choice, you know, and your mental health also. In many cases, if you take the right self-care, there are many cases, of course, where we have to address it on a much deeper level. But there are simple prescriptions out there. Breathwork is available for everybody. Meditation is available for everybody. Yoga is available for everybody. At our family here at Healing Hour, we say to your family that we have the tools, we have all the experts on board. Come along and ride along with us every Sunday with our free global online events. There's so much to share. There's so much knowledge out there, and I have gained personally, on a personal note, I've gained so much. On that note, I'd like to really say a very big thank you on behalf of our whole family here at Healing Hour to a great visionary, the founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, who's sitting in lockdown, just suddenly had this light bulb and said, okay, we're going to do Healing Hour. And our team isn't huge and extensive. Many people think, you know, we have a whole huge team. It's a small team, a committed team that really believes in this vision, that comes forward and, you know, puts their best foot forward. And we are all in, it's amazing, Kiran, Alicia, we're all in yes mode. Everyone's in yes mode. And that's what makes it so positive. So come along and ride with us every Sunday, you know, and let's heal our lives together. Because
Seema, can you run Pranayam website, which actually does a specialist tea. Could you tell us more about the tea and maybe show some of your brands and what are your future plans?
Pranayam is, prana means high chi energy and yam means yummy, the inspiration of the heart. I'm from a family food business and I was running a private kitchen, Africa to Asia, a culinary safari that journeys between two continents. It was my journey on a plate, born in Africa, lived in India, now in Hong Kong, traveled extensively to Malaysia, of course, and of course to Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, lots of parts of Southeast Asia, Cambodia. And it was a fantastic business. It was doing very, very well. I was having private dining events, and suddenly my journey took a flip, and I was exploring yoga and meditation, and I met a very wise and a very deep spiritual teacher who's known as His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankarji. And I just came back home one day and I told my husband, I said, you know, I'm not doing this anymore. And he looked at me and he said, are you crazy? He said, you're doing so well. I said, no, it just doesn't resonate. I want to go into something that's more. I became a vegetarian overnight, by the way. More vegan vegetarian. And I said, he said, okay, sit down with me. What do you want to do? I said, I want to do something that's high prana, you know, that brings a lot of energy to people, that's healing. And he looked at me and he said, and I said, and it should be yummy. And he said, pranayam. And that's the story. That's where it took place. High chi energy pranayam. And I started with this one tea, which is ancient, it's a masala tea. It's actually a traditional Kenyan recipe. And I thought, how can I celebrate diversity through my one tea? So it's a masala tea. And of course, I had visited Latin America. You know, I love the Incan Mayan tradition. I love Machu Picchu. I threw in Latin American red peppercorns into this tea. I don't know if you can see it. And so we brought the Mayan wisdom or the Incan wisdom into this. And then this tea was actually being sold unbranded. The expats, Kiranji in Hong Kong, were crazy about it and buying it. And then we grew our tea line into a love tea, which is oolong and rose, which is really a beauty tea, very good for your complexion. We went into tulsi because tulsi is sacred. And of course, I infused it with my African elements because I'm from Africa. I said I have to bring a bit of Africa into this. So I brought in rooibos. And of course, then we have Japanese sencha with mint, you know, a bit of the let's say, the Middle East with Japanese sencha. And we put sunflower blossoms into it just to tie it up into a smoother tea. And of course, we have peach and sunflower blossoms with nirvana and sencha. So the teas are all yogic teas for the soul. So we have presence, bring your mind into the present moment, nirvana, a state you can achieve after meditation, bliss, breathwork and bliss go together, love, which is the essence of the world, and serenity, because that's everybody's birthright. So we have a beautiful story. And if you can see, these colors are all the colors. I lost my mother in 2009. So my way of keeping my mother alive was through the colors of all her South Indian saris.
And Seema, they are beautiful colors, and I believe your tea is so premium that some of the most established venues, particularly in the Far East and maybe some in the Europe, are already using it. So it would be very nice for people to connect with you through Healing Our Earth. Let's move over to Alicia, who is a very good blogger. But I love Alicia's different cuisine each time she comes on board. Alicia, tell us more about your Instagram and what you love about Healing Our Earth.
Of course, yeah. So I, you know, two years ago exactly, I just, like Seema ji, I kind of had this overnight realization that, you know what, I just need to go vegan and I just need to go on a plant-based diet. And I just went cold turkey. cut out all the animal products. And so, 6 months of being on a vegan plant-based diet, I thought to myself, I wish there were more platforms out there that shared plant-based recipes.
Video and you can do the serving.
And sorry. And I realized that there was a big opportunity for me to just start sharing the things that I grew up eating and how people could go on a vegan and plant-based diet so easily, just by substituting a few things or eating ancient recipes, village recipes from different cultures. And traveling is something else that I really, really enjoy. So, whenever I can, I try and travel to different countries, learn more about the cuisine. And one day I came up with this idea that, I'm just going to start a social media platform and share my recipes with everybody. So I have an Instagram page called Plant Bite. That's PLANTBITE_. And you can find me on Instagram. And I run the account myself, and I share recipes, I share healing testimonies, I share all sorts of things, all to do with holistic health, plant-based, whole food plant-based recipes, vegan recipes. And I have, and I'm very, very active on there. And I hope and, really, really, I really hope that people resonate with my message and engage with me on the platform. So that's why I started the page. So you can find me on Instagram and get in touch with me. You can follow me, follow my recipes. And if you try anything, please do share it and tag me. I'd be really, really happy to and excited to see that you've, maybe recreated my recipes. So that's me.
And Alicia, your Instagram page is there on the website, on the kitchen pages, instagram.com.
Thank you.
// so people can visit there. And Alicia, we love you. You are one of the youngest experts that we have got. We hope that in years to come, you will be leading where Seema and Kiran are, and they will be just basking like a trustee and maybe supporting you.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they're doing such amazing things, and I hope to follow in their footsteps. Absolutely.
Beautiful.
They're very, very inspirational to me. Thank you, ladies, and thank you, Neelji. Thank you.
And at this point, let's move on to Kiran. Kiran, earlier we talked about your Seva book. I love the fact that your son himself was actually very proud, because normally the kids are okay. Yes, mom, dad, you are doing quite well, but you are of a different generation. This guy was also telling people, hey, you better get it because there's recipes in there. But Kiran, what we love at Healing Our Earth is the way you produce your newsletters. And if we actually look at it, that you're so active, you're so fast, and shortly, maybe we can just show it to people as to the kind of work that you produce, and talk a bit about the book as well. But your latest newsletter, which is just about 3 minutes back, which is actually talking about female fingerprints and is this month's flavor. Just tell us a bit more about that.
Okay, so female fingerprints, I had the inspiration like maybe a few months ago, 3 months ago. And I said to my husband, I'm going to keep doing my newsletter, but I want to do something different. I want to do a feature article, which I'd like to present to my readers every month. And what I want to do is I want to focus on women, women that I've met, women that I know, strong women who are able to empower other women, which is something that I've always done, whether it's through mentoring or coaching or what have you. I just had the strong desire to do that. And then furthermore, what I wanted to do was, give it a specific name, wanted to reach out globally, not just Luxembourg, but do start Honor Luxembourg and do start the first article here in Luxembourg. And then I would move on, globally, different countries, different connections, interview each one, spend time with each lady, and then fit them into my calendar. I'm very, very thrilled to say I have 12 ladies. So every month this year, there will be one feature article, you know. What I'm looking for is to have these women come alongside, tell their story of how they made it. I'm not talking about stories where that are private or you may not want to share, and it's not about shaming anyone. It's nothing like that. These are stories that are rich, full of wisdom and acts from these women who said, I can do this, I want to do this, and did it with whatever they, you know, went through. I want those women to come forward and basically, you know, love and bless and educate our other women around us. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Beautiful. And I love the way you compose. There's such a easy to read newsletter. You put pictures in it, you put captions in it, you actually theme it. And one of the things that we are going to help people who join the forum that will start from March is that maybe we can guide them as to how they can flourish with their work, how they can actually use the cameras, the tricks to be on a Zoom. Because at Healing Our Earth, there are no exams. You just come with your right energy, love, harmony, unity, peace, and you are part of Healing Our Earth. And I must say, your Seva book is so good, and I actually enjoy watching the screens. I'm going to play the reel that your son actually did, and
you and Roshan, really. That's hilarious.
I'm in a bookstore, and this is actually a book written by my mum. Can you believe that? And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
Now, what I loved about it was that his energy was so right. Not just do it for me. I featured in there is my mom. Normally, when you go to uni or something, they don't want to disclose who their mom and father are because they just want to be on their own. So what a nice energy and everything. At home, does he generally come and compliment your cuisines and always looking forward to it?
Yes. Definitely, yes.
And tell us slightly more about the book, the composition. What is in the book that people would find it more riveting, and is it more recipe based, or is it your journey, or is it your seva?
It is essentially my journey. It is my memoirs, you know. So I talk about, you know, my meeting my grandmother and the whole legacy and thing. And then I go towards growing up in Hong Kong, you know, from Pune to Hong Kong. And in Hong Kong, you know, you just grow up with family. You don't really have a voice. You just get ready for the next step and the next thing and whatever. You're just obedient and good and follow and seva and serve and do. That's what you're taught to do. That's what you do. You don't have a voice. Then I go to the States, and now I'm like, okay, I need to switch careers here. You know, I've been doing my own thing, but I think I really want to be in corporate, you know, and learn and instill. And lo and behold, I didn't apply. I just happened to receive this calling to come and work in the hospital. And I said, I wonder why I've been asked to go and work in a hospital. I wonder what is desired of me here. And lo and behold, I realized I wanted to change hospital food. So from get-go, it was like, I mean, we all know reputation of hospital food, right? Like you don't really want to eat it, you know. So I said, this is going to be my desire. And I did exactly that. I was able to do that, you know. I want to bring the leadership, the seva principle to this generation here. I want to make it easy for them in a way that, look, I went through this, I've learned through this, everything is doable. Let me help you to excel in what you do and what we all do together. that's what I'm doing.
And Kiran, during this pandemic, almost like more than 2 years, and it's slightly still carrying on, what tips would you give to budding chefs, not the home cook, but the chefs who would like to maybe come in the market either to open their business or be chef in a 5-star hotel or something? What do you think they should pursue, or should they be technology based, or should they be hands-on approach? And what are your tips?
You know, that's a very good question that you put forward. You know, I've been thinking a lot about that. I mean, it has been hard for restaurants and people in the hospitality world, you know, restaurants shutting down, people not going out and what have you. I would inspire chefs to look at what is new. What is a new product that you can bring to the table? What is a new way of serving those customers that you can deliver? Because you have to slowly let go of this. You know, you can't keep minimizing your restaurant, you know, to, okay, we'll just accept 3 or 4 people. It's not going to work that way. You have to think big. So let me give you an example. What I'm thinking is, how do you make those recipes, package them, and sell them, things that you can bring home and enjoy a meal? And another way of this approach is, I want to encourage chefs to share their stories, their recipes, put it out there, whether you want to write a book, recipe book, what have you. Encourage the young ones who are going through school that there is a lot you can do in hospitality. You just have to figure out the ways, get in the right areas, and you can do it. Don't give up. Don't give up.
And for those people who are stuck at home, I think lately, if you notice, all the COVID experts and all the news and everything says, boost your natural immunity. Now, I like when they say boost your natural immunity, but could you zoom into exactly what would really boost the natural immunity, either with the ingredients or products or the mental state of mind we might have at home, or what could be readily available and could be the best maybe to eat, consume, or maybe even yoga, breathing, and meditation? But what are your thoughts of what do you mean when you say boost your immunity?
Sure. First and foremost, like we discussed earlier, and I think I took a note of that, that the season provides you the food to eat. You know, it's just, that's the way God designed this for us. You know, this is the season, this is fall, we're going to bring in, you know, there's always going to be a harvest of pumpkins and squash and things like that. So the seasonal foods are already designed for you, and each and every one, whether together or in each standing alone, you know, like the eggplant or the squash, whatever, has properties, has benefits, has infection control, immunities in it. It's all built in. We just have to find out. I mean, it's so easy to do that. Do Google search and it'll tell you what are the nutrients, what are the attributes, what are the benefits of food. But the foods that are available right now in the supermarket, it's not that hard. Go enjoy that, use that, eat that, and be healthy. It's very easy to make that happen. So I'm always an opinion of buying what is seasonal, buying fresh. I'd rather my exercise pattern would be walking to the grocery store to take those extra steps and do it frequently and buy fresh produce and cook every day. That's how I would protect myself from immunity.
Now, most of the countries now are quite advanced. They also get foods imported. So you can almost be all kind of fruits and vegetables throughout the year. Give me 5 examples of your best fruits that are good for immunity, and 5 examples of vegetables that are good for immunity.
Sure. I would say, well, definitely, like, again, today we used oranges. So oranges and lemons, you know, citruses, apples, definitely, and bananas, avocados, a must. I would even say mangoes. Vegetables, there's carrots, onions, green beans, believe it or not, cabbage. All of the dark green leafy vegetables are a must, enjoy them. There's so much available there. Not here in Luxembourg, but I'm sure UK, you have a lot of those. Mushrooms, we, again, don't want to dive into that. We talked about that. We covered that in the show. Everything that is crunchy and looks appetizing means there's like cucumbers, that means there's water content in that. Automatically you can tell that, and it'll help hydrate, stay hydrated. That's it.
Super. So at least we are zooming into something particularly specific. Kiran, you've been there since the start of this today's show. Can you just run for our audience who might have just joined in, and shortly when Sharon comes from America, we can chit chat with her, that Saivani and Anil started with nice, sweet potato recipe and turned it into a very nice recipe. And then later we had Alicia, who again came with a different recipe. And then we had Hasmita, who produced a very lovely aubergine dish. And maybe we'll ask her about that. What were your thoughts of each presentation, and which made your mouth water?
Neil, I like I said, my first show last time, this is my second one. The first one I came on, I was just totally blown away. And I keep saying that over and over again. Everything is just, it was just so beautiful and presented so well. It's just like, it just came from the heart, it just came very beautifully. I love diversity. I love inclusion. I love people. People energize me. So when I saw what all three ladies did was bringing in food and just the culmination of everything. You're bringing in Indian, you're bringing in Thai, and then how you tie it in together and make it just, yummy and available, and then all of the stories behind it. So again, it was the same thing today. So that's what I appreciate. Hasmita, what do you think? Can she hear me?
Hasmita is here. So Hasmita, I love Hasmita. Hasmita, if your dish is there, can you show? Because I love the way it was finished. It was so appealing. It was like, maybe you could eat it like a curry, like a meal. So you wouldn't miss the normal taste of the spice.
It's just not in front of me. I'll put it on in a minute.
Sure.
But it's been such an inspirational afternoon. And, it's so nice to bring together so many different dishes and across the world. It's really interesting to see how different people have different ideas and putting ingredients together, and you can have a completely different outcome. So I think it's really kind of very inspirational, and bringing all these flavors and healthy eating, vegan, vegetarian, and you learn so much about the value and the minerals and nutrients in all these wonderful variety of vegetables and fruits that we put together, and the spices. It's phenomenal. So it's really been interesting.
And Hasmita, Julie, who is here from Malaysia, where time now is 1:30 in the morning, and she brought out 2 o'clock, yeah? Yeah, so Julie, I loved your opening statement when you said that from the nutritional point of view and the variety of the dishes that came. And what were your thoughts when you were watching the program? What was appealing to you? And was it easy to comprehend the style of cooking and the final products? How did you feel, Julie?
I know one of the things I wanted to just mention is not just the ingredients, also simply how you cut your carrots. And when Seema said, this is how we cut our carrots in Asia, I'm like, yes, that's how we cut our carrots here. We julienne them a lot here. And what I appreciated was it's a whole process, and to really think about where the food came from, all the way to it being at your table, and that gratitude and that appreciation in this world where so many things are so disconnected, and we are not so we are less and less connected to our senses. I really appreciated when each presenter really brought out that sense of I wish that we could smell and taste the food, because it's just the way they spoke about it, the way they shared their story, all from truly heartfelt. The bringing together of the elements, just as in cooking, you brought together the elements of your life, your journey, and the lessons. I think that was what I really appreciated. This is not just just not a cooking show. It's really a heart to heart sharing from woman to woman, from woman to men also that are cooking out there. It's a really beautiful thing. Thank you so much.
So you actually enjoyed the spiritual journey of the food, where it came from to the moment it was prepared and then finally served, not just gastronomically appealing and with a nutritional value, but from the spiritual point of view, the energy and the love that went into the cooking. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, and tied in with it, the piece of the medical pieces, the nutrition pieces on the turmeric and the black pepper. It's always good to be reminded over and over again which foods are basically important to be cooked together, and what foods are important not to be cooked. So now it's like, I know, oh wait, I shouldn't be using honey in my baking then, it's not probably good.
Or even when you mix the water, then you got to mix it at the right temperature. Kiran, is that right?
Yeah.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we learned so much today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Thank you very
nice.
much, Neil. Have a lovely evening, the rest of it. Thank you.
Kiran. Have a lovely time. And it was wonderful to have your presence.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So Lata, while you are at it, what are your food thoughts?
Well, I think, I agree that when we collaborate, our wisdom and our knowledge and our research, we can be more powerful, and we can boost our immune system even higher, which is what we all want to concentrate on. But there's so little time to do all the proper research. So if we can collaborate and pool together our resources, our time and our research, then we can all make a big difference to our lives, and our health, our well-being. I think it's so important to, be mindful when you're eating, so that you gain its vitamins and its healing properties, and to be deeply grateful constantly, about where it's come from, how God made the elements to produce it, and someone has gone to work to bring it to us, to grow it, and it's just phenomenal. And I think that in itself brings us the joy, and the joy that then is also healing, because while you're eating, you need to feel at peace, and that also is very important aspect, don't you?
So you agree that a food prepared with love and positive energy actually transmits through the person who is consuming it?
Yeah, I think that is so key. Otherwise, you're building up diseases and illnesses, and you're being separated from, what food is supposed to be doing for us. And so I think, that's it. You put it so well, Neil.
Thoughts of
Sorry?
the food. prepared in a nice environment, it's a nice energy. You agree that the food made in a correct environment, with correct energy, is in a good standing for a good enjoyment of a food. And if you are visiting somebody, if they serve it with you with love, then the enjoyment is even more better.
Yeah, you certainly feel that. The love coming through is a vital ingredient. It does come through. And yeah, it's very important to have love and self-love, self-help, generating, looking after ourselves is when we become stronger to look after someone else and some others around us, our family.
And Julie, what are your thoughts on the same?
Wow, yeah, I really reflected on so sad how little I've been cooking the last year, and how much that like I felt that need to, I've been feeling that need to go back to the kitchen, also for the kids, it's that feeling of like, yeah, their recipes being made here, they're from our ancestors, from the Chinese tradition. We're trying to make it healthier, but at the same time, we don't want to lose the legacy. And I think that, wow, if my children grow up one day and they think back on their childhood, just as my mom didn't cook for us, I realized that, wow, if I don't bring this back in, there would be something missing, that they didn't have the feeling of their mom cooking for them. And that actually made me a bit sad. So,
wow, what a thought. Yeah. So Julie, hang on there. We'll be back with you. We are now going to move to America, where our wonderful Sharon Rose, she's our host, and she's also got some food tips for us lined up here. And we will say hello to her. Good morning to you, Sharon, and how are you? And if you please unmute yourself.
A global namaste to all of you out there. It's, as always, a joy to be with you.
And Sharon, just before you carry on, let's tell the audience just a bit more about you as to who you are. So today, you are also going to share your tips, and you are co-hosting the next session. Sharon Rose, MAED, President of Sacred Mysteries Production, is a filmmaker, choreographer, composer, author, and a teacher. As a scholar in world dance music and religion, her training and research includes ballet, modern dance, Kathak, Middle Eastern, flamenco, and African dance, amongst others. She is also known for her unique reconstruction of dance, music, and ritual of ancient Egypt. She has received grants and awards for her work, including Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship, to conduct extensive research into the art, culture, and spiritual traditions of North India, where she became the first American disciple of Kathak Queen Sitara Devi. What an accolade, Sharon. That was beautiful. Sharon, of course, loves cooking and entertaining guests at home regularly, and she will be sharing some of her tips of what she has been doing lately. So Sharon, global namaste to you again.
Yes, yes. Well, I was thinking a lot, we're just starting. Some of you know from past shows that we have an 800 square foot greenhouse here, high, like about 8,500 feet up in the mountains of Colorado, in Creststone, Colorado, which is called the Shambhala of the Rockies. We have around 33 different temples, including, as we've seen on Healing Our Earth, the Haidikananda Lakshmi temple, where very traditional prayers and fire pujas are done daily. And so we have the greenhouse, and we also have a large outdoor garden. And all I can say to you, all of you, grow your own food if you can. Last year, my husband was able to can, 56 quarts of tomatoes.
Wow.
The recipes, the food that he is making, during the lockdown, he took the opportunity, having been really interested in cooking ever since I've known him, he took the opportunity to really become an amazing gourmet cook. And so the food we're eating, it's not only just delicious because of the recipes, and he goes from Italian with all the tomatoes, and he goes to Middle Eastern and Chinese and just Mediterranean, all these really, really delicious recipes. But the beauty of it and the delight of it, the lusciousness of it, is because we grew the food ourselves, totally organic. And one of the things I wanted to mention today, and I'm hoping that Wai Ching will join us, because I know that she has a lot to say about this. Oh, here she comes.
Yes,
Global namaste,
Wai
Global
Ching.
namaste, all kindred spirits of healing our earth. Global namaste. So,
yes, I wanted to begin because one of the things I think that has made our food so delicious that we have grown is that we nurture it. And what I mean by that is that I hand water, takes me about an hour and a half, and I hand water all of the plants doing long life mantras or Lakshmi mantras. And I found this I was looking, doing some research, and I found, because we're going to be growing Tulsi, and I found this prayer that one should recite when you're planting. So I thought this would be a wonderful little prayer to read. I wish I could read it in Sanskrit for you. Maybe next time we'll have someone who can read in Sanskrit say it for us on the next cooking show. Oh, Tulsi, you were born from nectar. Oof. You're always very dear to Lord Kesava, Vishnu. Now, in order to worship Lord Kesava, I am collecting your leaves and manjaris. Please bestow your benediction on me. If when picking Tulsi leaves, one breaks the branches, Vishnu feels pain in his heart. One should clasp the hands 3 times before picking Tulsi and pick in such a way that the branches do not shake. So that is some advice for anyone that's growing or picking Tulsi. And I know how important Tulsi is and how beneficial it is. And so one of the things I want to say is that the power of your devotion to what you're growing, the power of mantra itself, the power of sound, to reach into these dimensions of the elements and assist you, not only in your growing of food. And I always say, if you have children, even if you don't have an outdoor space to grow plants, just grow some inside and make that connection with the plant for the child so that throughout their life, they will understand. And especially when I've been reading a lot lately about we're having problems getting fertilizers. There's, supply shortages all over the world. In the U.S., it's getting kind of difficult here. Fortunately, around here, we have seed exchanges, etc. But it's going to be a very, very important attribute to be able to grow your own food. And when you're growing, I mean, in the Hindu tradition, why not teach your children these beautiful mantras that have been handed down from generation to generation in order to imbue them with the sound current? And Wai Ching,
yes,
would you
I'm here.
comment? I know that you are a sound healer as well as a Qigong master and so much more. So I'm wondering if you would bring us more into this concept of imbuing your plants and your food and when you're cooking with this spiritual element.
Yes, I would love to. And you know, as an energy healer, what I do with the food is give thanks, first of all, to the people who grew it, right? That's so important. And all the way to the people who transport it. And then finally to the cooking process. And especially if it was grown with love and organically, it enhances the potency of the nutrients. And you can really taste the difference between organically grown and non-organically grown as it is. So scientifically, if we were to energize the food, it would actually take about 7 to 8 minutes. So when we are doing blessings of food, let's say, and it it's lovely to do that, but scientifically, it takes about 7 8 minutes to the molecules. If it's an ordinary person who is giving that prayer or that blessing, 7 to 8 minutes. So we can hasten this with various technologies too, if we want to. Like I've spoken of the earthing card before. I actually have it here. I always carry it, and then we can just do a figure 8 or a spiral around it, and we can energize it. So with the energetics of food, we can also look at what we're eating in season, and also the kind of cooking methods, whether it's steamed or fried, so that it suits the weather. So in wintertime, we want more warm foods, root vegetables, right? Because we are going underground in our hibernation. Or in the summertime, we want something lighter. But now with the availability of foods and produce around the world, we can actually learn to balance with spices and herbs if we want to do that. And a little bit about the food security that you were speaking about, Sharon. It's so important we learn how to grow our own foods now, whether it's in just our terrace or in. I'm not so keen on hydroponics, quite frankly, because it's still a chemical base. It doesn't have the substance of the earth, right? The minerals from the earth. So people can argue, yes, you know, it's still mineralized. However, it doesn't, it's something like cooks very watery and also in flavor and the robust constituents. It's just not the same to me. I can taste the difference. I don't know if you can. But in terms of food security, it's still important to grow if we can on rooftops, on terraces, inside, even if it's with artificial lighting and maybe with certain chemical constituents. Now, there are new ways of using these chemical constituents, and that is using a mineral based powder that's been created for hydroponics. And this is an amazing powder which I know of now and really promoting it because it is amazing. Not only does it, okay, listen to this, eradicate the use of cyanide in mining, in gold mining, it also bioremediates earth and the waters that's used. So once an area is mined, actually the land can be used for revegetation. Isn't that wonderful? And so this new mineral compound is available, and we have remedies. And in the days of using crystal for refertilizing, bioremediating the earth, we used to put crystal powder in the earth, right? And this is the way of biodynamics, anthroposophy. So we bioremediate by putting it on the earth, by watering it, and also on the leaves and the stoma at the underside of the leaves, so that it's absorbed. And so you get to mineralize the body. I say the body because we actually need to mineralize as well. And as it takes up through the roots and the trunk, it's actually remineralizing the body and the cellular structure. Just the same as us, before we detox, we actually need to remineralize our bodies before we even detox. So likewise, the plants, because we are all kindred in the vegetation we call kingdom, right? And so a kingdom, we call them the kingdom, the David kingdom. So we can really work very beautifully with the devas, or the spirits, the nature spirits of the earth. Likewise, when we also cook, we are also giving thanks to nature spirits. And that's how we can potentize the nutritional value as we take it in. Because the value is not just in the food itself, like this avocado here, but there is an intelligence in the avocado, in the way the lipids are formed. That's why it's very high lipid, it's good high protein. So if we know how to work with, will really actually enhance our nutritional diet. And of course, Sharon, I can go on to talk about applied kinesiology and how we can actually reach optimal nutrition by using these kind of techniques, applied kinesiology, where we muscle test for the right kind of foods and the right amounts.
Yes,
I can go on.
I think this is a very important something to know right now because of the COVID situation. To know which food is right for you, to know which food will assist you in building your immune system, I think is a very important thing that really we're bringing out these kinds of topics on Healing Our Earth, because our mission is love and healing and just uplifting all humanity. So tell us a little more about applied kinesiology and how it works.
Right. It is a part of what we call energy medicine, vibrational medicine, quantum medicine. So it's a very beautiful way of just ascertaining the right foods. Inexpensive. We can do it ourselves. I can show you in a few minutes how we can do it. It takes a little training, of course, but we can just learn how to do it ourselves, really. So applied kinesiology, kinesthetics means movement of muscles, right? Through our entire system, through our energy systems, the liquid light, the meridians, the nadis, and the center line, and how we receive information from the etheric body, our auric field, and from the causal plane. So let's say from our higher intelligence or higher soul. So as we take this in, this information is already there. Our personality and ego sometimes we don't know how much to take because our mind is filtered. For example, I have ready to show you all the chocolate here, all the organic chocolate from Ecuador. And there's more, but if you give this to somebody and with a lack of intelligence and the lack of wisdom, will just finish everything because it tastes so good. But we know that we have to be in moderation when we eat. And so with this, also choosing the right foods. So with this muscle testing, it's also called ordinarily, that it's a very simple process of putting a steady pressure on the muscular system. This way, it can be this way. And some people will stand and ask the question whether this food is right for me or not. And if they say, if I move a little forward, it's a yes. If I move backwards, it's a no. So basically, it's a system of really getting to know ourselves, how it suits us. And of course, to some people, it's just very simple. To most people, we eat something and we get inflamed. We start to itch in the throat, or we are starting to perspire, or we have nausea, or bloating. All these are signs that these foods are not suitable for us. And this can apply to the most wondrous foods on the planet. Honey, for example, is medicine, right? But a lot of people, yes, are so sensitive and downright allergic to bee products. So propolis and royal jelly, would be quite deadly, including simple things, the mundane like peanuts. So that is actually not good for me and peanuts has aflatoxin as well. And so we test people through this system, and you can learn also doing this system ourselves. And penduluming, right? Of course, some who are more scientifically minded, left brain, they would argue that it is not scientific. However, it's been shown that this actually is quite accurate. Once the tester and the person who is being tested is receptive, there's resonance. That means there's an agreement instead of fighting each other, because there's some people I try and test and they're going, "Arr!" and it doesn't quite work. Once you know it doesn't work, we just let it go. And then I suggest then to my clients who are still not in the field of, shall we say, cooperation, because in holistic medicine, we co-create and we cooperate, right? It's not one telling the other. So this is a way of supporting the person to feel for himself or herself the intelligence of this system, that what the body itself is telling that person, right? So if a person is not doing that, that doesn't have the ability to really have the sensitivity to really participate in this modality, then I tell them to just at least go and get an allergy test. There are patch tests, there are scratch tests. So there are all these tests, and it's important as you bring it back to this COVID times. It is equally important to know what not to eat than what to eat, because then there are many ways of using remedies. We are using, for example, pine needle tea. This mountain behind me has loads of pine trees, and so we must know what kind of pine needles do we need to make this tea, whether it should be fresh and what kind of constituents and so on. And then also to test turmeric, ginger, right? And these are the popular items like turmeric, ginger, and not just any old turmeric, because it's the power of the curcumin in the turmeric that's important, and the ginger and the cinnamon. And if the cinnamon is sprayed with a lot of pesticides, you'll be drinking the pesticides. Just like people drink herbal teas. And I have this beautiful here geranium, spearmint from the garden, and rosemary as well. You can see that it's just from the garden here. And so before we do that, we have to know if this is not going to cause an inflammatory reaction. It's really lovely. And so, for example, the most inflammatory foods would be milk, because it causes a lot of phlegm, and that would be disastrous to drink when one is having a lot of phlegm, and let's say COVID, right? When one is trying to breathe, it causes congestion as well. And let's say wheat. A lot of people have wheat allergies. And it started from the 1930s when they started splicing the genes of wheat, and with different kinds of components, right? For example, they were splicing also tomatoes with fish genes so that it would last longer, yes, in transportation. So the same as the GMO, the genetically modified products, we don't know what is actually being experimented on, quite frankly. And so to go on to inflammatory foods is that it can be anything at all. Like citrus, for example. We think that when we have a cough and cold or COVID, we want to take a good amount of vitamin C. And a lot of people are taking fresh citrus with honey and, lemon or lime. And this can be really bad for someone who is sensitive to citrus and honey. So imagine that, right? And I'm one of those. So I know when by experimentation, when they say, "Oh, you have a cough and cold, take honey and lemon," I take it and I go like, I'm feeling worse and I'm coughing more. And so this was a revelation. When I started learning about applied kinesiology, I went like, wow, what is this amazing technique that it is 99% accurate. In fact, some of my clients tell me it's even more accurate because when they did the test, the patch test, let's say one had oysters, excuse me, I know it's vegan, but this is an example, and she would get deadly ill. But her test which cost thousands of dollars with the medical field, what was said slightly allergic to the shellfish, yes. Whereas, when I did the muscle testing for her, it was like, boom, it went down. Her whole body went, no, I do not like this, right? Also, like certain things we thought, like olive oil, we think it's really good. But I tested someone with cancer, and she was French, and she is French, and she's just doing very well. But she was using olive oil for all her cooking, and it was inflammatory. And we want to reduce inflammation. It's the basis of that as well. So we can see how useful it can be to learn this technique, and of course, I'm happy to help.
Oh yes, yes, and
anyone
for all
with
of you
this.
out there,
Now, I want to excuse myself because the
internet is coming in and out, but mostly in. So we're happy to be speaking to you.
Dr. Julie, yes, O-type blood do not do well with citrus and avocado. And yeah, O-type bloods actually can take certain foods that A and B cannot as well. So.
So this brings up something we spoke about last week in the Women's Empowerment Forum, which is we really need to learn to trust our own intuition rather than just expect to be, told what to do by some authority that isn't even really looking into anything more than testing. They're not looking into what I find is such a beautiful thing about Qigong, traditional Chinese medicine, or Ayurveda, or any of these indigenous medicines, is where you're looking into the whole person. It's not just, oh yeah, I have this symptom, I'm going to give you a pill. First, we're going to make you pay for your insurance company, and you pay for gazillion tests. So I really like this, and I've used this muscle testing for many years. Yeah.
Yes.
So again, I'm encouraging people to really go within, and even sit there and meditate. If you eat something and you're feeling weird, then meditate on what that could be. It even could be an emotional reaction.
Absolutely. Yes, I agree with you. I've actually done work with a woman who wanted to be fertile and to have a child. And what I've done work with people with fertility is that this is a bit esoteric, but this is a very spiritual platform, is that we connect with the being coming through. And it's so beautiful that when the being is actually advising the mother what to eat, and of course it comes through as her intuition, inner teaching. And so she says, oh, I don't usually eat that, I said, try it. And then she would try it, and she says, I didn't realize, but I was really desiring this flavor. And it was just so magical, I would say. The word is magical, that the layers of spiritual beings that we are and the access to the information that we have is not fully tapped. Likewise, with the whole COVID situation, we should be tapping into our intelligence and regarding the remedies, the, shall we say, the recommended inoculations, because this is what I found. This applied kinesiology can be so useful. In fact, I did it for my cousin who wanted to be inoculated, vaccination. So I said, let me do this test for you to see which one suits you the best and which ones not to take. And guess what? It was the same. It was truly, the ones that are real vaccines was really suitable for him. And likewise for me, right? Those which are experimental were dubious, in fact not not suitable at all. So we can use these techniques now through bioresonance technology, which is still not in use. This is something that will come in the future medicine. We look forward. Everything, we have a wonderful blessing in every situation. This situation is that I feel the future medicine is going to be even more personalized and even more patient focused, as they call it, through this holistic method of testing that exactly what is needed, and also to test what the adjuvants are, the additives are that are toxic to the person. For example, PEG in it and aluminum. So we know exactly how people would react to different additives. Right?
Yes.
Monosodium glutamate, people don't. So I think that we would come to this. It's not the future, it's the present. So we can use this for our testings.
Yes, it's clear we're in a very, very transformational time. Namaste, Lataji. Nice to see you. Do you have any comments on what we've been discussing?
Thank you, and global namaste to you, Sharon, dear, and all of you here present. So what I loved what just when she said about this individual testing, individual medicines, and tailor making it for each person. I think that is such a big key solution, because every individual is so unique. I thought it's because of the pigmentation or different culture, you know, Asians to white skin to black skin, they might have different needs and makeups. But this thing about tailor making it for each individual, because there's so many variations, isn't there, even within different nationalities. So yeah, it will be perfect. That will be a big major shift in.
Then if you could find a way to grow the food that's connected to you, that's perfect for you, that would be amazing. My husband Jay just yesterday began planting lettuce, kale, let's see, Swiss chard, spinach, all these, he's onions, garlic.
Wow. He's very what's the word, productive, and working with nature brings so much peace and harmony, doesn't it? Especially if you're doing it with the right what's the word? Sharon, help me.
I think that I can tell you from experience, and Wai Ching knows as well, because she knows him very well, that he was.
Oh, he's a marvelous cook indeed. So I've sat myself down, and just to let you know, I might go on and off the internet. It's a bit unstable here in Tosa Blue Mountain Sanctuary in Ecuador, and I have here, if you're ready, I have some produce to show you.
Oh, beautiful.
Can you show it again?
What I found.
Can you show it again?
Yes, certainly. I'll show it again.
Couple of seconds more.
There we go.
Very interesting. Very colorful, isn't it, Sharon?
Oh, it's beautiful. Well,
this is actually the mountain. Can you see it?
Oh my God.
I could not turn the camera that way because of the lighting. It would be backlighting. So I had to turn it towards the kitchen. This is the room, and I wanted to show you around. That's our terrace when we eat out when it's nice and sunny. and it's
Okay.
gorgeous. You see, that's the Los
Yeah.
Padres Mountains,
Fresh
and I'm a close
morning
up Blue Mountain
cup of
Sanctuary.
tea. Mm.
Wai Ching,
Oh yes,
I love the
and I'm
fruits and
having
vegetables. Wai Ching, can you tell us
yeah.
which each one of them is? I think I also saw a Morocco and I saw passion fruit there as well.
Yeah, that's
Yes, and well, it's I wanted to show you this. It's not passion fruit. This is actually tomate. They call it tomate. Actually, this is a good angle. This is a tomate, and
Wow.
maybe I get a knife and show you. And it's tamarillo. Has anyone tried tamarillo? See?
what does it taste like? Passion fruit? Is it like
No, it is actually it is multi-seeded like passion fruit. Hold on, well I'll go to run
Oh
into the
yes, I
kitchen and
love
get a
that.
knife.
Oh yes, I
Yes,
know what you mean. I could live on that
Jose will join
side
us.
today
No,
and mm.
I've had that. We have it in
I
Africa.
have to tell you about this. Oh yes, Africa, and we have it in Bali. And sometimes we get it in Malaysia as well. But what's fascinating, this is something I just learned here, is that they make it into a chili sauce, which is delicious. It's
Oh.
called, yes, it's called salsa the ahi. Ahi is chilies, and there are loads of chilies, and I didn't pluck any from the garden. And it's very interesting because it's chilies just blended with this tomatillo or tomate. This is what they call tomate, and it comes out as a creamy aioli style, sauce. And sometimes they put dill in it or a little bit of tarragon. Really lovely. And so I want to go and open this up and show you. Jose is in the kitchen, so I'll drag him out here to actually give you some names. This is another interesting one. This is I picked this up from the market, the Mercado, and this is actually can you see that it's like a bud of the star lily? It's a flower, the big ones, a
Oh.
fragrant one. Yeah, and
Nice.
then Chinese,
They
isn't
eat
it? The Chinese we dry it and then we make it, right? Zima,
Yeah,
chap choy.
yeah,
We
yep.
dry it and then we make it into the chapchai, and Julie knows it well too because that's our Peranakan dish. But this is fresh, and so how to prepare it is that you just break this off like that, and you cook it in a soup, or you saute it.
Must give it a
Right?
very lovely fragrance.
Oh, it's really lovely. This is a really another funny one that I picked up from the market. Look at that. It's like a hedgehog.
Mm.
So this is how you prepare it. So Jose was teaching me. It opens up into these
So that looks
seeds.
a bit like the custard apple family.
Ah, maybe I have to do some research. I
It
think our
reminds me of a
exploration.
Karela, Seema. Karela.
Karena? What's
Is it
Karena?
bitter?
Good.
Is it bitter?
No,
Sweet?
no. The seed is not bitter. It's not. It's actually quite bland.
Bland. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it can be stuffed as well. Can you imagine it stuffed? It's so
Yeah.
cute. I think it's so cute.
It's a
Like a
vegetable,
little.
yeah? Because,
Yeah.
it reminds me of a Karela.
It looked a bit like a
What's a
custard
Karela?
apple.
Mm.
Karela is bitter gourd.
Good.
Bitter gourd.
Yeah,
gourd,
but
yeah.
it's bland and it cooks down very well. It's just crunchy. It's like a.
Mm. Yeah. We're losing you again. You froze.
So Julie, what is your perspective on all that we have been speaking about?
I was gonna say I am a medical doctor, and I've been moving further and further away from prescribing medicine. I can't remember the last time I actually wrote for or prescribed a pill because it's been a few years. I believe in the power of food and which is why I became a health coach, and mostly based on nutrition. And it's all about plant-based, whole foods. And it's a lot more work to cook, but it is so, so, so worth it. My family's health has improved tremendously since I've introduced the different way of cooking. And as Asians, we cook most of our food. We don't even have a lot of salads. Maybe once a week we have a salad, but it still works. And it's really very much I feel like you have to really respect, as you have mentioned so accurately, is that we have to really respect the insides of our body. And it's why I actually founded a group for my health coaches called Full Body Insight, because I wanted to go even deeper into how the food actually affects our body. And I've noticed that even a fruit like papaya today that didn't taste quite right, and I noticed that I had a runny nose for a few hours after that. So if you can really tune into what your body is telling you, that is the most powerful thing you can ever do for your health.
I'm very aware of the effect of emotions on the physical body and how that deeply affects your digestion, etc. And I think that Chinese medicine, which Wai Ching is very knowledgeable about, has some fantastic insights into the relationship between
Yes,
the
indeed. And
emotions
we
and
were
food.
yes,
Yes,
we were
Wai Ching?
mentioning the papaya. The papaya may have been plucked green and not quite already ripe with its enzymatic action. So when you eat it, it's green, and green papaya, unless it's macerated and maybe made into like a green papaya salad with the vinegar, the lime juice that's already, fermenting the papaya, it could be too strong on your stomach. It's too green, the green papaya. And also the Chinese, we don't eat a lot of salads because it's too yin for us, right? It's too cool. So the papaya, for example, we like to actually cook it. We make it into a soup with tamarind, with pineapple. Jose and I, we've been sharing the recipes. We don't speak English, but we understand food. So, like papaya, we cook with that, and pineapples, ananas, tamarindo, ají, and we and then we have what is that? Cedron. It's so tasty. The tea, so good. So and then we cook it. We cook it to warm it up, and then so it warms and makes it more digestible for us. Papaya that's ripe, it's really good because of the papain. That is really good for digestion. But when it's not, properly, ripened, just like bananas. My goodness, if you eat green bananas, it's not really good on the digestion. However, Ecuadorians eat bananas. There are like hundreds of different kinds of bananas. And this man is genius. He can make plantains, platanos, 600 different ways. I don't know how she does it. It's like it's cooked into savory. It's cooked into sweet. And this one also plantain. You see this dessert? Everything here, by the way, is vegetarian and mostly vegan. So he makes this fabulous cake, sometimes a little bit higher, with plantain mixed with yuca, cassava. What a great combination. And then with just a little bit of sugar. Yeah, stevia. They use stevia, yeah, as well. And then, of course, a lot of fruit. And this one is you made with what?
No, it's sambo.
Sambo.
Like a pumpkin.
Sambo is like a pumpkin. It's pumpkin. And
panela.
Panela.
Panela. No sugar,
Panela is brown sugar.
And
from
dulce de leche de cabra.
Dulce de leche. Dulce de leche. The cow? Cacao? Cabra. Cabra. Cabra is goat. So they use goat cheese here. So goat cheese. So it's a goat cheese pumpkin and sabo, and then what else is that? Yes, it's a pumpkin goat cheese sauce for this plantain and yucca cake with a little bit of persimmon. Peach from here. And this, by the way, is from here. It's grown here on the grounds. I'll show you something. I'll go back to this, and this one you make the ahi, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, this one. So, see?
Ah, interesting.
So you would scoop it out with a spoon and eat it, and that's how I do it in Bali. But here they also, let's see, yeah, same. Sometimes it's a little bit darker, and so he blends this part with chili peppers, green, red, and you have this really like an aioli, which I call it, but it's floral. Oh, I like this so much. So we've been
It's very sweet and sour.
Sweet and sour. Okay, his English is coming out now. Yes. And it is delicious. And he makes a beautiful ceviche. He made this con tomate. Ah, perfect timing, everybody. I'm trying not to pour it on my computer. This is a ceviche. Ceviche made from tomatillo or tomate. They call it tomate. Then tomate, what do you call tomate? Tomate. What do you call it?
Tomate de árbol. Tomate of tree.
Ah, okay. This is tomato of the tree. It's actually a tree tomato. So here, this is really nice. And could I have a spoon maybe? I'll show. This is ceviche. Ceviche, as you know, is something that's raw, crudo, right? It's a soup that's cold. We have cold soup today. And ceviche is made with seafood sometimes, but of course this is a vegan place. And we have, a big chunk. Can you see that? Very colorful. It matches the bowl.
Beautiful.
Yes. Beetroot, a slice of beetroot, and a big chunk of avocado. Avocado is so plentiful here. You get like $1 US, 5 avocados, big ones. Yes, out in the market. Yes, I know. And this one, yucca? Babako. Oh my goodness. This is unique, babako. You have in the kitchen? See, he's going to bring it. Let me know if you've seen it before elsewhere. I'm having a great time in the markets. And I think this exploration of Ecuador is just the beginning. I can come on a bit more once I get my videos done. So this is babako, and you can see that. See, there we are, babako. See, we can take out and show. Yes, okay, you take it. See. Anyone recognize this?
Looks like a no, but what is it?
It's called babarco. I've never seen it, quite frankly, until I got here.
What does it taste like? Has it got a taste to it?
It's like wo long kwa, you know. It's like old
cucumber.
Old cucumber.
Okay.
Yes, it's like it's not much flavor, no.
So it seems
a little sweet. I will taste a little bit.
It seems more alkaline taste.
No, it's actually melon, and it's sour. It's sour. It tastes like melon. I haven't had it fresh. It's always cooked, and he's made it into stewed babako with cinnamon. So
the other tomato you were showing, that what you call tamata, we used to have them in Kenya. Seema can vouch. We used to call it tomato fruit anyway.
Yeah, but have you made a chili sauce with it before?
I have.
Watching, we want all those recipes.
I'm just reeling back from this ceviche first. Ooh.
We get these tree tomatoes in Kenya, and as children, I still remember was our neighbors had a tree, so we would steal their tree tomatoes.
You steal.
We were very naughty children.
I think as children, I used to steal the tamarind and the
And you know,
rambutan.
passion fruits grow on a vine, right?
And what is it called?
They grow like on a vine, right? Passion fruits.
Yes, passion
So
fruit.
the passion fruit vine would slowly creep into our garden and we'd pluck out all the passion fruit. And my mom used to make a chili sauce actually. And she would use these traditional Indian chili sauce, just garlic, coriander, maybe some onion and tomatoes, but she would use these tree tomatoes.
Also, I would love your recipe, and let me get one recipe from you.
It's a very easy recipe. I can give it to you at the back of my hand. It's like 2 tomatoes, you know, a small baby red onion, coriander, jalapeno, salt, and lemon juice, and a bit of we use a lot of jaggery, raw cane sugar or coconut sugar. You can use coconut sugar just to balance out the tartness.
They call it panela. You can see the panela. But here, let me just ask him the name for this.
Alcapara.
Alcapara. One more time.
Alcapara.
Alcapara. Delicious. And he told me how to saute it, make it into soup. And this one, our hedgehog friend.
So that hedgehog friend.
You hear that?
Is it kugua in Mandarin? You know what we call kugua in Mandarin? Bitter melon?
No.
Kugua. It's not bitter, yeah? It's very bland. Very bland.
Lung fo gua in Cantonese. Lung fo gua.
Yeah. No?
Yes.
I think.
He thinks this is bitter, but it's not. Not like bitter. Look at this.
Coconut.
No.
Sapote.
Sapote is the chiku. It's sapodia.
Oh, wow. My favorite. Chiku is my favorite.
That's
can you
huge.
ask, Waiting, can you ask Jose, is this a local fruit?
See, local. And
can you cut it? And it should be a 1-inch, very thin seeds in the middle.
But look, it's not quite right.
Cut
It's
it
still
in half.
orange.
Cut it in half, and in the middle there should be 4 black seeds.
But that's why, it's the first time cutting it. I just found it in the market yesterday. See?
Okay, no seeds. This is a different chiku. It looks so delicious.
Yeah. Sapote.
Yes, sapote is the official name for it. And can you tell him, how would he know as an expert to find a ripe sapote without eating?
It actually tastes like chiku.
It looks like chiku. The flesh looks like chiku, quite orangey. Normally, chiku is more like a fawn color, like light browny color.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just the name. It just gave me the clue that it's like a chiku, like a sapodia. The Spanish, right? Sapodia. That's and it's sapote. It has the texture of chiku, but it's also fibrous.
Neil, can I ask you
if it's already?
Yes, Julie, you were asking?
Yeah, I was curious. The name chiku, because we call it chiku also in our Malay language. Is it in your is that in Hindi, in your native language?
Yes, so in India, in the state of Gujarat, they say chiku. The actual name is sapote, that's right. But in Tamil, they say different name. Different state, different name. The skin is always same outer skin, but the shape, the size, and the taste, the flesh inside changes from region to region.
Interesting, interesting.
Have you seen it so orange before?
No, that's why I'm saying it looks tasty. I mean, because this fruit you cannot eat if it's not ripe, because it will take your mouth. It will actually stick it in your mouth. It will be very bad.
Yes, yes, astringent.
Acrid. It's really acrid, and some chiku just don't ripen very well. They just stay, and even when they soften, they don't taste good.
Yes,
The
correct,
milk.
correct.
So
But I'm very
people
surprised.
know.
I'm very surprised.
Yeah.
I would like the viewers to know that Wai Ching and Jose, they're actually in Ecuador right now, in the Blue Tosa Mountain, where they've picked up these fruits and sharing their knowledge with us. Carry on.
Right. And I can continue. This one is from corn. The corn is from the garden. And then look at how beautiful this one is.
Makai.
What is it, corn? Maize?
Maize.
But
Is it maize? I don't think it's sweet corn. It's maize like Africa, Shima.
Ah, okay.
Makai.
It must be white seeds inside, white.
Yes, correct. And there's a different name. They don't call it maize. They call it choclo.
When it's young.
When it's young, it's called choclo.
Okay.
And they make tamales with it. Beautiful. They just make a puree it and they put it in the leaves, the tortillas. Yeah, he makes the tortillas here, delicious. Bebidas.
Chicha is the most important drink. Is hecho base de maíz.
Ah, chicha.
Yes, chicha.
But chicha has a milk. Is that chicha? No milk.
No milk.
Canela.
No, it's a ferment of the.
Now I know. Chicha is the fermented alcohol from corn. So they make.
Do they make chicha from quinoa?
Quinoa? Yes. Quinoa? Chicha also from quinoa.
It's a local,
and,
it's like local brew, right?
Yes, I haven't tried it yet. I have not tried the chicha.
Yes, no, I can provide.
He can provide, he said. So I will try and let you know.
And dancing in the mountains.
So you can see the white.
Wai Ching, Sharon and Julie, Seema and I were born in Kenya. This is what we miss this because this is not sweet corn, it's maize. And its family, it's a richer family of a sweet corn, and the seed inside can be so tasty when you've actually boiled this.
Yeah.
And they boil this, the big ones.
Yes.
They eat it as a staple, and they call it mote.
Okay,
Mote.
that's right. Mote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You call it mote as well.
And that's what we get here in the UK, the big version, which is mote. And we satisfy our East African palate by having that. But in Kenya, in East Africa, we call this makai. Makai.
Yeah. In Africa, mote is called makai. This one, chiku.
Makai. And it's a staple. It's a staple in our country. Right. And we make maize meal, like mealie meal, polenta, white polenta. Which we call the ugali.
Ungale?
Ugali.
Ugali.
That is
and he makes it also sweet and savory, right? And he mixes it with the plantain as well.
Yes, yes, you can.
Bananas, there are the small gold ones, the red ones, rosso. See? Rojo.
So we get plantains in Kenya, but we call them matoke. We get plantains in Kenya. We call them matoke, and we make them with coconut milk.
Ooh,
and
and
we also get a lot of yuca, which is cassava, and we roast it, and we have it with lemon and chilies, or we have yuca with. Its food stories are so fantastic. We have yuca in coconut milk.
Yes, and she makes yuca everything as well.
So I think,
also, I have to tell you something.
Can you ask Jose, is yuca a staple diet of the Ecuadorians?
Yes, yes, it is. I've had the 650 ways with plantain, 600 ways, and yuca, yeah. Yuca.
Wai Ching, what are you holding? You're holding something very interesting in that.
Yes, it's popcorn.
Yes.
Popcorn.
From the
And
maize.
they eat popcorn as appetizers almost every meal. Tostado. Okay, he's going to bring something. Now I think he's getting inspired also.
Can
He
you
shares
tell
a lot, but he was a bit shy.
Wachin,
Yes?
can you tell Jose that he's literally as if you are in Kenya?
Feel
I
like I'm
wouldn't
in
be
Kenya right
surprised.
It's
Is
amazing.
Kenya on the equator also?
It's making you
Yes.
homesick, is it? And this is
It's
the
actually
plantation
bang on equator.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then.
Mhm.
We
I
get the
think
cassava here. I'll show you guys a cassava.
You know what? Ecuador means equator.
Yes.
Yes.
And Kenya is on
Yeah.
equator.
As in
Kenya.
Singapore.
Okay. He brought to show how the corn, he
Yes.
sort of roasted it. Big kernels.
Ah, yes. The
Yeah.
kernels.
Delicious.
Wow.
And this he tops it up. He chops some soups. Soups are very important. He makes fabulous soups, sopa and caldo. Lots and lots of different soups with different kinds of toppings. So it changes all the time. Yeah.
And look,
I'm
Julie has brought the Malaysian cassava there.
Cassava, yeah, the Malaysian cassava.
And they do make it into the flour
Amazing.
as well. And that's one you said they cook the flour until it's black, narrow. What is that? The cassava, the yuca, they take it and they cook it till it's black.
What is that?
Chilies?
With a little chilies, yuca, the cassava. Boil with chilies.
I think even Lata is getting excited. She has got a comment. I think, Lata, what comment have you got, Lata?
6 hours of boiling.
I was
6 hours of boiling. 6 hours of boiling this yuca. 6 hours with chilies.
Wow.
Until it's darkened. Yes. So he's gonna make some for me, right? My friend.
I want to ask Jose a
you are
question.
I'm so envious of her, aren't you, Seema and Neil? Sharon.
Very.
You're all so envious. I mean, you're really having a whale of a time
I think
there
I-
with all this healthy organic stuff, and they're gigantic.
Oh my
Those
goodness.
spaces. I mean, the popcorn is really large in size. Everything is huge. You know.
I'm just surprised that Jose, being a pure Ecuadorian, and Seema and I were actually Indian origin in Africa, but Jose is living the real origin of Ecuador, and even avocado was in there in Mombasa, in Kenya. I'm very surprised. And Julie, you pointed out a right point that yes, we were bang on the equator. The line passes through to Kenya.
Yes. I'd like
And
to
we
ask
are
question.
too in Malaysia. We are right.
Oh, yeah, it's in Malaysia. So
Yes,
on
that's
equator
right.
also.
So Sharon, you are the only one who is not on equator at the moment.
I'm looking out to snow-covered mountains and cold right now.
yeah, I have a question. I have a question for Jose. What about maraguya?
Maracuya. You were tuning in.
My favorite fruit, passion fruit.
So this is a passion family, isn't it?
It's passion fruit.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Wai Ching, that she has got a passion fruit there.
Yeah, I've got a passion for passion fruit.
Yes.
And
okay, Sharon, this is our favorite fruit. That it was so favorite that when we left Africa, we also insisted almost through the government that this fruit has to be imported into UK. And it's now available here as a very exquisite juice that you see in the pubs here. Wai Ching, while you are there, a very nice event is taking place, which we are involved in March. Can you tell us a bit more about it? I'm just going to bring it up for you, this one over here. Could you tell us a bit more about this?
Oh, yes. So this one is the voice of passion action. It's a fundraiser for the Clinica Linda here. Linda means pretty, beautiful. It's a beautiful clinic. I've just been volunteering there for the last 2 days. And it's just been lovely just serving the people because they come with a lot of aches and pains, and we've been alleviating their pains. And this is a fundraiser. And we're calling in the elders from various parts of the world. We'll have the Kanyari people from here. The Kanyaris are the local indigenous people, and the Shwa as well, they'll come, and the Mayan from Mexico. And so we are all coming together, also with Native American representatives, to do prayers for the earth, healing our earth, and coming together for passionate action. For example, helping with the farming and conservation of the land, and development of organic produce, and really developing a healthy lifestyle. So here, this was the pictures from the last year. There were 60 Kanyari people, and they were camping out in the mountains. The mountain is gorgeous with pine trees and beautiful rocks. It is thousands of years old, and maybe millions, because it's also a heritage site, this whole area. And there are ruins, like not far from here. It's called Ingapika, and I'm going there to look at the ruins and the temples. I know that Sharon and I, we have a love for temples, and modern as well as ancient, and I'm sure a lot of the Sima too. So we're having this, and it is, as you can see, what's One Voice Gathering of the Tribes. That's us. Why? Because the lineages have to come to heal a planet. And it's March 18th to 20th, which is the equinox, and then it'll be held here. And there's a Temascal here, which is like a dome where the ceremonies will be held. There's the infinity pool, the divinity pool, the triple goddess divinity pool here. The new cafe will be open with Ecuadorian coffee. That's the most popular, most famous. And then we are all coming together in prayer and meditation. And of course, there's, this is, if you can see, there's a new painting here. It's a hummingbird. And I'm wearing the earrings here. It's also a hummingbird, and we're just celebrating. There are a lot of hummingbird nests all around here, and they're all just coming out. And you can see that the gathering, if you ever come, you can just join us on the live stream. So there'll be a link, and then you can join us a live stream or help donate the Clinical Linda. And this is you can see the schedule coming up. And on Saturday we'll have live streaming as well. So from people who cannot be here in person, you can also join us live streaming, and it's all there on our website. So please do join us.
Wai Ching, this looks exciting. Let's remind the viewers who are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and the website what it is. One Voice Gathering of the Tribes. Why? Because the lineages to come deserve a hill planet to call home. When? March 18th to 20th this year. Where? Tosa Blue Mountain, Ecuador, in the heart of Andes Mountains. So wonderful, and the URL is posted on our Facebook. So well done, Wai Ching, looks good.
Thank you, Neil. And we're all coming together for healing our earth. And thank you so much for what you're doing there. It's so exciting as well to be with all of you.
Going back to our journey, because tell Jose his smile is beautiful, and he reminds us as if that he's a Kenyan too, although he's an Ecuadorian, but we love him for that. So every fruit that you've gone through, the vegetables, what I noticed, Wai Ching, Sharon, Seema, and Julie, I wanted to ask you, in this current pandemic time, we're always talking about boosting immunity. I feel some of these vegetables and fruits eaten raw or almost raw, except for plantain and maize, can be very good immunity booster. Wai Ching, what's your comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to eat fresh from the garden, and fresh as much as possible. Full vitality, enzymatic foods. And of course, one of our favorite foods is chocolate. I want to give this. I am so in love with this brand because it's organic and it's from Ecuador. Ecuador has some of the best coffees and chocolate. It is superb. So I've been making my hot chocolate with almond milk from here. And this is the brand. I don't mind, just showing them because they do such a great job, and they do a lot of conservation, and it's all fair trade. So I'm going to try, this is my favorite, the rose one. Girls, Remember, I did the rose event here.
Yes.
Rose, girls and boys, and the chile one is really spicy. Say, picante.
Picante.
Sí, muy picante. By the way, I have a nickname here. It's called salsa picante.
So you
I'd
are hot.
like to
Yes.
say some,
Yes, love. Yes, Seema?
me gusta la comida picante.
Sí, muy bueno, ¿no?
Sí.
Me gusta mucho la comida picante. And by the way, that brand of chocolate that you have there, cocoa, I don't know if it's raw chocolate. We get it in Hong Kong.
Pacari, you have it?
I've seen it in Hong Kong.
So for
It
those who didn't understand what Seema
so
was
good.
saying, she loves
It's the
hot
best
food
one.
and chilies quite a lot.
Yes, the chilies.
Thank you for
And
the
also, do
translation,
you
ma'am.
cook, do you know the Palo Santo?
What is
I just
that?
Yes. Oh my God. The most
Oh,
sacred wood
Seema is
ever.
crooning.
Is it sandalwood?
Palo
It's like
Santo.
sandalwood. It's very high vibration.
Yeah.
Very high vibration. So if you're cleansing your space or your temple, we sometimes in Hinduism in India, we do the samagri, the havan, and we have the smoke. We use resins like frankincense and gugul and myrrh. But in the South American tradition, they use a lot of Palo Santo. Palo Santo is so high. I just got some Palo Santo for my sister and sent it to Kenya actually.
You
And
get
it's so
oil?
high vibration.
Did you get the
No,
oil
I got
or
the
the
wood.
wood?
You can buy the wood. You can buy the wood in packs. It comes here from South America. You can buy it on Amazon as well. Now, one thing about Palo Santo, if you're ever going to sit down to meditate, this is
Yes.
something I have experienced hands-on. You rotate it around your belly button 3 times clockwise. You rotate it around the soles of your left foot clockwise, then around the soles of your right foot clockwise, and you rotate it around your head clockwise 3 times. 3 is a sacred number, and I'm telling you, if you are a meditator and you do this with Palo Santo, the quality of your meditation will be different. If you sit down to pray, you sit down to chant, or you just feel that energetically something is not right with feng shui or vastu, Palo Santo your space. It'll all come into balance.
Seema,
Amazing.
one of
it grows everywhere. So we have piles of this, Seema. Piles of
Waiting.
the wood.
I think one of our birthday girl has arrived. You're all everybody's favorite, Honey. And I think it's time maybe if each one of us can wish her a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
My battery's going, so I better.
Namaste, my gorgeous ladies, my divine goddesses, my dear sisters. Oh wow, happiest birthday. Actually, I've had an amazing birthday. I've missed you all. I've missed you all so much today.
We missed you. So we didn't know where you were. Oh, you were secretly gallivanting.
Absolutely, I was gallivanting today. It was my birthday, so I thought, right, let's go and enjoy. But I was missing you guys. I thought I have to join in and say hello and tell you that, wow, what amazing recipes you guys are sharing today.
Yeah, you look eons younger, my dear.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. You look about 20.
So Waiting, everybody.
She's had the Palo
Waiting, everybody's asking what is Honey's age. So I'm going to reveal today. The only one over here who knows what her age is. She is 30 plus VAT. I can't say anymore.
That is very clever, actually. Yeah, 30, yeah, I love that. Yes, well, it's 21 again, as they say, right? It's 21 again, and we can pick 21 over and over again, anyway, don't we?
You've got the secret,
and forever young,
haven't we, of reversing our age?
So somebody has to sing happy birthday. Just one person. Who is going to sing happy birthday to her?
We all are.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Shall we start?
I'm all ears. I'm all ears, ladies.
Okay, ladies, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
honey.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my God, are you all going to a funeral? What happened? Come on, let's be happy birthday to you.
Honey, wait. Jose is singing for you now. Jose, only you. Jose, go ahead. In Spanish. Jose.
Yeah, he sang it already.
Yeah, let him sing.
Okay.
Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños, honey. Feliz cumpleaños a ti.
Oh, you know, all of you guys, thank you so much. Wow, in Spanish, nobody's ever sang happy birthday in Spanish for me. You know, Healing Our Earth always brings us on really amazing journeys and amazing adventures. And this makes it such a memorable, really memorable birthday for me, because having lovely people like you, my little soul angel friends, from Neil Kumar right through to all my wonderful sisters, and of course, our Spanish friend. Thank you. A global namaste to you. It was my first ever Spanish, birthday wishes. I love it. Gorgeous. And it sounded so gorgeous.
All the way from Ecuador.
Oh, from Ecuador. Wow. And you are cooking something special by the looks of it. I thought it would be a special fruit cake.
It's your birthday cake, honey.
Wow, that looks so yummy. That looks really yummy. Mr. Chef, I have to come to Ecuador to try out these cuisines, right? And Lata as well, thank you very much for that lovely singing. Siva, lovely singing. Sharon, lovely singing, all in your own lovely styles. Thank you, my dear sisters. And of course, Julie, thank you very much as well. I just wanted to say to Neil Kumar as well, thank you for making my birthday always so special every single year, every single time. And he makes it feel like birthdays every week. Doesn't he make us feel like that?
Definitely.
Honey,
it's a unique experience each week.
And honey, guess what? Again, women empowerment. Everybody except for me and Jose are all women here. So we need to make sure that you guys feel special.
And what is the monitor? Is that female or male?
Monitor is okay because monitor is actually talking to you. Jose, muchas gracias, senor.
Yes, like this. Yeah. And hello, Mita, as well. Hello, lovely to see you after such a long time.
She wants to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you, and a global namaste, and thank you very much for the lovely birthday wishes to everyone, saying it to me. To everyone, thank you very much for saying it to me. And enjoy, of course. I just want to say to everybody at Healing Our Earth, I love you all, missing you all. So, I hope you had a fantastic day today. And I'm looking forward to celebrating many more birthdays in the future with my lovely family here in the future as well. And of course, celebrating each and every single one of yours as well at the same time.
So did you have your birthday party already, or are we going to have later?
I'm terrible because when it's my birthday, I literally take out every bit of wonderfulness of my birthday. So every day becomes a birthday for the whole month. So I tell my meditation friends, and I tell my family, and then I tell my other friends, I say, listen, it's my birthday, right? Let's come out, let's go here, let's do this. So
we have the same birthday month, honey. February?
Yes.
We have the same birthday month then.
Absolutely. Yay! We have to celebrate the whole month through, dear.
The whole year. We celebrate the whole year.
Every day. Every day. And honey, I really look forward to our dance event coming up on the 27th. I'm bringing together some really
Sharon,
wonderful dancers. Yes.
Sharon, talking about future events, honey, you can do the honors and mention all the future events.
You're on mute.
Honey, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, Sharon.
That would help. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sharon, for the reminder. That's absolutely wonderful. To all our viewers and audience members out there throughout the world, we have some amazing events coming up and lined up for you. And look at this. Next week, we have the Valentine's special. Amazing. It's all dedicated to you. The whole event is dedicated to you, our viewers. So if you have a song, a poem, a message, anything that you would like to dedicate to your loved ones, then do make sure you tune in and send us those messages and we can share them for you. So that's going to be on the 13th of February. After then, we have our COVID special, which is the miscellaneous COVID matters. COVID has such a vast range of different areas, that are connected to it. So you will get a chance to learn so much more about COVID and get some tips and advice on how to fly through our COVID pandemic time. And that's, of course, on the 20th of February. We then move on to celebrating dance. Sharon and myself are so looking forward to connecting with all of you out there and to bring to you some of the best dancers and dance experts from around the world to come in and share their knowledge and wonderful skills and talents with yourself. It's an amazing show. You mustn't miss it because it's going to be really, really amazing. I believe last time we had an amazing amount of audience members from around the world tuning in to watch this celebrating dance. So do tell your friends and family who enjoy dancing on the 27th of February in the diary. Remember, it's my birthday month, so we'll be still celebrating all the way. I'm going to stretch my celebrations all the way through. And then we have the International Women's Day. Now, we were talking about the women's empowerment time. Right now, you can see lots of gorgeous women out there, all the hosts volunteering, our volunteering team. Well, on the 6th of March, we would love to, of course, give our special thank yous to all the women around the world. Not just that, we will be bringing on board some of the top women to come and share some of their messages, their talents, and their knowledge with the rest of the world out there. So that's on the 6th of March. It's all about empowering women and empowering humanity. Oh, and this next one on the 13th of March, our Seema special, our wonderful Seema who does all the productions for the vegan and vegetarian kitchen shows. Well, she's got another show lined up for you on the 13th of March. You do not want to miss this one. Just like you've been enjoying today, and I'm sure having the real fun, on the 13th of March, you are going to have an even better treat because we have the most top chefs joining us and some lovely guests as well. Now, on top of that, if you are somebody who wishes to get involved with our Healing Our Earth team, you can see we have lots of fun here. You can tell we're all a lovely family here having fun, and all we love to do is to transform people's lives positively, spread love and joy and peace. If you're somebody who'd like to get involved, then here comes a lovely little opportunity for you. Would you like to become a presenter or a host? Would you like to perhaps, design some flyers and get involved with social media? Are you a social media influencer? Then come and join us and just give us a quick little message on the WhatsApp that we have here, which is 00447712177703. It's on the screen. Jot it down. Just contact us, and I'm sure we'll be able to get you involved in something special here on Healing Our Earth. As you can see, look at our mission statement. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And what is our mission? Of course, to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and a more inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online education and entertainment, which we call edutainment. So there you go, all the wonderful lineup of shows that we've got coming up for you. Are you all excited for that, dear Seema, Sharon, Amalia?
Yes,
Very much
I was
so.
even asking Jose. I said 13th of March, more vegetarian cooking. So
I'm tuning in on that day. Okay, yes, I'm going to tune in. I'm going to go and get all your recipes. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. All the way to Ecuador. You may, and Amalia, you're glowing. Ecuador seems to be such a beautiful place, full of, I would say, oxygen and freshness and natural beauty. You're bringing that along with you because you're glowing. So, Sharon, we're so pleased to see you back again. I know you've had a couple of, things that were going on in personal things and all sorts of things. I'm telling you, you look stunning. You look like a superstar, a lovely little goddess and a lovely heroine. We need to get you into Bollywood. That's what we need to do. You look gorgeous.
Well, I'm really looking forward to the dance event because I have today I'm going to be speaking to two young men. We want to bring some more men. One is a hip hop dancer and one is a salsa dancer and teacher. So, and in addition, I'm bringing an expert in ancient Egyptian women's rituals, as well as Antonia Minicola, who's my gurubai. Really, I think the only other American who had the honor of studying with Sitara Devi, and also the wife of the very famous Zakir Hussain. And let's see, Anita Singh, who is a Bollywood and folk dancer and has Nita's Naturals, an Ayurvedic company. So Seema, I really want to introduce you to Nita. She's beautiful and a dear old friend.
That's, because dance actually is so beautiful, because if audience members are watching right now, you won't just get a chance to get an insight into different dance forms from around the world. You'll be able to appreciate the beauty and the culture of different dance forms and traditions. Not just that, the journey that dancers have to go through, the tips and advice they can give you, how you can get fitter and healthier through dance as well. So there are so many different facets of dance. Isn't that right, Sharon?
So many. And my exploration has really been the spiritual aspects for many, many, many years in cultures throughout the world. So I'm very excited to bring this show with you, honey.
Very nice. Well, we're really looking forward to doing that, definitely. So Seema and Amalia, dear Sharon, and of course our dear friend all the way from Ecuador, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your lovely, lovely birthday wishes. Amita, Julie, Lata, Neil, everyone who has joined me today. I just love you all lots and lots, and I'm so proud to be part. I'm so blessed to know all of you. Thank you very much for a special birthday.
One request.
Honey, just before you go,
yes,
since it's your birthday, we'll give you an opportunity, because we are going to carry on and on, because we are enjoying with Jose and Amalia, because he has brought so much international flavors and memories, and Sharon bringing with her tips. Just before you go, honey, sit back, relax, and let's break into 5 minutes of your meditation for everybody. So you lead the way.
Absolutely, no problems at all. Yes, I would love that. I think that's such a wonderful way to enjoy a birthday, and not just that, a collectivity, as we say, with everybody else. It's so beautiful. I just wanted to let everybody know out there, just now Sharon mentioned about how she loves dance and spirituality. Well, I always believe that spiritual growth is one of the most important things each and every one of us should bring into our lives. We are human beings with many layers to us. We say that we're a physical person, we feel pain, we feel happy, or whatever it is, all these different emotions. But actually, the physical side, there's a layer there. There's the mental aspect of us as well, the thinking part of us, the positive thinkers or the negative thinkers, or the little, self-talkers, telling us all the goods or the bads and things. So there's a mental aspect of us too. Then there's the emotional side, where we connect with people on a real heart-to-heart basis. So there is that layer of us as well, because you will find that all human beings are full of color, when it comes to emotions, sometimes angry, sometimes frustrated, sometimes happy, sometimes joyful, sometimes peaceful, whatever the emotional state it is of your at that time. We also have that dimension to each one of us. And then, of course, we have the material side to us, because, we tend to want to do work. We want to make money. We want to live life. We want to live on our, feed our tummies with food. So there's this material dimension as well that people can sometimes get completely entangled within. And finally, there's the spiritual side as well. And the spiritual side actually encompasses everything. So I say to everyone that if you are looking to perhaps meditate more regularly, you will find that meditation is like a shower. Let's just imagine it like a shower. All this lovely energy that comes in and starts clearing all the debris in your mental layer, your emotional layer, your physical layer. It tends to uplift you, energize you, heal you. There are so many benefits when it comes to meditation. So The reason I wanted to share that with every single person out there is, look, it's January, February, it's the early part of the year. If you could perhaps start meditating for 10 minutes a day, just 10 minutes, sitting down quietly, you will find that when you meditate, it will work like a pressure cooker, like all the, all the stresses of the day, all the tensions of the day will just be removed from the body because of your sitting down quietly for 10, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever feels comfortable and fits in with your time schedules. And if you're going to do that, you will find that you will remain very healthy. And why do we say that? Especially with this COVID-19 situation that we're living in at this moment, you need to boost up your immune system. So when you regularly meditate, you get rid of all the stresses in the body, your body stays strong. If you have too much tension and stress in the body, the first thing that will happen in your life is you'll start getting illnesses, your immune system will go low, you'll have health issues. We know that a lot of the health issues and nowadays that we have to go through are all stress related, tension related. So the meditation will be the first thing you can do, which will help you to feel very happy and joyful. So that's one of the secrets if you want to stay happy all the time, right? So let's start off with a short, very short, lovely, beautiful meditation for each and every single one of us. If you could all close your eyes nice and quietly, keep your back nice and straight as you sit. You can either sit with your hands and your palms facing up onto your thighs, so they're just relaxed, or you can put them on top of each other like this, just in front of you, so they're relaxed. Close your eyes. Have a couple of really deep breaths. Just taking a really lovely inhale, like a deep breath, and just exhale all the old energy from your body. And now I'd just like you to imagine this beautiful energy from the whole of the universe being attracted and pouring down on each one of us, like a shower. If you can let it just enter through your crown chakra on top of your head, imagine this lovely energy flowing into your body through the top of your head where the crown chakra is, and just seeping out all throughout your body. Just imagine this energy just going and infiltrating in every bit of your veins and your body and your whole aura that's surrounding your body. Imagine this energy just dissolving anything that's negative, any tough things that you're going through, any challenges, any blockages, any health issues, any arguments, any disharmony that you've had to go through. Just going to make sure, if you could, just dissolve away all those negative energy blocks with this powerful, pure, divine energy. Let the energy now start sweeping all the way through. And just imagine this little dark smoke sizzling out like vapor from your body and from your aura. Sizzling out. And wherever those blocks were, let this lovely divine energy fill up that space with the most highest vibrations, highest frequency, and highest, most pure divine energy. Let this energy start uplifting you, filling you up with this beautiful energy, filling you up with higher consciousness. and filling you up with deep insight and wisdom. And as you let this beautiful energy just flow around your body, your aura becomes bright. Your aura is like a blanket around your body, wrapped up so beautifully, because you are so beautiful and you are so unique and you are a part of God. You've got God within you. So the most beautiful divine part of you is all being protected by this aura, which is now getting filled with this beautiful, high frequency, highly healing, highly uplifting and enlightening energy. And all of a sudden, just imagine your whole aura is glowing, glowing so bright with this beautiful light all around you, protecting you. Any holes in your aura, which is caused by heartache, trauma, negative experiences, pain, hatred, all these little holes that are in your aura. Just imagine this highly, most powerful, most purest divine energy filling it and healing each one of those holes, so your aura becomes whole. Your energy starts flowing very, very, very beautifully all the way around. And that energy starting to energize your physical body. Feel that energy still pouring on top of your head, just like a shower all over you. That energy is actually activating your crown chakra. And your crown chakra is like an aerial that's pulling in the most powerful energy from the universe. And it's just pulling like a magnet into you and filling you up with this beautiful higher consciousness. So with this, I'd like you to sit quietly and bathe into this beautiful energy that's around you right now. Enjoy the healing, the relaxing and peaceful feeling. If you feel any vibrations around your third eye area or your crown chakra, just let it be. And slowly, I'd like you to close your crown chakra, which is on top of your head. Close that chakra. Protect all the chakras by closing the crown chakra. Each and every cell in your body is completely revitalized, nourished, vibrating with electricity, as we say. The electricity is what we call the life force. The more life force you have in your body, the more quicker you heal, the more happier you feel, the more you can deal with challenges in life, and the stronger your immune system will be. So with that, I'd like you to bring back your attention to where you are. And whenever you're ready, slowly open your eyes and come back to the Healing Our Earth airport, landing back to where we were.
That was so invigorating, healing, so lovely, honey. Your meditations are really growing and so expansive and just lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Sharon. You're such a beautiful heart. You always see good in everything. You will always see the beauty in everything. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope everybody else also had a lovely little meditation session. And with that, I hope Neil also enjoyed and he feels relaxed. He's such a hard worker. He works 7 days a week. We should always appreciate. And I think we need to give him 10 minutes time off as well. To relax a bit. So thank you, ladies and gents, our dear Spanish friends from Ecuador as well.
Here's
Thank
another
you.
one. May I introduce Christian, who was in the kitchen cooking, preparing dinner.
Oh, hello, Christian. Hello. Gosh, you two look so like proper little handsome chefs. I would love to be cooking with you two there and learning Spanish along the way. Yeah. Oh, Amalia, there you are. I can see you. I see your lovely flower as well. Is that a flower on the hair?
This is a hibiscus. They're this big here, the hibiscus.
Oh my God, is it a real one? Is it a real flower?
It is.
Oh my God, we just need a Hawaiian skirt and a top on you. And you look like a gorgeous little Hawaiian. Are you both good chefs? Are you both chefs at the Ecuador place?
Yes, Tosa Blue Mountain Sanctuary.
Right. Well, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward that all of our Healing Our Earth family members will come packing their bags and come there one day to Ecuador, and we'll get the pleasure of meeting you personally and also tasting your food. Look at Amalia. We're very, very jealous of her. She's getting a chance to eat your delicious food. Yeah, look, she looks so healthy thanks to your food. So we're looking forward to also coming there one day and enjoying your lovely food, right? Meanwhile, we will try following your recipes.
Thank you, honey. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best, and everybody at Healing Our Earth wishes you all the best. Take care and have a lovely onward time.
Thank you again for all the lovely birthday wishes. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Thank you, dears.
Thank you so much, honey.
Fun.
Hola, Cristian. Hola, Cristian. ¿Cómo está?
Bien, bien. ¿Cómo están?
Very good. So it's lovely to have you here as well with Wai Ching. Wai Ching, you and Sharon carry on and show us more, whatever you would like to. And then Sharon, you can conclude and wish everybody a very good night. But we would like to see, Wai Ching, can you show us your food plate and your fruit plate and your vegetable plate again?
Again? Oh, what do you want to see again? I mean, it's like it's a bit...
Because it was beautiful.
And this one, the soup. Okay.
Lovely.
Yes.
See, what else do you want to show them? The vino? The wine, chocolate wine? You want to show? There. And we've got something to show you too, which I haven't had, and it was so yummy as well. He's going to bring it. And all the different chocolate things. And these passion fruit is from the land, by the way. And also these plums. It's just from around here.
Wow.
And you just pick them up and...
So can you ask Christian and Jose, with the passion fruit, do they make any very special juice out of it?
Oh my goodness. I tell you what they make. They make gelato. They make sorbet out of that.
Oh, wow.
It's so delicious. There's something else that's called naranjilla. And I tried it. It's sort of a beautiful neon green color. And it's like... it's a little bit like the tomatillo.
Yes.
But it's bright green inside and it's very tart. But it's very good. and something that they make just like with the desserts as well. Maybe if we do come on, I don't know, if we come on 13th or in March, maybe we'll bring in more specialties, you know, because there's a lot more. And he makes a lot of quinoa dessert, quinoa soups as well. So I'm just opening up this corn, and there's a lot more to discover in the markets. There was this nut that I found, and it was like a wrinkly skin, the nut, and I haven't tried it yet. So I just wanted to try it. No? Okay. We then maybe the next time, because I was asking him to show us a bottle of the chocolate wine.
Sure. We can look at it next time. What I love, I think, maybe one day, if the internet is good, then we can take a walk through the market, like how Sharon takes us to some of the places live, because it'll be very nice for people to see live what they are selling, how they are selling. Or you can take a video and then we can share it on screen and you can talk over it.
I think we'll do that. That'll be safer. Why don't since the internet is so good, why don't I show you the kitchen? Huh?
Yes, let's go. Let's go for a walk.
Now,
and then later, Lata and Julie may want to have a last final say before Sharon officially, nicely and smoothly serves the dessert for us.
All right. So just a quick look around here. This is the dining table where we were.
Beautiful.
Yes. And this is another part of the dining table. This is where the wines are stashed.
Wow.
And this is our little pan here.
The internet is freezing slightly.
And here's the other dining table. And the kitchen is going. I'm going in here, but I can. Here we are.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yes.
Can you see the kitchen?
Yes.
It's a beautiful large kitchen. Yeah, it's very well stocked. A few fridges. There are a few. That's a big one. And the desiccator. Baskets of the fresh fruits and vegetables. You can see more.
Yes. It seems, I think the kitchen is big enough to cook for about 150 to 200 people in one go.
Yeah, well, we're expecting a lot of people to come in March. So anyone who can travel in person, please do. Otherwise, live stream. Yeah. And so now they're preparing for dinner.
Yes, of course, we would like to remind the viewers that time there is nearly 3:30 in the afternoon in Ecuador, is that right?
Yes, and I will leave them to their work. If I don't know how far, muchas gracias, yeah. And then see if I can take you. I think you've seen this before.
Yeah, you took us on a walk outside.
Yes, in the courtyard. Let me see, maybe quiet. I don't know how it.
Yes, we have been there.
Yes.
Well, Sharon, what do you think? Our Wai-Chin enjoying herself in Ecuador and sharing some wonderful fruits and vegetables with us.
This is so lovely. The place and all the way they have put the gardens in and made the place so beautiful. Wow. I'm very, very appreciative of Wai-Chin, you know that, and all that she brings to healing our earth.
Sharon, we have temporarily lost her. Lata wanted to make a comment. Lata, go ahead, over.
I was just going to show a little surprise that I have prepared this little chutney.
Oh,
and
wow.
I wanted to show you.
Okay, Lata, one moment. Keep it in front of your body because you are on a background. Okay, now we can see it. Otherwise, it will move away.
And I've just prepared that, and the ingredients, I was going to share it with the chefs so that they could prepare similar things, you know. And I've put all the fresh, healthy stuff in there. So it's more or less raw, which is, you know, nice, and it's fermenting in lemon and vinegar and Himalayan salt, so it's preserving it. And
So what are the ingredients?
Carrots is the base. So you've got the root vegetable, and then you've got spinach leaves, baby spinach leaves. So you're getting all the chard and all that. And watercress would be nice as well. I don't know if you're doing any watercress.
Not here, but friends are.
And what about dill and things like those?
Oh, we can grow those, yes.
So, I mean, things like those ingredients would be perfect. You know, the flavors would be always a little bit different with whatever ingredient you interchange with it. So
yes. My husband, last year we grew a lot of cucumbers, so he made dill pickles. But if you have any more interesting recipes, spicy recipes, I'd love to have them.
I will. I'll definitely. I was going to excite everyone with this one because it's got, I mean, the flavor, it's got olive oil and things like that in it. And I can't remember. I think I put turmeric, fresh turmeric and ginger. So I can't remember all the ingredients, so don't ask me. But I can feel the difference, you know, every time I make something, it's slightly different. So if I've got peppers, I'll add peppers. If I've got tomatoes, I'll add tomatoes, onions, white or red. And it's just nice, you know, with any meal. It just spruces it up if it's bland. So you know how Indians love chutneys.
So Lata, when you remember your ingredients and the method, please WhatsApp to Sharon, who is on your list anyway. So send her on the list.
Definitely,
and she can enjoy as well. And Julie.
Yeah, and I want to. I
just
just wanted to ask. Can I just say one more word? Question.
Yes. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask Wai Ching if that wine was organic.
So she's not on the screen, but when she comes in the next time, you can surely ask her, okay? She has actually gone.
I would assume it is, but just sounds just sensational.
Ecuador had an internet problem today, like Mauritius. But I'm sure next time when she comes, you can ask
The other thing I wanted to say is, I don't know if you've all heard the sad news about Lata Mangeshkar.
Yes, we did the prayer for her at the start.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, Julie, what closing statement would you like to make before Sharon can officially?
I wish Wai Ching was here because I was going to ask her what was the contrast between she was just here in my town here in Malaysia. We even met and ate together, and where she is now in Ecuador. Because you know what I sense and I feel, and Sharon, I actually hung out with a lot of Shambalians when I was in Philadelphia. I was studying in Philadelphia, my later part of my medical school. So as I sat in meditation with Honey, and I just felt that sense of all of us holding a point on earth, and you know that the connection, this platform and this connection has such power. And the theme, I think, of healing the earth really came through today. Multicultural, and so many facets of the culture, and the amalgam is like, it's like just not just it's not just one dimension of a culture. It's just we've gone through so many generations of this mixing of different cultures and moving to different places, that we are all so unique. I mean, like so unique. And I just wanted to bring that out in today's and close with that. Thank you so much, Neil, for bringing this all together.
Thank you, Julie, and your inputs are always wonderful. It's almost nearly like coming to 3:30 in the morning in Malaysia, and you are still looking fresh. Nearly 4 o'clock, yes, so it's even more late there. Sharon, what is your closing statement? And then if you could give us a nice closure as usual, and we can say everybody good night, or good morning, or good evening, wherever they are.
As always, it's such a joy to be here with all of you, to really, in the midst of what I would say is a real transformation on this planet. I feel that healing our earth is essential. That what we are doing here, the coming together of people from different cultures and different spiritual traditions and different food traditions, is so important right now for all of us. To know that there are people out there who resonate with us, who really want from the deepest parts of their hearts to heal the earth, each other, to send that love, to send that blessing, to really have deep, fascinating, and we learn so much, conversations. It's really just a joy. And to all of you out there, we love you. We are here for you. If you have any questions, if you need healing, if you want our assistance, and if you know anyone who would be helped by being a part of Healing Our Earth, or anyone that has wisdom and experience to bring to us, please let us know and join our just powerful, passionate, and loving Healing Our Earth community. And thank you to everyone, Neil Kumar, and all of you who have made this show, this community, so potent and so powerful. And we look forward to being with you in the coming weeks to continue this beautiful journey of love and healing. Thank you all. See you next week for Valentine's Day, where we really can express our love in so many ways.